What is up, rebel colonists and Mars citizens? I am just a simple Newtype, and in this episode we will witness a new era blossom as we go from After Colony to Mars Century, or MC Era, as we begin our coverage of Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, Frozen Teardrop, Volume 1, Rondo of Redemption. In this episode, a young Kathy Poe will meet with Master Wang, where they look into the files of After Colony's past. With the help of virtual reality, we go back in time to AC 170, where we see how Trace Kusanada came to be. So let's get into this. MC 0022. Mars's Oceanus Borealis is still a wasteland regardless of the terraforming efforts on Mars. A ship is heading towards a preventer base. They're 5 kilometers out. This is Kathy Poe, daughter of Sally Poe. She is a representative of President Dorothy Catalonia. Yes, that Dorothy, with the eyebrows. She is meeting with the preventers. Like we saw in Endless Waltz, they are still responsible for dismantling weapons in the pursuit of peace. She is delivering a data chip to Master Chang, along with the database of the Earth Sphere's History Bank. The files are titled Summer AC 195, Autumn AC 195, and Spring AC 196. She knows that this involves the elusive Gundams, and knows that AC 195 was the apex of history. This first file was written in German regarding a person named Miliardo Peacecraft. The author of this is most likely Trace Kusanada himself. Each section begins with an excerpt from Bohemian poet Rainer Maria Rilke. His works focus on disbelief and crisis of faith. AC 195, Summer. Miliardo reflects on the beginning of humanity into space and even references the Anno Domini era. He says that man has become stagnant and exploration is far and few between. Conflict amongst humans tends to distract exploring. He thinks that losers will be the ones to guide the way. The passage is credited to the author TK, which leads people to believe that it is Trace, along with a fixation on losers, which is something he used to dwell on. Trace and Miliardo met during what is now being called the Eve Wars. The next file is from September of AC 195, which is a video file of Duo Maxwell talking to some classmates. The Gundam pilots are always undercover as students whenever heading out to missions. He talks to them about the complex relationships between Earth and the colonies. His face is blurry, but it is the only known footage of a Gundam pilot. He talks about how the colonies can't forget the natural beauty of the Earth. She doesn't believe that this is actually Duo. Kathy then notices the name of the person who archived the next file. It happens to be Sally Poe, her mother. Spring AC 196 is a video file between Relina Darlian and an old man. The footage is grainy and the audio is the only thing of value. This was during the 8 months of peace before Marimea's rebellion. She talks about how revenge is a disease that can be passed down from generation to generation. She once again dwells on the idea of total pacifism and whether it could be achieved by throwing down arms. The man wonders if this is why she is planning on the Mars terraforming project. She believes in it wholeheartedly. They also mention that Hito is on a mission. These files are only accessible to the preventers via Master Chang. Also, a part of the files are blueprints and a manual for an artificial hibernation cryogenic capsule. The blueprints are simply from someone named J, most likely referring to Dr. J. They make it to the preventer base near the polar ice caps. She says that in the sky she could see Deimos, a moon orbiting Mars, and relates it to a frozen teardrop. Ooh, title drop in the first episode. Also, if you look at Deimos, it isn't completely spherical and does indeed look like a teardrop. She meets with Master Chang. If you haven't realized it yet, this is Chang Wu-Fei. With Master Chang is a priest with a ponytail who says that Kathy looks like her mother. She pulls a gun on the man to assert dominance, but he is unfazed. This is Father Maxwell, and with him is his son Duo. They wonder why he is named after the famous Gundam pilot, not putting 2 and 2 together. The data files that Kathy brought are key to awakening Princess Aurora from hibernation. They could begin Operation Mythos. Trace File 1. Mars now has an Earth-like atmosphere, although they are still 3 times lighter than Earth or the colonies. The book spends an entire page waxing philosophical about the northern lights of Mars. It's gonna be one of those type of books. I could already tell. Awakening Princess Aurora requires 3 preludes. The data seems to be a password of the sorts. Inputting the passwords will be the defrosting procedure. She says that Tchaikovsky's ballet, which Operation Mythos is named after, has 4 parts. Master Chang says that Father Maxwell has the 4th part. He says that his part is most eloquent, but he is more focused on the defrosting procedure. Apparently, there is an 80% chance that one's memories will be reset upon awakening. That's too high a risk, I feel. But that is also the other reason for the data. Old memories help in memory retention. Duo wonders where his partner is and calls his dad Father Crapswell. Ha! Good good one. The kid is a pilot. He boasts about being far superior to Princess Aurora. The father apologizes for his son. He has been like this since his mother passed away. You could probably guess who the mother was. He wonders if Maxwell is a preventer, but he says they are more just old friends, or rather, more of a frenemy. Father Maxwell and Master Chang catch up. Kathy doesn't want to interrupt, but it is a part of her mission to acquire intel. They tell her that because the fragility of the mind, they have to not just read the files, but experience it. Father Maxwell pulls off his glasses, which happens to be virtual reality glasses. When he says experience it, he means literally. Well, virtually, but as a literary framing device, it is no different from reality. They could use it to reconstruct the mind, but nothing is guaranteed. He may even end up turning on them. After uploading the files, they are able to use the holographic monitor to navigate and explore all the files, or memories for lack of a better word. Wait, this is just that one episode of Rick and Morty.
More like a clip show made of clips you never saw.
They wonder why the earliest entry is AC-130. If you give Princess Aurora the entirety of human history, they may become a super genius, omniscient being. You must feed them data during their timeline. Yeah, but how about you make them an omniscient being? That sounds way cooler. The banter between Chang and Maxwell is great. Chang calls him a Western bastard with no heart, and the father calls him an Easterner that brings shame to his family. Just really digging at each other's personal insecurities like a real friend would do to piss you off. The first record is of Trace Kushanada, AC 171 to 195. It goes over a description of Trace and how he memorized the names of the dead and focused on the losers. He died by the hands of Gundam Unit 5. That's Master Chang. Kathy wonders why he focused so much on losers. People painted him as a hero, but he was more complex, enigmatic, a very melancholy man at many times. She puts on the visor and sees the word 0, the name of the program that allows them to view the memories. The year was AC 170, winter, a year before the birth of Trace. Ayn and Angelina were on the American continent. The two lovebirds kiss. Ayn Yui was born in a space colony in AC 150. He was the nephew of Hiro Yui, the original Hiro Yui, the representative of colonial affairs. Ayn's job was to bridge the gap between the Earth and the colonies at the age of 20, while visiting the Rockefeller Foundation branch in North America. He met Angelina Kushanada, a Rockefeller representative. The two met at a party and have been sneaking around for some time. Ayn was faithful to Hiro and the colonies, and Angelina was faithful to Rockefeller and Earth. In the end, Ayn returned to the colonies without her. Colony VO-8744 was once a melting pot colony, but now one of the most fierce anti-alliance colonies. Their anarchy is fueled by their lack of resources and anger towards the Earth Alliance. Even though Hiro Yui is the famous one in the history books, it can be said that Ayn played a vital role in strengthening their inter-colonial support. He was able to convince VO-8744 to lay down arms. God, the names of colonies in this universe suck. It's like reading a barcode. After this, Angelina came to him. The two eventually got married at VO-8744 in Maxwell Church. Ayn threw himself more into his romance and his work with Hiro. Angelina traveled and lived the nomadic lifestyle that Ayn lived. Summer, AC 171. Angelina returns to Hiro and Ayn's home colony around the L3 point. She is 6 months pregnant. Hiro suggests that she give birth on Earth. Apparently, older generations of After Colony are superstitious about children being born in a colony due to birth defects. It is something that has been solved for a long time, but older people are superstitious about it still. The Winter family of the L3 colony is still doing births using test tube babies and DNA manipulation. He says that he is concerned with her father, Duke Songkant Kushanada. Still sticking with the number name motifs, I see. He thinks that they should seek out the Rockefeller Foundation, but she says bluntly that they have no connection with the Kushanada family anymore. She says not to worry himself and asks why he won't marry. She says if anything were to happen to him, Ayn and her new family can take over for him. This is the last conversation that these two will have. Sometime later, Angelina was randomly abducted by a mysterious man. Ayn is certain it was the Kushanada family. He eventually gets a message that says goodbye. Considering your precarious position, perhaps this is for the best. He refuses to allow them to take her. He gets into contact with his friend Kant, who acquires intel that they are heading to the spaceport. If you remember from our coverage of Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, Kant is the leader of White Fang. They head to the spaceport where he runs for Angelina, but he is instantly surrounded by Alliance soldiers. A commander Septim tells him to stand down as he is trespassing. He is just a middling commander here, but in Gundam Wing, this is the general that Lady Un put a bullet through his head. He keeps moving forward. Septim's men shoot him in the shoulder, then his ankle. He falls to the ground but keeps crawling forward. The commander points a gun at his head, but the plane has taken off. He doesn't need to die. he is taken into custody instead. In jail, he thinks that he will see Angelina once again. Unfortunately, the two lovers will never reunite, and things will only get worse for both of them. AC-171, Autumn. 3 months later in Luxembourg, Angelina gave birth to a boy she named Trace. Last episode, we saw Ainz get beaten and bloodied by Septum and his men on the runway. This was runway 13. Trace means 13 and is a reminder of that day on the runway. Well, that's dumber than the dice in Star Wars. He looks very similar to both the Yuis. Not too long later, she was forced into a political marriage with Hundert Catalonia and the Rockefeller Foundation. Then her father, Saint-Cont, passed away. Before dying, he gave all the power to little Trace, while Dermel Catalonia assumed control until Trace was old enough. Angelina plans on using this new marriage to thrust the ideals of Hito and Ainz onto her son Trace, a world of colonial independence. Through him, perhaps this could be achieved. Meanwhile, in space, Hiroyui proclaimed the complete unification of the colonies to the public. This just gave the Earth Sphere Alliance an excuse to expand their power to space. They go full America and enact absurd tariffs on the space colonies. Angelina would whisper into the ears of Trace that his grandfather tore apart his mother and father. Well, that explains this line.
I'm making the person closest to me feel insecure.
AC-173, Spring. Hundert and Angelina had a child of their own, Vant Kushanada. As the person who carries both the Catalonia and Kushanada bloodlines, Vant seemed more fit to be the heir than Trace. In space, Hiroyui gave his Heart of Space proclamation. This would later go on to inspire the Sand Kingdom in creating a world of pacifism, which would then be passed on to Relina. Even with resistance members like Kant and Dekim Barton on the Yui's side, Angelina feared for their lives. With the help of the Space Force budget, Septum arranged for a hit on the Yuis. The man he hired would be a sniper named Lo. AC-175, April 7th. The family went on vacation in Scandinavia where they saw the Northern Lights and much more. However, the next morning, Angelina's worst fears were imagined. On the news, she learned that Hiroyui was assassinated. At the same event, a bomb went off, killing Ainz as well. Angelina cries alone when Trace comes in. He feels for his mother and cries as well. This was the first and last time that Trace has ever cried in his life. In AC-195, Trace would write a piece quoting Rilke's Autumn in reference to his experience of the ice flows seen in Scandinavia. They return home when Angelina donned black. They never traveled again. We then see the poem Dazzling Light, AC-176, Autumn. On the island of Corsica, the Alliance built up their military forces and began production of mobile suits. This is due to 5 brilliant scientists and engineers. However, after Hiroyui's assassination, the engineers all disappeared. They left mobile suit development in the hands of Tuberoth and Sace Clark. He is the brother of Trant Clark, the random Oz soldier in the anime that was consumed by the Zero System. Remember? Nah, me neither. In August, they began rollout of the Leo. By October, they were everywhere. Tuberoth then unveiled the Tragos, a mid-range support mobile suit. Sace stepped it up as well and created the Ares. These 3 mobile suits mark the first generation of mobile suit development, while a new military-industrial complex grows. The Sand Kingdom started to change. Formerly humanitarians, they took the approach of absolute peace. In space, the peace that the Yuis tried to maintain is slowly falling apart. The Alliance responded to conflict on A00-206 colony with force under the guise of helping. This just made things worse, and endless conflict began. Hundert was never around, claiming to always be working for the Foundation, but the boys saw him as a coward who was retreating from his family. Their father eventually admitted her to a hospital in the Sand Kingdom. AC-180, April 8th. Trace is now 9, and Vant now 7. They go to visit their mother at the hospital every holiday. Every time they visit, she says the same thing to Trace. Seize the world, become the ruler of Earth and space. The Sun Kingdom wasn't always a nation of peace. They don't really have any resources and had a weak military. Regardless, they dipped their toes in conquest, only to be conquered and put into debt. Cut to the present, and the current king has put all their resources into medical research. This made them the top nation in global healthcare. 1/3 of the population has a role in medicine, either as a doctor or nurse. They were dispatched throughout the world and began helping people. They even helped in the advancements in child care in space. Remember, there is a superstition about having a kid in space. The superstition is built around it being a real problem in the past. The Sand Kingdom met many times with Hiroyui before he was assassinated. The king would go on to proclaim total pacifism. 20 months later, General Daigo Onagel of the Earth Sphere Alliance attacked, and the Sand Kingdom failed. Angelina was moved to a colony cluster at the L1 point before the fall of the Sang Kingdom. This put distance between her and the boys. As Trace grew older, he had less and less interest in the aristocratic society. At age 11, he rejected his role with the Rockefeller Foundation and joined the United Earth Sphere Alliance Military Academy. He was trained by Colonel Kilius Catalonia, who was the younger brother of Hundert Crucianata and Duke Dermel's youngest son. These aristocratic family trees must be wild. Colonel Catalonia's 2-year-old visited often along with her 2-year-old eyebrows. She, like much of the aristocracy, is a distant relative to Trace. He was trained in military strategy and mobile suit tactics. While visiting Corsica Base, Trace saw something that would alter the course of his life. He saw the mobile suit Tallgeese. He tries to talk to the technician wearing a Hawaiian shirt. It happens to be Mike Howard. Trace doesn't understand where this mobile suit stands, where the Ares, Leo, or Tragos can't handle the situation. Howard says he is thinking as though a mobile suit is a cog in the military machine. It is a mobile suit that has the ability to take on hundreds of units. Trace thinks this sounds more like a fairy tale. He wonders if he could be the pilot of this mobile suit. One mobile suit acting as a one-man army would minimize lives lost on the battlefield. Trace demands it be painted in elegant color. Zex would go on to pilot this unit, but 12 years later, he would be reunited with the Tallgeese. In the anime, when he saw the mobile suit, it seems like this was the first time he saw it, but he was feigning ignorance while he was around Lady Un, as he didn't want to show his true self until she proved herself. What a weird retcon. But seeing this mobile suit would inspire him in the future when he enacted Operation Daybreak. Trace also went on to help with the development of the Tallgeese 2 and 3. MC-0022, Winter. Master Chang activates a device. The alarms go off as a hidden door reveals a cryo chamber. It looks like a frozen teardrop. Inside is Princess Aurora, a boy. The boy happens to be Hiro Yui, the pilot of the Gundam. This face looks familiar to Kathy Poe. She remembers the archive security cam footage of AC-195 of Dual Maxwell giving a speech. She is referring to this speech.
This false pacifism, this false living space, outer space is nothing but a breeding ground for even more battles in the future.
Hiro used Duo's name while undercover. The only footage of a Gundam pilot is of Hiro, not Duo. She realizes that 3 of the Gundam pilots are standing in front of her. Well, 2 of them. One's defrosting. She wonders why Master Chang never told her. He says her knowing wouldn't change anything. She needs to finish reviewing the files and jumps back in. AC-185, Autumn. At age 14, Trace surpassed the now Brigadier General Kilius Catalonia. He was assigned to an officer training school in Africa, as the general didn't want Trace to deal with the grumpy old politicians in Europe. Outside of Kilius Catalonia, he was seen as someone who has no real-world experience. A now 5-year-old Dorothy believes that Trace is a genius on the battlefield. Kilius Catalonia tells Dorothy the history of mobile suits in battle. It was anti-alliance groups that first put mobile suit workers to use in combat. This caught the attention of Oz, who began development of their own. However, development was stalled when the 5 engineers went missing. Even with the development of the Leo, Tragos, and Ares, many Alliance forces found themselves with no mobile suits, as they are stuck in their old bureaucratic ways. The Tragos was just used as a gun turret replacement. However, Trace changed this by integrating all 3 mobile suits into a single unit. Ares units would conduct recon and launch surprise attacks to disrupt enemy front lines. Based on their intel, Tragos units would provide covering fire, while the Leos head in on the ground. All forces would converge to take out the target. This is similar to Napoleon's cavalry tactics or Hitler's Panzer Division, but most conflicts involve small insurgencies. No longer are we in the days of soldiers treating war as an extension of dueling. It is now a systematic approach that requires precise management over the system, just like a business. It wasn't until next season until he was able to put it into practice. A rebellion broke out in Mogadishu. Vance started playing a bigger role in the deliberations. A supreme commander of the Alliance ground forces, Venti, thinks that these mobile suit forces are just toys. Trace chooses 5 candidates for his mission. Zex Marquise, 10 years old. Lucretia Noin, 10 years old. Izumi Tarnoff, 14 years old. Solak de Broek, 12 years old, and Elv Angil, age 13. They're quite young. Trace and Zex will lead the Ares units. Noin and Izumi will run support in the Tragos. Solak and Elv will push in on the enemy front lines with Leos. All the mobile suits are white, which explains Noin's white Taurus in the series. Trace and Zex launch. They take out the command center and turrets around the outer perimeter. The Leos and Tragos move in with minimal conflict. The rebels wave the white flag, and the battle is over in an instant. Commander Venti is mad that this operation was accomplished with just 6 mobile suits. Trace talks to Zex. He calls him Miliardo and seems to know his true identity that he has been hiding. From that day on, a new era of warfare began. AC 186, Spring. The use of mobile suits grew swiftly. Soon, mobile suit battles were taking place across the world. Demand for mobile suits made the Rockefeller Foundation a lot of money. The military-industrial complex grew to new levels. In this universe, it should be called a Rockefeller complex. On the moon is the factory pumping out Leos, Ares, and Tragos mobile suits. Meanwhile, navies are demanding aquatic mobile suits, which will become Pisces, while space forces are demanding something that will eventually become the Chimera Leo. However, many rebels have been stealing and siphoning off many of the Alliance mobile suits. Because of this, the Marius factory is constantly playing a game of catch-up on mobile suit production. The factory on the moon expanded to accommodate their production needs. Trace was the one who laid the groundwork, but it was Vaunt who revolutionized operations. This involved aggressive automation practices. He also reduced full-time work and created an around-the-clock shift system. Vaunt became vice director and acting representative of the Foundation. He also went after the aristocracy and took down massive swaths of corruption. This put their father in a position of being the one that old aristocrats would plead to. Of course, Vaunt the Reformer can't be stopped. Under Kushinaga would soon find himself in the L1 cluster of colonies, just like his abandoned wife, Angelina. He then set his sights on Alliance forces' doorsteps. Vaunt replaced the supreme commander of the Alliance forces with Field Marshal Kilius Catalonia. This allowed Oz to gain complete autonomy. They could function at their own discretion. The child soldiers we talked about last episode actually has a name. They are referred to as the Specials. Even though on paper Kilius controls the Specials, it is Trace who runs the show. Conflict and insurgencies are now handled with masterful efficiency. He continues being a mobile suit instructor at Lake Victoria, inspiring new cadets. There were 2 pillars on his philosophy: act on your own judgment, for the soldiers who follow. I don't get that last one. Future instructors like Noin will take this to heart. AC 186, Summer. Trace's discipline doesn't involve regimented training. He is all about accumulating knowledge from military history, theoretical frameworks, and battle analysis. Even with mobile suits, it is important to understand the fundamental principles of past warfare. His tactics were demonstrated during the first Lunar Wars. This was a conflict among the laborers at Marius plant. The workers were pushed to a breaking point. Interestingly, the 1/6 gravity of the moon caused people to not have to sleep as much after acclimating. This caused levels of depression. Management most certainly took advantage of this with more work. This grew and grew, so the factory decided to turn to the Alliance to handle the situation. They responded with 3 chimeras. The Leo Type 2, aka the Chimera, is a prototype Leo used by Alliance Space Forces along with Rebel forces. There's no visual or fan art of this mobile suit, but many of the prototype Leos we see look somewhere in between a Leo and a tall geese. We know the new Chimera is just an updated Chimera, so we can assume it looks similar. Some of the workers stole the newly constructed new Chimeras, aka the Leo Type 3. The workers ended up defeating the military mobile suits sent to quell the rebellion. Certainly, these new models played a vital role in their win. Marius plant fell under worker control. This inspired rebellions within the L1 and L2 cluster of colonies. Because the factory was able to roll out 10 mobile suits a week, they were able to amass an army that rivals the Lunar Space Forces in just 2 months. Over time, many terrorists and former Alliance members became commanders of rebellion mobile suit forces. They also created the Tragos 2 and the battle fortress Sagittarius and Centaurus. The Tragos 2 is simply an upgraded Tragos. The Centaurus and Sagittarius are 300 meters in length. Weapons include 25 260mm gun turrets, 2 1300mm beam cannons, and 100 twin machine guns. These 2 fortresses can take on 100 mobile suits. Lydell Hart is the one in charge of the fortress, and is one of the few people who still believe in the big gun philosophy in an age of mobile suits. This is starting to change. Lydell Hart wanted even more battleships. He decided to hire Mike Howard to create a new ship that he would call the Peace Million. It would in fact do the opposite of peace. This wouldn't be achieved until AC 192. Lydell Hart unfortunately didn't live to see the ship, and we know that Miliardo Peacecraft will go on to command the ship with Mike Howard. Vaunt is talking to General Venti and General Lydell Hart about reclaiming the Marius plant. He wants to dispatch the Specials and have Lydell Hart halt his attack for now. A General Noventa steps in and says that the enemies will grow strong in the meantime. It will take Trace and his team 7 days to make it to the moon. This gives them time to make 100 new chimeras. Waiting doesn't seem to be an option. There is one thing that they are hiding at Maria's plant. Underground, they are working on developing neo-titanium along with what will become Gundanium. This will revolutionize the next generation of mobile suits. Killius says that he will allow Lydell Hart to engage, but he can't use his 2 fortresses. Everyone protests this decision. This is when a young Septum interjects. He says they could use the fortress to buy time for the specials. They need to think about the fact that Lydell Hart might defect at any moment, and they need to keep people on their side. Vaunt and Killius agree, but they can't use the giant megaparticle cannons. They move into action for the operation. This compromise by Vaunt would be a huge mistake for him. Trace and his team gets word that they are heading to the moon. His team is using the new Newtype 4, aka the Griefs, which is German for Griffin. He departs Earth with 25 Griefs and 24 elite cadets. Zex, Noin, Izumi, Solak, and Elv are now leaders to other cadets. Artemis Sedici is a former Anti-Alliance Forces member and is in command at Maria's plant. She happens to be a mother of Colonel Sedici, who will become a White Fang member in AC-195. They will be dividing their 100 chimeras into 8 units of 10 each, along with 4 strike teams of 5 units. Each team will create a star-like pattern for defenses. Meanwhile, Lydell uses a V-shaped formation. Flying V! In terms of raw power, the Alliance gets the upper hand. This war of attrition will most likely give the win to the Alliance. Artemis knows that the Alliance isn't firing their beam cannons. That is when Lydell says screw this and decides to fire those cannons. The Marius plant goes down swiftly. The rebels proceed to phase 2. This involves each formation encircling the Alliance forces as they no longer have to focus on the plant. The beam cannon attacks didn't hit any rebel mobile suits, even though it took out the factory. The Alliance forces are now dispersed, and they aren't communicating. The Sagittarius and Centaurus accidentally squishes some of their own mobile suits. Whoops, it has 300 seconds before they can fire the main cannons again. The Alliance and Rebel forces dwindle at an even rate, until Artemis infiltrates the Sagittarius Bridge. The battle ends after 24 hours of non-stop combat. Lydell Hart surrenders. The fortress is now in the hands of the rebels, and they use it as a new POW camp. Prussian general and military theorist Karl von Clausewitz states that victory allows the winner to impose their vision of the world, whether through subjugation or forced peace. The workers don't think they need further conflict, but the anti-alliance terrorists want to continue their campaign. This led to a divide between the rebels. This is a benefit to Trace, who is on their way to the moon. Trace arrives at a spaceport at the L1 colony cluster. Here, there aren't too many civilians, with exceptions of people fleeing the lunar plant. One of these civilian families has a 6-year-old boy. Also leaving the shuttle is a man wearing his hat, hiding his face. Trace had no idea that this man is Odin Lowe, the man who killed Ainz and Hiroyui. Odin is a freelance operative. He glances at Trace, who says he looks like Hiro and Ainz. He bumps into the little kid on accident. The kid's mother apologizes. This moment makes Trace think of his mother. He doesn't have time to visit her while he is here. MC-0022, Princess Aurora, aka Hiroyui, is on the verge of awakening. Kathy Post says that his face looks identical to the boy that Trace and Odin just interacted with. His pod opens. Hiro awakens and is welcomed by his old friends Duo and Master Chang. Hiroyui emerges from the pod. He is already proving that he is better than everybody by moving his body, something that takes the strongest people at least a day to do. He's just better than you. Deal with it, he says to brief him on the current situation. But Master Chang has to test something first. Hiro once said that he would never kill again after the events of Frozen Teardrop. He wonders if he still feels the same way. He says, "Who's that little shit?" referring to baby duo Maxwell. Father Maxwell tells him that it is his son. He turns to Kathy and says, "Who is this Sally ripoff?" Kathy is offended, but Master Chang tells her that she needs to finish going through the records. She puts on the glasses once again. She says that the baby version of Hiro she saw is probably more interesting anyways. AC-186, Summer. Trace and his men are at the L1 colony cluster preparing for his attack on the moon. The moon's gravity is 1/6 of Earth's. They needed something beyond the Type 3 Chimera. This is where the new grief comes in. This is the pinnacle of Leo engineering. Says Clark, the head engineer, thinks that this machine is practically a tall geese and hates it, as it represents the opposite of the minimal and efficient Leo. He hated it so much that he tendered his resignation. The Grief has the firepower of the Leo with the flight power of the Artemis. It also has a shoulder-mounted cannon that rivals the cannon of the Tragos. This is an all-in-one mobile suit. This mobile suit made Sace irrelevant in his eyes. But for Trace, it's not about the machine, but rather the pilot. He has 3 cardinal instincts: intuitive grasp of enemy proximity, the visceral understanding of battlefield conditions, and the psychological resilience to maintain clarity. The anti-alliance forces will certainly have a grasp of the terrain. His specials are going to have to adapt to the lunar surface quickly. They have 3 days till they make their way to the lunar surface at the Sea of Tranquility lunar base. The Alliance forces have 15 chimeras, 5 lunar surface combat type 2 Tragoses, and 5 high mobility fighters. The anti-alliance forces now have the Sagittarius along with 80 mobile suits. With Trace's forces, that makes it 50 versus 80. Take into account that they have the Sagittarius and it's closer to 50 versus 130. They are at a disadvantage. On the Sagittarius, there are fights breaking out between soldiers and workers. Some want to begin peace negotiations, while others want to strike the Sea of Tranquility base. Artemis Sidici doesn't want to fight, but she doesn't have any alternative solutions. They get word that Alliance forces were seen at the L1 colony. Supplies are dwindling and people are getting impatient as they run out of air. Letting the anti-Alliance forces devour themselves is a part of the plan for Trace, which is why he wants to wait 3 days. The Sagittarius hasn't moved for 2 days. He knows that if they capture the lunar base, they're going to use it as leverage to declare independence. Trace plays it out in his mind what would happen if they took the base. Essentially, L1 and L2 colonies would support the anti-alliance forces, and a siege battle would play out on the moon. Trace is thinking hundreds of moves ahead. Artemis understands that capturing the base won't lead to their freedom as well. At L1, Zex and Noin enjoy a cup of coffee. They look out at all the constellations. The two have a very cringe conversation about the stars. During this conversation is when Noin realized her love for Zex, though she doesn't seem to know that he is Milliardo Peacecraft just yet. At the other side of the bar is Odin Lowe and Aoi Clark having cocktails. She is the younger Hiroyui's mother. She is also an Oz secret agent undercover as Sace's wife. Odin is the father of the young Hiro, though he doesn't seem to be around often. He mentions that Sace is pushing people too hard, but she says that it is actually Tuberoff that is pushing them. This caused him to be removed from the development team. This minor setback would fuel Tuberoff to later build the mobile dolls. Odin is giving secrets to Artemis. She tries to bring up the assassination of Hiroyui, and he tells her to drop it. One thing is for sure, they don't want neither Oz or the anti-alliance forces to get their hands on Gundanium. They know this will be used to create Gundams in the future. After 3 days, the specials touched base with the Sea of Tranquility Space Force. Artemis studied Trace and his tactics. Conversely, Trace probably didn't even know Artemis or her name. Artemis is tactical, but she views her men as chess pieces. Trace, on the other hand, has complete faith in his men. Meanwhile, Vaunt is handling an outbreak on L2. This is referred to as the colony flu, which has a 40% mortality rate. Ew, space COVID. The L1 colonies have many doctors from the same kingdom. Vaunt relied on their experience and backed them financially, though they don't seem to back him. They were able to distribute a new vaccine swiftly. On L2, someone named Solo contracted the virus. His friend stole a vaccine to try to save him, but he was too late. Throughout all of this chaos, the friend never got the virus himself. He decides to call himself Duo in honor of Solo. Vaunt went to visit his mother, Angeline, at the hospital at the L1 point. She is so lucid that she believes that she is still in the same kingdom. Vaunt shed a tear, but made sure his mother didn't see him. It was frustrating for him to watch her wither away. She asks about Trace. He tells her he is currently on the moon. He says that Trace wouldn't have cried if he were here. That is why he is going to be the one who unites us all. Trace and his team are ready to launch. The soldiers are riled up, which is still weird considering Trace is only 14 years old. His grief held the vanguard. His unit is white and blue, which reminds him of the ice during his childhood vacation, the good times with his mother. Tragos and Chimeras follow behind him. The team moves in slow and methodically. On the Sagittarius Bridge, Artemis thinks their forces are insignificant. Luckily, there is a lot of distance between the two. Artemis realizes that they are moving slowly to provoke them into firing the Sagittarius beam cannon. Trace hid the Tragos squad behind the enemy horizon line. His specials are to protect Trace. Zex is loving the new griefs, while Noin looks out at the stars. Everyone seems cool and collected. They remain still, neither side willing to make the first move. Artemis watches as the Alliance forces draw what seems to be like a demarcation line. That is when Trace tells his Tragos line to open fire. They aren't anywhere close to one another to hit anything. Artemis recognizes that this is Trace's Mogadishu tactics. It has a ceremonial approach to it. It is a similar tactic to British Army strategies seen during the American War for Independence. All they are missing is some kind of drummer boy. The Tragos sends another volley of missiles. Artemis sends out their chimeras. The Tragos instantly falls back. Something feels off. They push back towards the Tragos, but Trace, who was the vanguard, is now nowhere to be seen. She is paranoid and thinks she is falling into Trace's trap. That is when anti-Alliance chimeras go down. They triggered landmines. The Alliance forces weren't drawing demarcation lines. They were laying mines. She tells all units to halt, but explosions goes off. She tells all forces to converge on the Sagittarius. This creates a smokescreen of dust and dirt. However, in moon gravity, the dust and dirt sticks around for a long time as dust doesn't dissipate in the wind like on Earth. 10 anti-Alliance chimeras have been struck down. They still have a 2-to-1 advantage. They pick up a heat signature right in front of them and they fired their beam cannon. But it was only ballistics from the Tragos. This was a tactical faux pas on her end. She picks up 25 heat signatures and wonders where Trace is hiding the Griefs. That is when the Griefs make their attack on the Sagittarius. The anti-Alliance forces is using the moon as the battlefield, but Trace is using space as the battlefield and views the moon as merely an object on said battlefield. Essentially, the Griefs swung around the light side of the moon undetected. The battle is on the dark side of the moon. The Alliance now has the Sagittarius surrounded. Trace tells everyone to attack. The anti-Alliance chimeras covering the rear and front are taken out in an instant. Sagittarius has 2 minutes before they can fire the cannon again. They begin moving back. Moving while firing the cannon will reduce accuracy, but that won't matter too much. Artemis redirects her ace chimera pilots to attack the Griefs. The Griefs don't have the strongest output when it comes to firepower, as that still belongs to the chimeras. As they run out of power, the specials pull out their beam sabers and they carve a path towards the Sagittarius. They move in to protect Trace as he moves forward. The main cannon is charged and ready to fire in 10 seconds. Oh hey, we actually get an image of what the Sagittarius looks like in this photo. It just looks like a giant mining facility that can move. With seconds left, Trace fires his medium-range gun and destroys the cannon. Because of the cannon, the Sagittarius does an emergency shutoff on all controls. Trace and Elv pull back while Noin and Izumi dismantle the ship. More anti-Alliance chimeras come in to protect what remains of the fleet. Zex and Solak's team are still fighting against the Aces, but they are distracting them from helping the Sagittarius. As the battle exhausts both sides, the Sagittarius is able to get power back. They begin to withdraw. The Greeks were able to force the remaining 30 chimeras to retreat. The battle is over. Artemis accepts defeat from Trace. 3 factors contributed to the anti-Alliance forces' defeat. First off, Artemis's psychological state was affected by Trace's ability once the battle began. She started making decisions and then changing her mind last minute. Because of this, she was premature on the beam cannon. Second was the performance difference between the Chimeras and the Griefs. The Griefs' performance was better, but Artemis had more numbers. She could have won if she moved in fast and swiftly, but she dragged the fight out, giving Trace an advantage. And third was the tactical strategy to circle around the moon. Most of the damage was done with Artemis's psychological crash out mid-battle, but the final factor solidified the win. The Alliance handled the aftermath while Trace and his men went back to the L1 colony cluster. He meets with his brother Vaunt. He is happy, but Trace thinks this is a victory because the plant was destroyed. Trace also reflects on the losses of his enemies. The two brothers plan on seeing their mother while at L1. Trace made a visit already and doesn't have it in him to tell his brother that she ain't doing too well. He will just have to see for himself. He suggests that Vaunt see his father as well, even though his brother doesn't want to. As Trace has never met his father, Hiroyui, he suggests that he see him regardless of his feelings. Their visit to their father is short. Trace is cordial, but Vaunt is passive-aggressive. They then visit their mother, Angelina. Vaunt discusses the rumors of mobile suits being developed with Gundanium alloy by colony scientists. They're looking into it, but Trace suggests they make working conditions on the lunar surface better. Vaunt is working on affordable housing at L1 and L2 with shuttles running to and from the moon. Both Vaunt and Trace have different approaches, but they are both doing it in the name of preventing another Hiroyui assassination. Their mother's words when younger transformed into idealism to fit the two individuals' needs. They go to visit their mother where a nurse is giving her a sponge bath. Vaunt is slowly becoming paranoid at everything and everyone, and punches the nurses because he thinks he's doing a bad touch. Trace has to calm him down before they talk to their mother. When she sees her, Angelina tells Trace, like she always does, that he will end conflict and be the one to save everyone. But she doesn't acknowledge Vaunt. She doesn't seem to remember him as her health slowly devolves, which is sad because Vaunt has more love for their mother than he does. This moment broke Vaunt. Though he continued supporting his brother, he started to become delirious. He exerts what little power he has in the moment by forcing the hospital to provide female-only staff, and threatens the hospital director's job. Also in L1 is Odin Lowe, working for the Barton Foundation, who is hired to help Artemis and the Anti-Alliance forces. Aoi Clark is spying, serving under Vaunt to secure blueprints of this new Gundanium alloy mobile suit codename, the Gundam. A third party is also crossing paths at L1. It is Sace Clark and his son, who he believes is destined to take the codename Hiroyui. So because Aoi is undercover as Sace's wife, Hiroyui is technically undercover as his son. They don't specify, and the wiki refers to him as Hiro's stepfather. But I'm pretty sure Aoi is lying to Sace and just claimed it was his kid. Also, Hiroyui's a 6-year-old spy. This psycho was bred for this lifestyle. But what I also didn't realize is that it makes Hiro and Trant Clark related. It makes sense he was somewhat able to pilot Wing Zero before the Zero system made him mad. MC0022, next winter. Master Chang has images of Relina on his monitor. He wonders if Hiro will be able to kill her. She is going by the Peacecraft name once again. Relina is the Preventor's target. Hiro understands. He once again is ready to kill Relina. Oh boy, here we go again. One thing to note is that their group is never military, despite them being military trained and using military vocabulary. They achieve this through sheer will. The book then goes into an elaborate and pathetic attempt to justify him killing again after proclaiming to never kill again. They insult you, the audience, with this quote. The very contradiction illuminates both his thoughtful humanity and the raw wounds of his heart. Fuck you, Katsuyuki Samizawa, writer of these novels. Just own up to the fact that you want to make a sequel. Stop with this justification. Kathy Poe is starting to realize how this Hiroyui and Trace are intertwined. AC 186. Autumn. The same place that once held Ain Yui now holds Artemis and other anti-alliance forces. Lowe begins his precision infiltration. He is under disguise as a guard. He placed explosives around the power stations. In space, a power outage is a survival threat. The explosions go off. This makes the facility think that it is an anti-alliance attack. A space shuttle approaches from the spaceport, but it is dismissed as routine civilian traffic. It was in fact Odin's escape. Once power was regained, it was brushed off as nothing and overlooked. This was Kant piloting the shuttle and picking up Odin, Artemis, and other anti-alliance forces. The final explosion causes another blackout where they make their escape. Meanwhile, Zex and Elv Onagel are on a mission to deliver 25 griefs to the nearly finished fortress, the Bulge. After this mission, they will most likely be getting new units, so this would be the last chance for them to use the griefs. This is the first time Zex and Elv had a chance to connect with one another. In this interaction, it is clear that Elv knows Zex is a peacecraft. He knows because his father fought the peacecrafts. Zex wonders if he told his father, General Daigo Onagel. He says that he doesn't betray his comrades. Despite their camaraderie, there is still some unresolved conflict from their past. This is resolved when Zex puts a bullet in his father's head in the original series. Elv jokes about him reclaiming the peacecraft name. Zex laughs and says that will never happen. Ha ha! Cut to the scene where Zex burns down the Peacecraft mansion. Sace also worked on designs for the Bulge, but once he focused on the Leo, he passed it off to someone else. He complains to his son and wife about them taking the Leo and the Bulge away from him. Hiro is holding a toy Leo, and out of insecurity, Sace grabs it and throws it. He says the Leo isn't a toy. Hiro just gives him a cold look, like, I'm a psychopath. I will kill you one day. Sace communicates with Dakim Barton at the L3 colony cluster. We learn that he is the one who made modifications to Kant's shuttle he used to save Artemis and the rebels. He wants him to shoot down a transport heading towards the Bulge. He outsources these orders to Kant, who is in the vicinity. His shuttle approaches the two specials. Artemis pretends that she is hijacking the shuttle. She puts a gun to Kant's head. A Leo 3 emerges and points a bazooka at the boys. They make it a point to let you know that the self-destruct mechanism wasn't a thing during this time. They have to justify why they don't just blow themselves up. That's the Gundam Wing solution to problems. Zex's impulse is to fight, but Elv says, leave it to me. The space fortress never did receive its 25 griefs, and Zex and Elv disappeared. They were declared MIA. The loss of some of the specials, the escape of Artemis, and the loss of the Marius plant marked the failures for the Earth Alliance and what will be called the First Lunar War. This was Trace's first stain on his immaculate record, so naturally, Vaunt scrubbed it out of existence. From that moment on until AC-188, Trace and his specials will be officially off the record. Their actions were attributed to the Alliance Space Forces. Major Septim participated in helping change history, and he gains the ranks to Brigadier General 2 years later, where he will live 9 years freely without a bullet in his head. He was considered quite incompetent by others in his ranks. Trace is inquiring about Marshal Catalonia with regards to his missing cadets. He is taking personal responsibility for their investigation. AC-186, October 26. In AC-133, the Alliance tries to create the ideal global hegemony under Western values. But of course, Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and South America resisted this. This is one of the many reasons for mass exodus to the colonies during this time. In the present, the illusion of the Alliance's attempt at peace while fueling the military-industrial complex has never been so apparent. Under the ideals of Hiroyui, the colonists wanted to embrace pacifist demilitarization. The bulge represents Earth's aggressive projection of power or space's unnecessary burden, depending on one's perspective. This answers the question of if the name is bulge or barge. I always called it barge because there would be no way someone would name something after the bump my dick makes in my jeans, right? Right? Wrong! I guess it's my fault for not being in the Japanese mindset. From AC-174 to AC-186, the Alliance tried to get the colonies to shoulder costs. This would in turn prevent the colonists from funding their own military. Well, that kind of failed. Oh right, they're technically not a military. We just talked about that. One colony at the L2 cluster, VO8-744, felt this burden the most. And this colony is a young duo Maxwell, who will become a warrior born out of the colony's desperation. Sace is given an invitation to the Bulge's opening ceremony, where he is credited as a contributor. This infuriated Sace. He decides not to attend the ceremony. Aoi and her son attend the event while Sace's depression grows with his isolation. Aoi, being a spy, knows he has succumbed to helping the anti-Alliance forces. She is actually sympathetic to his needs. As Hiro gives her an origami crane, she decides in that moment to give it all up and live a life as a wife and mother. The Bulge was a celebration of engineering marvels. Sace has been a whiny bitch about not getting the recognition he deserved, but his complaining isn't without reason. Sace will be forgotten in the history books, but his work goes on to stand the test of time. However, his own stepson, Hiroyui, would put his engineering to the test. As Hiroyui is pretty much the best pilot in this universe, he put the Leo through many tests throughout this series, and it did indeed prove its worth. At the ceremony, Kilius Catalonia stood at the podium. He speaks of the Lunar War, still fresh. The Bulge is supposed to stand as a representation of authority. He speaks of this being the product of the colonies and that the Alliance is just its shepherd. All this political grandstanding to make it seem like the colonies didn't just pay for their own metaphorical space wall and built it, but this worked as it calmed the colonists' nerves. In AC-186, Kilius will relinquish his title of Field Marshal. His demotion from Field Marshal to General is all for show. He still has a death grip on the Alliance and the colonies. In AC-195, we see Lady Un pull a similar tactic, militarizing the colonies while preaching peace. Dorothy watches her father with boredom. She asks Vaunt where Trace is. It seems he hasn't made it to the party yet. She runs off on her own. Vaunt thinks he should abandon his pursuit of his comrades. He knows that Zex has no past. His documents are all fabricated. He thinks he poses a threat to Trace. That is when he notices a kid with a Leo. It is a young Hiroyui. He knows he is Sace's son. Hiro shows off his Leo toy. He is quiet but then asks Vaunt if the war is over. This throws him off initially. He wants there to be peace, but when asked by Vaunt if he wants to fight, he says he doesn't want to, and merely running accomplishes nothing. Vaunt notes that he doesn't have that childish charm. Translation, you're a little psychopath, 6-year-old Hiro. The two shake hands with their left hands, which is called a scout handshake apparently. As he walks away, Dorothy bumps into him. They wouldn't remember this interaction and would not run into one another again until AC-195 at the Saint Kingdom. Later, on the Bulge Command Center, Vaunt, Septim, and Noventa are talking about the intel they acquired about the new Gundanium mobile suit called Wing Gundam Zero. This thing is as powerful as 50 mobile suits. Septim wants to know if they are expanding their military. This thing is going to create a military arms race throughout the colonies. Luckily for the Alliance, it doesn't seem like the Gundam can reach mass production, as they lack the ability to create at scale. The Wing Zero blueprints wouldn't be complete until Catra finished it 9 years later. Vaunt, struggling with his own mommy issues, is ready to bring down the hammer. Many of the people throughout the colony are young. This is because of the previous generation's inability to let go of power leaving a gap. Once they died or eventually gave up power, they had no successors. Because of this, they relied on child prodigies. Artemis yells out to begin the attack. Outside of the L2 colony cluster emerges 25 griefs, the ones that went missing with Elv and Zex. Trace's white-colored units are painted black by the Anti-Alliance forces, dubbing it the name Schwartz Grief. The Griefs split into two teams. 8 chimeras on the outside barely responded to the attack in time. The Bulge begins shaking from the attacks. Chaos ensues. The Alliance's extreme hubris prevented them from properly planning for their new fortress. Aoi looks for the young Hiroyui. Her first instinct is to take out the guards and fire on the panel to get the door open. Sace goes to save his wife and child on the Alueto. Alueto? It's a 0G electric bike. A guy who seems to know Sace gives him a normal suit and escorts him to the reception room. The two ride the bike. It happens to be Odin Lowe, assigned to sabotage the Bulge. But just like Sace, he is here to save Aoi and little Hiro. Oh, this is awkward. Aoi gets the door open, and she heads out into the external passageway. While on the bike, Sace notices the Griefs out in space. They destroy the Chimera guards. Aoi finds little Hiro trying to get his broken Leo. At that moment, the Hiro's 2 fathers come in to save them. Unfortunately, in that moment, the room is engulfed in flames consuming Aoi. Infuriated, Sace goes to the hangar and leaves little Hiro in Odin's hands. He finds himself one remaining Chimera. He hates the Grief, but knows it is a Leo at heart. He takes on the Griefs and is surrounded by 3 units. One is taken out, no problem. He then destroys the auto-balancer of the second one. Finally, he pierces through the third with a beam saber while yelling, "You won't have my son." He stabs but misses the cockpit. The Grief fires its cannon, and the attack takes out both the Grief and Sace in the process. Artemis is informed of the 3 units down, and it was done by Trace's specials. They tell the units to converge on the location. That is when Trace comes on the comms challenging Artemis to a duel. He happens to be behind her, just like the battle on the moon. After challenging her, he then opens a comm to the Bulge and suggests they prep the beam cannon. He says to let Vaunt fire this one. She accepts the duel, but it is a ruse. He says he is willing to sacrifice himself to save the Bulge, but Vaunt doesn't accept this. Trace knew this reaction and what would happen next. Vaunt fired the Bulge's beam cannon, using Trace as bait. As the beam blast approaches, the rest of the specials come in at lightning-fast speeds and pushes Trace's Grief out of the way. This eliminates all but 2 Schwartz Griefs, Artemis and her underling. The 2 retreat. Trace wasn't injured during the attack. Solak, Noin, and the other specials were ordered not to interfere, but it seemed they chose not to listen. Vaunt wouldn't put this on record. He also got a taste of blood as he killed 20 Griefs. AC 187. Odin and little Hiro become colony drifters. Though Odin is his blood father, Sace did most of the child rearing. But one thing Odin can provide this child is survival skills and tactical knowledge. More importantly is what Odin calls the art of staying alive. For him, survival means feeding on others' deaths. He doesn't believe in purity. All that matters is the moment. This is what he passes on to Hiro. Hunter Crucianata passed away from a new strain of the colony flu. Vaunt is glad that he is dead, but Trace tells him not to kick a dead horse. Trace notices his little brother changing. Vaunt has a mark for his assassination. His draconian methods would always lead to an outcome of rebellion. Intercolony communication is now difficult, and interplanetary trades have also been halted. He has also increased censorship. The assassin is, of course, Odin Lowe. He wonders if killing him will change anything. Vaunt has been visiting his mother frequently, so Odin has been able to memorize his patterns. He waits on top of a building with a perfect view of the hospital window. Little Hiroyui ensured their escape route is clear. A male enters the room. Already, something is off. The nurse refills the water and the flowers that were left behind by Vaunt. Little Hiro goes to scout out the situation, as they may have another assassin treading on their target. Meanwhile, outside, Vaunt approaches, waiting for Trace. But he is in the midst of an operation. Vaunt enters alone. Odin is tense, but he waits for his target to move a few feet over before he shoots. Suddenly, violence ensues in the hospital. Odin runs to little Hiroyui, who is holding a gun over a body. Hiro killed the nurse, who happened to kill Vaunt and Angelina. If this transpired 1 second later, Odin could have killed Vaunt without having to kill his mom. Little Hiroyui got a perfect headshot. Odin tells him that his first kill is the hardest, and it gets easier. Trace's mission is successful, but soon gets news of the death of his family. He is more sad over his brother's death. It turns out the nurse wasn't a terrorist. It wasn't some anti-alliance scheme. It was the nurse that Vaunt punched previously. This, along with Vaunt's political agenda, is what sent him over the edge. It was all mostly personal. Trace cries for the first time ever. You only get 2. That's what Grandpa used to tell me. He withdrew from the spotlight up until AC-193. Some would consider this his dark ages, but it was actually a time of atonement for Trace. MC-0022, next winter. Kathy must go through the Zex files as well, but she reflects on a poem from Trace. That is when they get a call from Dr. T. It happens to be Troa. He informs Master Chang that the young Winter lady has stolen Prometheus. This is referring to Catherine Winter. They wonder if they should kill Professor W's sister, referring to Catra. It appears so. Young Duo will head out in the Warlock, and Hiro will head out in Snow White. More on these units later, though there really isn't too much to tell. Kathy Poe must still focus on the Zex files. Father Maxwell says that these files are the same used to wake up Relina Peacecraft. This piques her interest, and she dives back into the past. This novel begins with a quote by Dorothy about 2 people with the name Hiroyui. One preached peace, while the other is a weapon for war. This is a very confusing way to start the novel, and I'll explain at the end. MC-0022, next winter. We change perspectives to a nameless boy. He has never had a name, but this doesn't bother him for the same reasons that he doesn't believe in the past. Subjectivity of humans creep in. He believes it is just better to surrender your body to time. History just breeds an ideological time sink. 5 years ago, the Martian Federation declared independence from the Earth Sphere, United Nations, or ESUN. The first president was Miliardo Peacecraft. He ruled without spilling any blood. They began the Mars century and diverted history and calendars from the Earth Sphere. This made sense as Mars had longer days. However, both Mars and the Earth fell into hard times, and people started regretting their declaration of independence. MC-0021, first winter. A summit was happening in Relina City. Many from the Earth Sphere come to this event. Among them are the President's Chief of Staff, Lady Un, and Ambassador Sylvia Noventa. She is the daughter of Field Marshal Noventa. Hiro wanted her to kill him for killing Noventa, but he asked so aggressively. It's the scene where he goes, "Kill me, you coward!" I'm sorry, you coward. It's such a good scene. This dude can't be around people. At the center of the ballroom is a cryo capsule which holds Princess Relina. Rumors are that she is stuck in the chamber. Miliardo addresses the people. Halfway through the speech, the nameless boy's plan goes into action. He pretends to protect Miliardo, but he pulls out a gun and pulls the trigger. This nameless boy kills Miliardo Peacecraft. He doesn't care about politics. He is a man who simply follows orders. A dog of war. The nameless boy runs. He uses his backup escape route. Dude has emergency plans for his emergency plans. The kid hides for about a week in the ventilation shafts with no food or water before making his escape. When he heads outside, he unfortunately couldn't see Phobos or Deimos in the sky. As he flees, he hears a violin play. It is a man and a young girl who is playing Rimsky-Korsakov's Scheherazade, which sounds a little something like this. The man draws his gun and refers to himself as Dr. T. He says he has no name, just like him. He introduces the young girl, Catherine Winter. She says they could kill him now, or he could walk back to the city and the citizens can kill him. Dr. T says there is a third option. He could come with them. The nameless man thinks the violin was hiding a weapon, but it is merely a violin. He joins them for now. They get out of the city. While crossing Mars, Catherine plucks a tune that Dr. T refers to as Endless Waltz from his childhood. The kid is taken to a circus tent. It is on a small island that doesn't get too much traffic. There he meets a man with the same eyes as Catherine. He says that he is early. The girl refers to the man as Big Brother. He doesn't seem to be used to Mars' atmosphere yet. The man goes by the name Professor W. It is Catra. Also, there's no images of Silver Fox Catra as an old man. Someone draw this, please. He asks Dr. T what the T stands for. Professor W says Troa, but T says it is Triton. Things are moving faster than they expected as he shows a hologram of Miliardo's funeral. Noin is probably taking it the hardest, leaving her their 2 kids, Nina and Millie. They look onto the hologram to see Noin and the kids wiping dry eyes. This all seems to be a sham. Behind them is a blonde, mysterious man. It must be Zex. There has been a deadlock amongst their politicians, and many are fleeing to the Lenangreen Republic, where Zex assumes power. On a different holo-broadcast, Zex announces that the Lenangreen Republic is seceding from Mars. This is Superman levels of, we're all just pretending this guy is a different guy now? Okay. They want the nameless boy to rise up and help the citizens who can't defend themselves. The boy finds Professor W to be a clown. He says, no, that's Dr. T, and he only does it on Mondays now, I think. They want to train him as a pilot. Drought-resistant algae found on the Europa surface is what allows them to terraform Mars. They're pumping the skies with greenhouse gases to get the breathable atmosphere going. But it still remains unbreathable due to rich carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. A scientist by the name of Lana Green is the one who researched this algae during the AC era. When exposed to sunlight, it grows at an exponential rate. They called it Jovian moss. This accelerated the greenhouse gas effect on Mars. What was expected to take centuries will now take decades. People in AC feared potential catastrophes. One catastrophe happened on Mars when MO7 crashed onto the Martian surface. It contained Jovian moss and people lost control. It started with dust storms, but then the oxygen levels increased. Water began to rise and the entire area became a sea. The people stayed and became a maritime nation. This is the Lana Green Sea, which became the Lana Green Republic. Much of Mars is in the para-terraforming period, which is a fancy way of saying civilization still lives in domes. To build these domes, Miliardo created Mars suits. These were eventually turned into weapons. But what he wants to show the nameless boy is not Mars suits, but rather mobile suits. Frozen Teardrop goes full Fukuda. Mobile Suit stands for Mobile Suit Standards for Manipulative Order Build and Industrial Labor's Extended Suit. Don't you just hate it? Dr. T shows him Prometheus and Scheherazade. Gundam Prometheus is developed by Dr. T and Professor W. It is a close combat unit that holds an array of missiles. It uses temperature tubes that are called heat stinger blades. The blades are powered by a flame core. It also has shoulder-mounted cannons. However, the design is incomplete and intentionally left unpainted and unfinished. It uses a protective cloak to cover its appearance. There isn't any real data on Scheherazade, but its appearance is similar to Sandrock. This is named after a storyteller from 1001 Nights, and it shows cunningness and resilience. The lore around Prometheus, on the other hand, is that he stole fire from the gods, and it's all about defiance. The boy asks Dr. T if the two are really siblings, and he tells him to go figure it out for himself. He wonders which one he will pilot. Another girl drops down from above. It happens to be Catherine, or Miss Catherine, as she likes to be called now. She slugs him for gawking at her, and she calls him rude. He laughs and says, sorry, Mrs. Catherine. She hits him again and says, it's Miss Catherine. Oh my, new fetish unlocked. It will be 750 days until the mobile suits will be complete. They're heading to Earth to train under heavier gravity. It will take 6 months to travel to Earth from Mars. While traveling to Earth, he undergoes extensive trajectory drills without using any computers. Math without a calculator? Ugh, no thanks. For 180 days, the nameless boy did training that was essentially training for the circus. Once in the Earth sphere, they went to an abandoned colony. They continued training under 3 times Mars gravity. Many bones were broken during this time. She brought in lions and tigers and had knives thrown at him. They then increased to 6 times Mars gravity. As cold as Miss Catherine was, she was also very encouraging. The next test involved thin air, low pressure, and biting cold environments while doing the trapeze. They increased to 9 times Mars gravity. His body adapted to every environment thrown at him. MC0022, next spring. They get a message from Dr. T saying that things have changed and to come back. A new president was elected. They watch a newsfeed to find that it is Relina who has been elected as new president of the Martian Federation. They're confused as Relina is supposed to be sealed away in a cryo chamber. She dons the mask, legs X, so people think that she may be a double. She's going by the Peacecraft name instead of Darlian. She plans on working closely with the Lana Green Republic. We just ignoring the guy who faked his death and took over another nation? Jesus, what's happening? MC0022, first winter. Their shuttle is called Phobos. On their way back to Mars, what they call an X-10 class solar flare happens. They scramble to shield Phobos. A distress call comes in. A transport ship, the Kubrick, messed up their radiation shielding and need a rescue. They tell them to send over schematics so they can fix their shielding. They will have 300 seconds to match trajectory, speed, board, and exit. They match speed and head to the Kubrick. They head to fix the radiation shield, but it eats up their time. So he needs to get into the Kubrick to survive the solar flare. There is a law that they don't technically have to save anyone when stranded, as it could lead to mutual destruction. The nameless boy even thought about this law before engaging. Ironically, they use it against him and say, sorry, you helped us, but we won't help you. He thinks he is going to die, but Catherine comes in with a capsule and saves the boy. He needs to survive in the pod for 2 days with 1 day of oxygen. After the solar flare passes, Catherine opens the pod and provides him with fresh oxygen. She kisses him on the forehead and the two return to Mars. Catherine contacts them. He knows that she seemed different. Prometheus and Scheherazade haven't been making progress. but Snow White and Warlock are coming along. MC0022 next winter. Snow White and Warlock are hidden from everyone. The kid uses a Mars suit to train with Dr. T. Miss Catherine never trained, nor did Katerin. Katerin also neglected her violin. Later, he overhears Dr. T, Professor W, and Miss Catherine talking about Katerin. They doubt that she is ever going to pilot Snow White. They're transporting Snow White and Warlock to a polar base. Later that night, Katerin stole Prometheus and fled to Relina City. They want the nameless boy to go after her, but he is only trained in Mars suits. The nameless boy says that he finally has a name. He calls himself Troa Phobos. Later, Katerin steals a vessel called the Zagreb and heads to Olympus Mons. Troa Phobos follows her, but she notices and sends a message. She says that his new name is stupid when they are surrounded by mobile suits. They happen to be Magwanac mobile dolls. They're slimmer, but ultimately the same Magwanac, just unmanned. Two other mobile suits approach. It happens to be Snow White and Warlock. Snow White's pilot asks if Katerin intends to join Relina. Katerin answers, and Snow White begins his attack. This half of the book starts with a quote from Scheherazade from 1001 Nights. MC0022, next winter. Katerin's father is Zaid Tabla Winter, who died in AC 195 as we saw in the series. Her middle name is Ode, named after an instrument, just like Katra and Zaid, whose middle names are Rabara and Tabla. That's something new that I didn't know. Her mother, Zaid's wife, is also named Katerin. We learn that she is a test tube baby. Test tube baby. She asks Katra if he has ever been glad that he were born. He says he would only know the answer when he is about to die, meaning he hasn't found happiness just yet. He goes on to describe survivorship guilt to Katerin. This is a common problem with soldiers who live when their comrades die. He reflects on taking his parents' lives. Katra blames his father's sacrifice on himself, and his mother died giving birth to him. He has always been the one to take the peaceful option if necessary. Katra's philosophy is make the compromise, lament in the inconveniences, find satisfaction in the compromises, and move on. Some of you should follow Katra's philosophy. He reminds us all why total pacifism isn't possible. Katra is paying for the consequences of the past in a time of peace. He takes it in strides. MC0015 to 0019. Katerin was raised by Dr. Iria, Katra's sister. She treated her more or less as her mother. She later learns that she is also a test tube baby as well. We learn that there are more cloned winners. Iria runs the Winter Hospital. Late at night, Iria used to play the violin for her. She one day tells her about Katra. He has never been loved before. So dramatic. He says that he is unique. I need the kanji on this one because I don't know what unique refers to in this situation. Because of how dramatic this is, I am going to assume general celibacy and not implying any type of homosexuality or asexuality. All of these guys are like monks pretty much. I mean, one of them's a priest. She wants Katerin to carry on the winter name. She plays Irene's violin and reads stories from 1001 Nights. They also play a game called Image Trace, which syncs brainwaves with memories from the past. She uses it to watch old memories of Irene playing the violin. A couple of times a year, Uncle Rashid visits. This is Rashid Karama, leader of the Magwanac Corps. His beard is now white. She believes that the two may be in love. She asks him why don't they get married and wonders if it is because she is a test tube baby. Test tube baby. He in fact already has a wife and tells her that people walk different paths. But Katerin thinks that everyone should speak from the heart. She doesn't really understand love at this age, but has an appreciation for the universe. While at the Winter Hospital, there are two patients that Katerin talks to. One of these people is Marlene Darlian, Relina's mother. She seems to have Alzheimer's and refers to Katerin as Relina. The other person was a young girl named Stella. She struggles with congenital lung and heart issues. Over time, she built a wall and became distant, but then the two mended their friendship. Katerin mentions that she thinks that she may have 29 older sisters and one brother. Stella received a lung and heart transplant. In MC0019, she regained health. She was 5 and Katerin was only 4. Uncle Rashid came to visit once again and gave her a pair of Magwanac Corps goggles as a gift. This gave her more confidence. MC0022, next winter. We return to the present, to Katerin's point of view. Snow White's beam saber is drawn. It takes out her hover skiff. Luckily, it didn't damage Prometheus, which means they are after the Gundam. The goggles shield her eyes from the dust. A sandstorm begins. She tries to get in contact with Rashid. This isn't Rashid the human. She gets into the lead unit of the Magwanac mobile doll, which is based off of the Magwanak Rashid Kurama custom. She gets in and begins controlling the squad of mobile dolls. She sends 7 of the Rashid mobile dolls toward Snow White. The XXXG 00YSW Wing Gundam Snow White Prelude is the predecessor to Wing Gundam Zero and follows the same design concepts. However, the red and blue colors found in the protagonist's Gundam have been removed to give it that white angelic look. The Seraphim binders are the wing-like units which have 2 modes. Rondo mode, which is a defensive mode, and Anthem mode, which works in tandem with the Zweig units. It still retains the Neo Bird mode and the Zero system. Weapons include the same twin buster rifle used on Wing Gundam Zero, the new Zwirg, which is an upgraded version of the Messer Zwirg, a shield, a machine cannon, and a beam saber. She needs to keep her distance from Warlock as it resembles Death Scythe from the records, and she doesn't want to get in melee range. There isn't really any data on Gundam Warlock, but this clearly resembles Death Scythe in design. It probably just adds extra armaments and adds an improved scythe. While fighting, she thinks of music that plays to the beat of the battle. Warlock takes on 40 mobile dolls, while Snow White rushes towards 7 Rashids. Because of the music, her movement patterns are insane. This throws off the Warlock pilot, Duo Maxwell. Hiro and Snow White has no trouble taking down the mobile dolls. He tries to stop Katerin, but she is determined to take Prometheus for herself. While Hiro is occupied, Katerin sets her sight on Troa Phobos. MC0020, next autumn. Stella and Katerin were in the same class at St. Minerva Academy. One day, during gym class, Stella collapsed and immediately was rushed to Iria, but they sent her off to the central hospital in the city. Iria mentions that her sister, who is also a clone, was in an accident and is a vegetable. Apparently, Stella was supposed to be the clone used for harvesting, but considering the situation, looks like things are going to be reversed. We find out that the rich in this universe create dozens of clones based off of their DNA. This is for harvesting purposes if it is needed for the host. They are still treated like a daughter or son, but it is still clear their life's purpose is to serve the host. She returns to school a few months later. She stopped going to the winter hospital, and the two became distant once again. Stella soon became friends with others in the school and treated Katerin like an outcast for being a clone, which is ironic. Then an attack happened at the port. An anti-Federation group attacked with Mars suits. The kids were locked down at school, but then the school was attacked. Many are injured and killed. Katerin finds her missing goggles. A dead girl had them, which means they were stolen by one of the catty girls. They're too young to be called catty bitches, I'll be nice. There is one downed Mars suit in front of her. She opens the cockpit to find a Federation pilot panicking. She wants to take over, but the biometrics are matched to the pilot. Katerin says, "I'm a main character in a Gundam Wing franchise. I don't need your help." She hacks it, deletes the database, and adds Katra's biometrics from the hospital records. She goes into action with her goggles on and is able to take down all of the Mars suits. Suddenly scared, she decides to run away towards Iria. When she returns to her, she is met with a silver-haired man. It is Katra. He is amazed with her skills with the Mars suit, but is afraid that she will rely on it too much. She asks if he is living in a way that's true to himself. He says that he will spend his life searching for that answer. He and Dr. T want to take her under their wing. Iria gives Katerin her violin to take with her. The two bid each other farewell. MC0022 next winter. Katerin goes after Troa Phobos. She is losing many mobile dolls and fast. She is using the Mirror Trace program that she used as a game. This program allows her to mimic her enemy's moves. She splits the two mobile suits up because she doesn't want the two to learn the subtle nuances of one another, even though it puts her at a tactical disadvantage. While Warlock and Snow White were distracted, Troa was able to come in and disable her machine. They try to get her cockpit open. MC0022, first spring. Katerin gets a call from Iria asking her to visit. At the Winter Hospital, Iria wants her to help Marlene find Relina Darlian. She wonders if the one running for president of the Martian Federation is the same Relina. She promised to take off her mask if she won. She took Marlene to Relina City for her inauguration. As her car passed by, she jumped out of the car instantly and recognized her mother. Mother and daughter were finally reunited. Katerin was invited to the presidential residence. There, she met Relina's nephews, Naina and Millie Peacecraft. Their family and the Winners seem to not be on good terms, but we aren't explicitly told why. Naina argues for total pacifism while Millie takes a more direct approach. No matter the approach, They need some form of black ops to get this dirty work done. America in the real world has the CIA, the Earth sphere has the preventers, so they need something similar. But she believes that if a select few is doing the dirty work, then they are taking on the brunt of humanity's pain, and society hasn't achieved peace. Millie takes off Katarin's glasses and says her eyes are more beautiful than Earth. Oh my, a night full of political philosophy and compliments? And they say chivalry isn't dead. He then puts a violin in her hands. Millie pulls out a flute and says, check it out. Pretty cool, huh? He gets her to jam out with him. She begins playing a bit of Scheherazade mixed with gypsy scales. Millie then joins in. She felt lightly fatigued, but everyone cheered her on, including Millie. She says that this duet is the greatest performance of her life and wished this night would never end. MC 0022, next winner. Back at the battle, Katarin had one final move to play, or as she puts it, she has to play the final movement of the War Sonata. Choa tells her to raise her hands as he opens the hatch. The watch on her wrist is monitoring her pulse. She puts herself into a panic attack. This triggers the self-destruct sequence on the Rashid Magwanak. Oh snap, first attempted suicide of the story. Gundam Wing is back, baby. Katara tells Troa, your hat looks stupid. And then she kisses him, causing confusion. In this moment of confusion, Millie and Naina come in to save her and Prometheus Gundam. Hiro says his plan was too naive. As they fly away, she apologizes to the winners as she made the decision to leave them behind. But more importantly, she apologizes to Millie as she wanted him to be the first person she kissed.
This volume starts with a quote directly from the conversation between Hiro and Trace during this scene. You know, that scene where Trace goes full hipster before unveiling the Epion. MC 0022, next winter. Kathy Poe is currently looking over the Zex files. We switch from her perspective to Maxwell's point of view. They just get word that Katarin was able to give them the slip and make off with the Gundam. Master Chang calls Maxwell Jr. and Hiro idiots. The only Gundam they have here is Master Chang's, but he has never used it. Maxwell says they are no longer in their prime. These assholes are what, 30, maybe 31? Stop being so dramatic. He does say that Cyrene Wind is still out there, and to let him do as he pleases. Master Chang contemplates the last time he saw Cyrene Wind. He is referring to Zex. MC 0017, first summer. I believe Mars has 4 seasons, like Earth. They are just longer, so I'm not sure what is going on with the 2 summers thing. Father Maxwell travels through the Mars desert on his motorbike. He calls himself Father, but he actively avoids churches and doesn't do anything priestly, as he puts it. He is more of a bounty hunter than anything. He treats Mars like the Wild West, full of day drinking, prostitutes, and gambling. He then heads to a town called Cyrene. He had to stop to get his bike fixed as exhausts get clogged real quick on Mars. He parks his bike outside of a saloon, walks in, and orders a glass of wild turkey. Wild turkey survived through both AD and after Colony? Who is shipping wild turkey to Mars? Are there any other brands that survived? That opens up so many questions. Duo takes a shot and asks for the Colonel. The bartender's face goes pale. He simply points to a table in the back. Father Maxwell can take a guess at which one in the group is the Colonel. He heads over to the table of men playing poker. Maxwell takes his palm and shoves it into the Colonel's face, knocking his chair over. Duo pulls out a shotgun and aims it at the other man's head. He then pulls out a cigarette. Who is this version of Duo? I want to see more of him. Maxwell talks about Zeonics and other hedonistic forms of culture from the old days. The Colonel doesn't know what he is getting at. This man is responsible for killing Elv Onagel, one of Trace's former specials. That is when a mysterious man approaches them. He answers Maxwell by saying the absence of pain is pleasure, which means the ultimate pleasure must be death. The father tells the Colonel to start talking, as this man has far more kills than he has. He says that a man named Neuenheim Konzern hired him to take out Elv Onagel. After saying this, the mysterious man puts a bullet in his head. Luckily for Duo, the bounty was for him to be dead or alive. This man is none other than Zex. That's right, the Lightning Count himself, the heir of the Lost Nation, codenamed the Wind that puts out the fire. That's right, I'm talking about none other than Miliardo Peacecraft. He has a lot of names. The two get a drink. Don't mind the blood everywhere, I guess. Father Maxwell calls him the man that brought independence to Mars. Don't give him another name. He says that was Miliardo, not him. Oh right, we are playing this game still. He brings up the Federation President, Disnuf Neuenheim, who is Noin's brother. Disnuf is 19 in French. Keeping that number motif going. Zex is annoyed simply by the sound of his name. Noin is at an event with him. They switch from wild turkey to tequila. He was going to ask what's next for him, but he's a wild card, so he chose not to. Rather, he wonders what should he call him now.
He says, "Call me Cyrene Wind." Behind them comes a little girl. It is Naina Peacecraft. "Where were you during the murder?" Maxwell mentions since he's gotten here. The aging is something that he hasn't gotten used to. The cause of the accelerated aging is unknown, and it is referred to as the geriatric plague. Okay, they weren't being dramatic earlier. They really are aging faster. It varies depending on the individual and their environment. Father Maxwell only has been here for 2 years, but that is 4 to 5 Earth years. Cyrene has a favor to ask him. He wants him to take Naina to the Schweiker orphanage, aka Hilda Schweiker. He doesn't want Disnuf Neuenheim to be an influence on her. He promises that he will return for her. They will head out tomorrow after Father Maxwell sobers up. Naina has a parting gift from Cyrene the Wind Peacecraft Marquise. While Duo was passed out drunk, some guys came and started trouble. They all had bounties, so we left their bodies so Father Maxwell can collect a decent chunk of cash. They head off into the Mars desert. MC 0017, next summer. The two traveled from town to town as they would have to constantly repair the bike. They then headed south towards the Green Republic, where the orphanage is located. He reflects on Disnuf Neuenheim. His family's company traveled between Mars and Jupiter within the asteroid belt, and mined the resources which then produced most of the colonies that brought forth the after-colony era. They controlled colonies up until AC-130, where his patents expired. This led humanity into a second colony boom. During this boom is when Mars began their terraforming project. They lived that dome life, with an orbital elevator connecting the surface to Phobos. But then Mars has less oxygen and less gravity. Like the moon, many didn't want to build a life in these environments, and the money men went away. Also, by this time, money started going to mobile suits and the military-industrial complex. He is certain that Disnuf Neuenheim is responsible for sending MO7 crashing into Mars, with the exact algae needed for growth. Disnuf and Neunstad Nove would have shrugged this off as opposed to the Romafellers, who would have made a profit off of the deaths. But apathy aside, Noin's family is a part of the elite, no different than the Bartons. The now total pacifist lifestyle around the Earth sphere doesn't work for Mars. A place that needs growth, needs competition, and with that bred terrorism and a rise of orphans due to prostitution. I like to think that there is a bunch of slave children waiting to rise up in this universe like post-Calamity. But within the grim lifestyle, there are places of hope, like the Schweiker orphanage run by Hildy. It is under her name because Duo is still a wanted man. Also on Mars, churches don't get tax breaks, as Duo is barely a priest. This is barely a church and functions more as an orphanage for children in need. Duo funnels his bounties and gambling money into the orphanage. He tries to do good with what he calls dirty money. He introduces Naina to everyone. Since she was older than most of them, she fell into an older sister role quite quickly. They recently got a drifter kid that came in. Hildy jokes that it is his lost child. Duo thinks, "I was with a few girls before Hildy." Nah, the timing doesn't line up. Duo be banging. Hildy decided to name the kid Duo. He hangs around a little bit before heading out. While smoking, he thinks, yeah, I probably shouldn't be around impressionable children for too long. He heads out to see that the little boy changed his oil filter for him. He says, "Are you my dad?" Duo goes, "Hell no. We just have a similar face." Bro, that's not a similar face. That's the exact face. He tells the kid to treat Hildy well, and he takes off. So we learn Maxwell Jr. isn't actually his real child. MC 0022, next winter. Kathy Poe pulls off the glasses. She wonders if this is all true. Who is the Major General Zex Marquise that is currently occupying the Green Republic? Father says that Zex currently goes by Cyrene Wind. She thinks it is a double or plastic surgery, but Duo is certain that this isn't the case, because Hildy snuck onto the Libra. Before he could finish that sentence, alarms goes off. Master Chang picks up 4 mobile suits from the Green Republic. 3 of them are Virgo 4s. The Oz 03 MD4, Virgo 4, has 8 defensors, a Buster rifle, beam sabers, and enhanced thrusters. The other unit happens to be Gundam Epion. It seems they are finally making their move. Wu Fei will head out in his Gundam Nataku, aka Epion Bai. This is a white modified Epion. Father Maxwell takes a look at the screens. That red color. He is certain this is just like the machine he fought during the Eve Wars. They seem to be making their way towards Olympus Mons. They are after Snow White and Warlock. Wu Fei will engage in 30 minutes. They wonder if they should contact Duo and Hiro. He says they should contact Captain Sakai of the Voyage. Kathy focuses on hacking into the Mars Federation forces' surveillance, but the Federation's security is very quick. Duo isn't an old man and thinks that he can still pilot a Gundam. He thinks back to 10 years ago, MC 0012, first spring. During this, he still went by Duo. He was considering breaking things off with Hildy. They have apparently been in an on-again, off-again relationship, but she beats him to it and breaks up with him first. He says he wears his heart on his sleeve, and he says his long braided hair is stupid. She says, "Hello to Solo for me." Oh wait, he's dead. And then she just leaves. Damn. He goes after her. As he grabs her, she throws him to the ground. She threatens a restraining order and leaves. MC0012, next autumn. Duo lived out near Olympus Mons. He sobered up after his breakup. He is amazed by the terraforming progress on Mars, as there are some areas that get close to breathable atmospheres. He thinks of what humanity's greatest legacies will be, not the pyramids, not the terraforming, as that is just a byproduct of science. Maybe it is something grander. He felt a sense of solitude he hasn't felt since he was a kid, and even shed a tear. Then he felt loneliness. MC0014, next winter. Over the past few months, immigration on Mars went up drastically. It isn't hard to immigrate, as it's still the Wild West. You just need a background check, and a vaccine against Martian degenerative disease. People seem to have gotten tired of the so-called freedom of the Earth sphere. However, crime went up. It is only a matter of time until a military will be formed, as Earthsphere military can't interfere. Duo goes out for a drive on his bike and ends up crashing. He was a little drunk, which didn't help. His left arm and both of his legs feel broken. He spots his bike on fire in the distance. Suddenly, it starts snowing. He goes in and out of consciousness and notes a circus. Then he hears someone approach, calling him an idiot. They eventually call for help. Duo mentions they use the heavy arms to transport him. He thinks if he wakes up, he won't drink again. MC0015, first spring. Hildy came to visit him. She is amazed by his stupidity. Before she came, he asked to look for a traveling circus, but came up empty. They gave him a vaccine to the degenerative plague, but he thinks it is a fake. The circus he was looking for connected him to Hildy. She now works for the National Library in the Lana Green Republic. After getting bailed out by her, he decided to head to the Southern Hemisphere, ironically crashing with Hildy for a little bit. He ended up taking a bartending job. Eventually, he got enough money to buy an engine from a 1500cc bike called the Ares Hornet Mark III Schweiss. But before he could buy it, Hildy took his money for all the trouble with the medical bills. Impulsively, he asks her to marry him. He eventually says that he will even cut his ponytail for her. Remember, he won't cut his hair because of what happened to Sister Helen and the Maxwell Church. And when I say remember, I mean we haven't covered this yet. We will get to it in Glory to the Losers. He just wants funds for a bike. So he was actually amazed that she agreed. She was enticed by Duo cutting his hair. The two even held a hair-cutting ceremony. He was good for a few months working for the Mars terraformers. But in secret, he lived that bounty hunter life to make some extra cash for the bike. Once the bike was fixed up, he took off, leaving Hildy in the dust. MC0016, first spring. Father Maxwell returned to the Lana Green Republic, but didn't head into the main city so he wouldn't run into Hildy. However, while on the outskirts, he happened to run into her in a nun's outfit. She says, "You asshole. Duo was left the church, but it was actually drowning in debt. Hildy is financially ruined for being an idiot and marrying him. She wants a divorce." His legal name on his marriage certificate was James Clerk Maxwell. He was forced to pay off a lot of debt that Hildy was burdened with, and she forced him to help at the church. He went with it. Once again, not because he owes it to her, but because he needs to give his body time to heal before he inevitably takes off again. Except Hildy expected it when it did happen this time. The kids even said goodbye to him. He went on to gamble and collect bounties. But now he occasionally sends money to the Schweiker orphanage. MC0018, next winter. Father Maxwell is visiting the orphanage for Christmas. On Mars, Christmas is just a random day they picked. He picks up a Santa outfit and brings gifts to the kids. Maxwell says that Naina and the other children have a sense of sadness that looms over them, as Mars is quite bleak. Cyrene Wind hasn't made his appearance since he gave up Naina. The kids don't know what Santa is, so Father Maxwell gets a lukewarm response from them. Later, little Duo helps him fix up his bike. The kid tells him that Naina looks out the window every day waiting for her father. Hildy once warned Father Maxwell, "If you keep letting the past drag you down, you'll look around one day and find yourself paralyzed by sentimentality." Little Duo falls asleep. Father Maxwell drapes the Santa coat over the kid and continues working on his bike. Suddenly, he hears a shriek. Someone came in and captured Naina. It was quick and efficient, so these guys are military trained. He follows them into a construction area where there are Mars suits. Father Maxwell plans on stealing one of the Mars suits to attack. But that is when a mobile suit comes in, shredding the Mars suits. Father Maxwell switches to a sniper rifle. This mobile suit seems new, yet familiar. He knew it had to be Cyrene Wind. The kidnappers put a gun to Naina's head. That is when Father Maxwell takes them out with the sniper rifle. Cyrene Wynn gets out and hugs his daughter for the first time in a year and a half in Mars years, or about 3 Earth years. He is taking back his daughter. Naina gives the father a hair clip. It is a gift for little Duo. Maxwell is like, you don't want to say goodbye yourself? Oh, they're already gone. MC0022 next winter. Little Duo tries to contact the Preventers, but Kathy cuts him off because he isn't on a secure line. He finally calls over the proper channels. He is wearing the clip that Naina gave him. The kid wants to go after Zex, but they tell him to shut up. Hiroyui cuts in. He wonders why they didn't stop Wu Fei from getting into Nataku. He says he will clean up their mess and cuts the comms off, not giving anyone a chance to respond. Kathy is able to hack into the Mars Federation systems. Master Chang and his Epion finally make contact. Kathy hacking into the system allows everyone to watch the camera feeds. They look on to Nataku, aka Epion Bai. We get some more data on this unit. Kathy mentions it looks like a 3-headed dragon when in flight mode. It retains the twin beam trident that was also used on Ultron Gundam. It also retains the Dragon Fang. He mentions that dogfights never last long. Even Hito never really engaged in a dogfight, as Wing's bird mode was mainly for bombing runs. Zex's Epion, on the other hand, looks like a double-headed wyvern, crimson in color with a focus on dueling, as God and Trace Kushernada intended. It also retains the Zero system. He stops referring to it as the Epion system, as it and the Zero system are the same. Zex mentions that Hito almost went insane while using it. For Milliarder Peacecraft, the Zero system led him to try to purge Earth's population. You know, just a minor oopsie-daisy. Kathy brings everyone coffee and mentions that Master Chang doesn't trust anyone and makes his own coffee. The Zero system is not activated on the Epion Bai, as Master Chang likes control. He took the schematics of the old Epion to build Bai. It was painted white and blue, similar to the Tall Geese too. For Trace, the color red and black represent the color of losers. This was when he was in his losers era. Black and red is the opposite of white and blue. He seems to idolize Trace, but he also named it Nataku after his wife. Master Chang does what is called a pylon turn, slowly encroaching on the unit. Zex has to buy time until his support Virgo 4s come in. Wu Fei has to end this before he transforms. As he circles the dragon, Zex makes the first move. He was using the Zero system. He would be able to calculate maneuvers faster. Kathy, watching his movements, notes that he is getting his maneuvers from a different dataset. Epion gets a direct hit on Nataku, but he uses the Dragon Fang to get a succession of hits. He realizes that Zex's machine is covered in Martian dust. His is pristine due to him spending meticulous hours polishing it. This gives him a slight edge when they clash with one another. The Zero system can't take into account the love that Wu Fei poured into the machine. He has to finish this before it drags out for too long. Master Chang takes the unit beyond top gear. The base begins blasting Wagner's Flight of the Valkyries. He does a figure-8 maneuver while firing beam blasts. Wu Fei gets close enough to jam his trident into the torso. It slams into the ground and they both transform into Mobile Suit form. Bai is sleek and slim while Epion is a massive force. The left arm of the red Epion has been replaced as it was cut off during the Eve Wars. He has the tenacity of Zex, even though, remember, this isn't the real Zex. Wu Fei is at his limits. He has no choice but to activate the Zero system. He is reminded of Hito and Zex's fight in the anime, where the Zero system put them in a doom loop, a loop of mutually assured destruction. Kathy notices that the Virgo 4s have made it to the battlefield. It doesn't look like Wu Fei is going to win this one. The production of Virgo 3s were done by the asteroid planet Vulcanus. This played a role in the Eve Wars and is now around Mars. Kathy wouldn't be surprised that Neuenheim would be responsible for resurrecting this from the Mars suit production line. She notes that there really isn't a difference between this and the old Virgo 2s of old, although it resembles the Vi-8 more closely. They all work together to use their 24 planetary defensors to create a triple-layer magnetic barrier. Troa Phobos comes onto Kathy's comms. He tells them that Snow White is moving in to help out, and he is using the Zero system as well. Kathy tells Warlock and the others to move to a rendezvous point, but Duo moves in to help Hito. He tries to find a weak spot in the magnetic barrier. Snow White fires the Twin Buster rifle at the barrier. He just goes full force. Inside the barrier, Nataku desperately tries to use his Dragon Fang, but he is losing ground. The defensors go down and Warlock and Snow White move in. Wu Fei feels that he has failed. During the battle, Kathy was in his ear, encouraging him to use the Zero system. He tells her to prepare a cup of coffee. He needs lots of sugar and cream. For the first time, he trusts someone with this coffee. And it's a woman. You know how Wu Fei feels about women. That is when Katerin comes on the comms. The Mars Federation Forces Airborne Division will be there any moment. 50 heavy transport hovercrafts are approaching. 10 Mars suits per transport. She also warns them that they are going to have 2 unverified guests. They seem to be focusing on a war of attrition. That is when Relina Peacecraft, Noin, and the Federation come bursting into the Preventer's North Pole base. She realizes that Hiro has awakened from cryo-sleep. Relina demands they contact him. Hiro reaches out on the comms saying, "What do you want?" Relina speaks out and says, "Hiro, it really is you. I missed you." Hiro, without missing a beat, goes, "Yes, what do you want?" I love this mental illness disguised as a relationship. It's so glorious. She says, "Did you forget that you wanted to kill me?" Hiro says, "I've already accepted that mission. Once this battle ends, I'll carry that out immediately." But then he asks if she carried out her mission yet, and cuts off the transmission. Noin copies the preventer data. On the battlefield comes a glow. A friendly Zex. It is Cyrene Wind. He is in Tall Geese Heaven. This is the mobile suit that came and took Naina away years before. Relina realizes her brother made it after all. MC0022 next winter. We shift perspectives to Millie Peacecraft right after he and Naina saved Katarine from Snow White and Warlock. Cyrene Wind joins the battle in the Tall Geese Heaven. There really isn't too much about this unit, but we know that this is probably an updated version of Tall Geese Flugel, which is from Glory of the Losers. It also has the Nano Defensors, which Katarina thinks is old technology from After Colony times. This is most likely the evolution of the planet defensor seen on Mercurius and the Virgos. Naina mentions that this is an autonomous unit, but when humans use it, it collects data and sends it back to the pilot, creating a feedback loop that provides optimal maneuvers. I don't know if I like that. One thing that I love about Gundam Wing is that there is no evolutionary or technological advantage. They're just better than you, and you gotta deal with that. There's something to that, I think. Cyrene Wind is destroying dozens of Mars suits. The kids also spot Relina Peacecraft's ship. They are certain their mother Noin is with her. While this is all going down, Millie is getting down on a sandwich. He says, "You should really get down on this." Naina knows that Sister Hildy, before the orphanage, was working with the Lana Green Republic, where she collected data regarding old records, when suddenly the fake Zex Marquise comes along. They have a hologram that was supposed to activate the moment Disnoof Neuenheim died. This is Epion's old Zero system converted into a hologram. Katarine thinks that this is Hildy's doing, but Naina isn't sure. They wonder if this is a part of the Perfect Peace program. That is when Relina and Noin board their ship and say that it is the opposite. Noin hands the kids microchips. She says that one is a copy from the Preventer's base, and the other is a file Dr. Schweiker sent them. When added to their Zex Files hologram, it will provide them with a new historical record. Relina says to call these the Peacecraft files. Millie notes that the first file is AC-130, even before his parents were born. There are many records containing the name Hiroyui. Hiroyui firmly opposed the United Earthsphere Alliance. Millie says that this will probably fill in the gaps of what fueled Hiroyui during his prime. Spoiler, it's a woman. Naina takes control of the hovercraft as Millie dives into the files. AC-130 to 144. The Sun Kingdom was located in Europe. Remember, in the anime, it's vaguely described as being kind of near Brussels. 2 sisters were born, Princess Sabrina and Princess Katarina. However, the Sun Kingdom forebode twins. So Sabrina stayed in the Sun Kingdom while Katarina was sent to the colony L1C11234. Ugh, that's worse than 12345 as your password, dude. Someone got lazy. Sabrina seemed to suffer more as she had to hold up the Peacecraft lineage. It was also a geopolitical nightmare, as many tried to push in on the Sand Kingdom territory. The people of the Sand Kingdom never revolted, and Sabrina acted as a rock for her people. Sabrina rarely left the Peacecraft estate and only confided in her cat Sam. Princess Katarina led a carefree life, being raised by the Darlian family. Katarina was helping build the colony at age 13. Meanwhile, Sabrina was constantly rebuilding her land after its constant attacks. Rather than being weighed down by gravity, Sabrina is weighed down by tragedy, as the author puts it. Katarina was 15 when she met Hiroyui. He was a new tutor for the Darlian household. Oh, gross. He was only 5 years older than she was. She didn't think that she could learn anything from him, so their lessons were mostly silence. Hiro also worked in colony construction to help cover the expenses. 6 years earlier, there was a bunch of laborers trying to establish independence, but was swiftly squandered by the Earth Sphere Alliance. Even with all of this, it seemed to be better than life on Earth, at least if you're not a noble person. And there's no natural disasters. While conflict constantly occurred on Earth, the colonies started to see stabilization, which infuriated the Earth Sphere Alliance. Hiro's college campus was active with anti-alliance sentiments. Hiroyui wasn't interested, however. His friend Jay Knoll, aka Dr. J, tried to recruit him, but then he decided to take a leave of absence from school, which is when he became a tutor. After a week of doing nothing, Katarina asks why we exist in space. Hiro finally pays her attention. He asks, do you mean technologically or philosophically? She isn't sure. Hiro then goes on explaining how living in space can be an evolutionary achievement. However, there seems to be no difference in humans on Earth and humans in space from a philosophical standpoint. Evolutionary achievement in the form of social Darwinism. No physical evolution here like Newtypes. Hiroyui shows that he doesn't teach people who lack curiosity or passion. The moment Katarina became curious is the moment he began teaching. This all leads to them having sex, so it's kind of weird. She says, yeah, but does this matter or mean anything? Katarina is all about having direct answers to things, but she isn't going to get a solid answer to the meaning of life. He simply says that the conversations are more interesting than the answers. They end lessons for the day. The next day, she asks if God exists. He goes on talking about metaphysics. Katarina doesn't get it. Hiro says not knowing and admitting this provides more value than a lack of curiosity. Their conversations grew from there. For Hiro, he felt like he was falling into what the author describes as a utilitarian rut, but Katarina's curiosity pulled him out of it. He goes on to describe meaning for oneself, which is essentially existentialism. A letter that Katarina writes would go on to inspire Hiroyui's Heart of Space declaration. The files say that they were merely teacher and student, but it speculates that they were lovers. AC-145, Summer. A rebel fleet imposed a naval blockade and set the stage for another attempt to take the Sand Kingdom. During this time, a Special Forces unit stormed the estate and held the royal family hostage. Luckily, Sabrina was visiting a relative, Marquise Wareridge, at the time. Wareridge suggests she go up into space for now. There is an informant in their inner circle. There is probably nowhere on Earth that she could trust. She decides to go find her sister, Katarina. They head to Brussels, where many other noble families are trying to flee. Because there were so many people, the Alliance wouldn't allow them all to go to space. Wareridge speaks to Duke Sankant Kushonada, and he allows Sabrina to join their shuttle. She can't take cats into space, so she has to leave Sam with Wareridge. They are first heading to the L4 cluster to meet with the Winter family. They will then head to L2, then L1, where they could go to C11234. She was smuggled into the colonies under the assumption that she is Duke Kushonada's niece. AC-145, Autumn. Before they left for the L1 colony cluster, Sankant told Sabrina that she could live on L2, but she was determined to go on L1. He made a promise with Wareridge, so he gives her a spacesuit. He says the shuttle is going to blow up before it reaches L1. It will be blamed on random rebel terrorists, but it is a ruse to stir up controversy. He says war is coming. The Sand Kingdom has more or less fallen and are currently stooping to using rebel support, going against their peace ideology. She wonders when Earth will be unified. The Duke says, I think my grandson will handle it. She asks, what about the other people on the shuttle? Duke Kushonada says they are old guard and they need to go. She thinks that she should just stay on the shuttle and die as she has nothing more to live for. They approach L1. It has been 6 months since they started their lessons and Hiro had the day off. He was working construction when Katarina came to visit. She wonders if humans will ever evolve living in space. Dude, I'm at my other job, why are we doing this? He says that it will most likely take dozens of generations. Remember, at this point, people still believe that giving birth in space is dangerous. He tells her to go away. That is when they notice a shuttle. Suddenly, an explosion goes off. Hiro protects Katarina from the shards. He moves in and finds 2 capsules. He saves one containing Sabrina. The one with the Duke heads to a different colony. She tells him to leave her alone, but he ignores her pleas and saves her. While saving her, he disables his communication box. They have to get back to the colony quickly. Katarina comes over to see if Hiro is okay. That is when she introduces herself as Sabrina Peacecraft. Katarina has never met her sister, but she knew this was her name. AC-145, Winter. The Earth delegation explosion was indeed blamed on terrorists. After that, Duke Kushonada proclaimed that Earth and the colonies would no longer work together. Because of this, the colonies think about a collective alliance amongst themselves. Tensions grew high, and it was all because this was engineered to sow dissent between Earth and the colonies. Rebel forces in the Sand Kingdom continued their fighting on Earth. The phrase early resolution is a mantra used during the after-colony era. This was twisted into meaning, well, we might as well nuke them so we could end this swiftly. The public in general during this time cared more about ending conflict, more so than protecting human life. The media fueled this. Sabrina ended up being taken in by the Darlian household. However, because of the sunk kingdom and new taxes, they are effectively poor and most of their properties have been sold off. Also in this colony, the middle class's wealth is redistributed. What about the lower and upper class? Socialism towards the middle class will drive people towards poverty, it seems. But I think that is the point here. It is to prevent noble families from growing in the colonies like on Earth. Katerina could no longer afford her tutor, and Hiro Yui would be let go. Sabrina closed herself off, but still played the piano. Even with all of this depression, she can sense something between Katerina and Hiro. Sabrina joins in on Hiro's final lessons, but she ends up crying about wanting to see her cat. Hiro consoles her, making Katerina jealous. Sabrina and Katerina never really had a familial relationship. They never consoled one another. Katerina thinks of Hiro's teachings, and she decides to open up to Sabrina. She asks what she wants to be. Sabrina says she wants to live a quiet life and play the piano. Katerina wants to be an astronaut, but it requires one to be rich, and the Darlians are now poor. The two started to understand one another.
Hiro went back to school and met with Jay Knoll. He describes his laboratory like an evil lair. There are a lot of rumors about Jay Knoll and his shady dealings. Hiro asks him if he could clone a cat. He says, of course, he could do anything. 2 days later, Jay Knoll shows up to the Darlian estate with a giant machine. Hiro says, what the hell is this? It is the Wyvern. This looks nothing like a cat, says Hiro. Jay needs more time for that, but he will help with AI. He is talking about the cat, but also talking about the AI for the Wyvern. He could do 2 things at once. Many of the software is done by Thomas Current. Hiro is struggling to see how the Zero system has anything to do with the cat. Jay calls Hiro an amateur. They boot it up. Of course, this is the basis for what will become Epion. The book only talks about the mobile armor form. There is no mobile suit form as there are no mobile suits or Gundams yet. They head to Sabrina and ask her questions about the cat. They ask about the cat's traits. Jay mistakes Sabrina for Katerina. Awkward silence ensues. They end up creating an AI version of Sam. For now, it's merely a computer interface, but it seems to make Sabrina happy. Jay says, I'm leaving the Wyvern here, bye. What an asshole. He just totally incriminated them all. Sabrina plays a song for the digital Sam. She thought it was uncanny how spot on the AI is. Katerina hears Sabrina play and asks Hiro to dance. Tonight was his last night as a tutor, so he indulged her. Their dance came to an end and Hiro left the estate. He heads to an alliance meeting with Jay, where one is preaching about their taxes, paying for the alliance's military. The produce is even siphoned to Earth. They haven't reached the point of collectively working against the alliance, so many take on libertarian stances. This happens to be Sunkant Kushinato. Hiro realizes that this was the other person in the escape pod. It's rare to see alliance members at these meetings. He is preaching against his own Earth rights. The Duke reminds them that childbirth is still hard in the colonies, and they still need to rely on one another. Hiro chimes in saying they need an ideal at the core of their foundation, one built on assisting one another without forced unification, the freedom to work and study without war. This gets some of the others riled up. Sunkant asks Hiro for his name. Suddenly an explosion goes off. Most of the people are unharmed in this attack, with the exception of Hiro, Jay Knoll, and Thomas Current. Hiro suffered severe burns. Jay Knoll lost his left arm, and Thomas's abdomen was punctured. Current is the only one in critical condition. He says they were close to finishing the prototype Perfect Peace program. They stay by his side as Current dies. The police come in and apprehend the two. Katerina sees this on the news. Like the shuttle incident, this was blamed on rebel terrorists. Hiro's burns healed quickly. A Duke Kushinada eventually helped bail them out. The Darlians were moving once again to a small apartment. They sold most of their possessions and tried to sell the Wyvern as well. Sabrina will have to leave behind the AI Sam. The cat can sense that something is wrong. Jay Knoll and Hiro go to the college to check out Current's lab. They mention that Current had a brother named Kance. Jay can't type with his new prosthetic arm. They access his computer to find chilling information. Katerina realizes that Jay's Zero system is stronger than just an AI cat. It begins predicting military conflict. It also tells him that the Sand Kingdom is going to be nuked. Hiro contacts Katerina and tells him that they know about the nukes as well. If she is going to take action, now is the time. Jay tells them that the Wyvern can take out the ship carrying the nuke. Sam, aka Zero, bonded with Sabrina. She can't pilot, but Katerina can. So Katerina will be the one to handle this. She knows that Sam can do most of the piloting anyways. She gets into an old Astro suit. The mobile armor meows. I look like a dragon, but I'm also a cat. Nyan nyan. She launches and finds 8 orbital satellites. Any of them can have the nukes. She can't just destroy them and create space debris. Katerina launches to find 8 orbital satellites.
She plans on circling the Earth and taking each one out one by one very carefully, without causing any debris. Katarina wants to tell Hiro that she loves him, but she says it's a secret and she will tell him when she returns. The mobile armor meows. The satellite Gamina MW begins launch preparations for the nuke. She jams their signals, but no success. She takes aim and fires. The satellite begins tumbling out of the Earth's orbit, unable to fire the nuke. But wouldn't it get pulled back in by Earth's orbit? Never mind. The Wyvern begins entering into Earth's atmosphere. She heads towards the Sank Kingdom. Katarina handles the G-forces no problem. AC 145, December. Katarina declares war on those who harm the Sank Kingdom. Peace is over, bitches! The rebels are concerned that someone is doing their job better, while the Alliance thinks that the rebels have elite spies, even though it's all just J-Null. One of the rebels is Mardix Rex. They think maybe the Wyvern still has the nuke and will use it on them. Mardix decides to meet with Katarina Peacecraft. A storm weakens the rebels' coordination. A flare rises into the sky. It was mistaken for enemy fire and the rebels panicked and fired. Something approaches their flagship, the Robin Hood. It hails their ship and requests landing. The pilot says she is Katarina Peacecraft. She gives them an ultimatum and suggests that they let her land. They grant her permission to land, and she meets with Mardix. The rebels are somewhat skittish. She wants the rebel army to cease fire. They think they want her to surrender. Katarina decides to rebuild the Sank Kingdom with the help of the rebels. She was able to negotiate the release of the Queen and King of the Sank Kingdom. They originally mistook her for Sabrina. She lets them know that Sabrina is safe. Her parents are too frail from imprisonment, so she assumes control of the throne. She was able to assume control with ease as she was adored by her people. Having Katarina there was beneficial to the rebels as well, but it also puts them in a position where they could screw over the Sank Kingdom at any time, since the rebels are the only reliance of force. The Alliance was quite calm after Katarina's return, but they are waiting for the rebels to leave the Sank Kingdom territory. They have many Clover-class carriers waiting at the border. They aren't attacking for fear of losing the King and Queen. Now that they are free, there is no reason to hold back. Mardix Rex was the rebels' representative by Katarina's side, but he acted as a watchdog. Working with the rebels happens to be Mike Howard. He helps tune up the Wyvern. Sam is still being watched over by Marquise Weirridge. Weirridge doesn't seem to like Katarina like he does Sabrina. Mardix will eventually marry Katarina's daughter and will give birth to Miliardo Peacecraft. AC 146, January 19th. Commander of the Earth Alliance 3rd Fleet, Chest Onagel, father of Daigo Onagel, issues the rebels to surrender. They plan on a war of attrition. The rebels approach. The Wyvern is already in the sky. She says, "Tally-ho." Tally-ho? Really? Okay. Sam shows her a wave of enemy fighters approaching on the display. The upgraded thrusters of the Wyvern were exceptionally better. Sam is doing most of the work and takes out the enemy fighters. The Alliance also has their own version of G-fighters and G-bombers that were deployed before the age of mobile suits. They fire missiles, and Katarina takes a lot of G-forces to the face to dodge them. Many missiles lost their target lock and self-destructed. She uses a super jammer and stealth fields. The jammer was made by DD, which stands for Diamond Desperado. She laughs and says that she should call herself the Queen of Hearts. History would end up calling her the Lightning Queen, however. She is above the Clover-class ships. DD's jammer prevents anything from moving within its range and cuts off all comms. She tells the rebel ship Robin Hood that their mission is complete. They begin bombarding the Clover ships and the Alliance's 3rd Fleet collapses. AC 146, February. The Sank Kingdom stole a few Clover-class ships for their growing rebel army. The Alliance became afraid more so of this EMP device that disarmed their entire fleet. The disgraced Onagel thinks there may be another way. He was stripped of command for his failure. Onagel suggests that they bring in the Romerfeller Foundation. Dukes and Kant of the Romerfeller Foundation suggests that they invite the princess to Luxembourg, where they could strong-arm her into paying reparations for Ganima NW. They will make sure they handle the Wyvern as well. The Duke speaks with Eric Shergold, a man of wealth but no nobility. Eric says now is the time to clip the Alliance's wings. So Trace Kushinada's plan to unify the world under Oz in the anime all began here. In a moment of weakness, the Alliance reached out to the Romerfeller Foundation and started making moves. Eric suggests the Duke reach out to Hiroyui. The Alliance monitors the North Sea to ensure Katarina can unleash an EMP before the meeting. The Alliance let their guard down 1 hour before the meeting, and the EMP device was activated once again. Katarina showed up late to the meeting with Hiroyui. They wonder who then just attacked nearby. This so happens to be Sabrina, while Katarina was handling the EMP. She tells the Romerfeller Foundation that the Alliance tried to nuke the Sank Kingdom. Also check out my cat Sam. This is the real one. Meanwhile, Katarina, along with the rebels, were about to take out the 4th and 5th Fleet and destroy the Alliance's winning streak. MC0022 next winter. Naina turns on autopilot and decides that she is going out. Young duo Maxwell is on their tail with Warlock. She contacts the Elysium Island Merciless Fairies squad for assistance. As she heads out, she refers to herself as the Queen of Hearts. The novel starts with a quote from Alice in Wonderland, MC0022, next winter. Troa, who really isn't Troa, now goes by Dr. T, and waxes philosophical about how a rock isn't a weapon, but once you throw it, it becomes one. He says, I am nothing more than a rock. Alright, calm down, you're coming in way too hot. Troa is the most insufferable of the Gundam boys. He came to Mars with Catherine in MC0014. They wanted to see what it was like to run a circus under lighter gravity, and didn't give it too much thought. MC0016. The military created Mars suits, and that is when conflict began on Mars. But it isn't a mobile suit, it's a Mars suit. If we call it a Mars suit, the ending of Endless Waltz is technically still true. So dumb. The two wanted to help fight. They thought about stealing mobile dolls from the factory Volcanus, ran by Neuenheim, but it was locked down and impossible. They decided they would build their own Gundams using Gundanium. That is when Wu Fei of the Preventers got in contact with him. It seems the two of them were on the same page, and they decided to work together. All Gundam data is completely destroyed, so they have to start everything from scratch. Hardware wasn't a problem for them. It was the software that they struggled with. They struggled to make anything move. The 5 Gundam engineers were the best of the best. They worked off of Mercurius and V8 data, but their simulations always ended in explosions. Oh well, time to do a little busking in the streets as a pantomimer, just sticking to them carny jeans. While doing this, he happens to run into Catra. Catra goes, you know, I helped build Wing Zero when I was a kid, but it was more the hatred doing the work than myself. Ugh, are you going to help or are you just gonna be obtuse? He agrees to help them. Oh, cool. It turns out on one of the winner's hangars were a few prototype frames with Gundanium alloy that would eventually become Snow White, Warlock, Prometheus, and Scheherazade. The two now go by Professor W and Dr. T. Are these accredited degrees, or are you just playing make-believe? They set up shop in Crease. Is it Crease or Crease? Or Christ? Remember, even though we haven't established any settlements anywhere, every planet and moon in the solar system is already named. It took them significantly longer than the original Gundam engineers to get anything up and running. In AC-186, the prototype Wing Zero was designed and shelved. AC-190, the Snow White prototype designs were completed. Then in AC-194, Operation Meteor began, and Gundam Wing went into full effect. W and T. Yeah, I'm just saying their letters. Build a Gundam, then maybe I'll call you a doctor. I don't trust your accreditation. Anyways, the two could never hold up against the genius of the original Gundam engineers. MC0021. Miliardo was assassinated. That is when Gundam Epion appeared. Master Chang used this data to build Nataku. They needed to find pilots for these mobile suits. They started with Katarina and Troa Phobos. They then contacted Father Maxwell, and Baby Duo became one of their pilots. Princess Aurora, aka Hiroyui, is still in cryogenic sleep. It is almost time to begin Operation Mythos. Alright, you guys built some Gundams. I guess you earned your PhDs. Cut to the present. Hiro is awakened. Katarina steals Prometheus, and Hiro and Duo go out to chase. They left Crease by this time. Nataku intercepted Epion, and the Mars Federation converges on Olympus Mons. Once they made it to Olympus Mons, they were met with Cyrene Wind in Tallgeese Heaven, who took out many Mars suits. Hiro meets with Troa for the first time in ages. Excuse me, he got his PhD now. It's Doctor. While they are talking, little Duo yells, someone give me attention, damn it. That is when Catherine handles it. And I shit you not. Dr. T says, it's not abuse if it's love. You know what? I'm taking your PhD back. You don't deserve it. Bro's out here beating children. So anyways, Catherine goes and punches both Hiro and Duo. She says, these guys are too tired to be helpful. Remember, this isn't the loving, empathetic Catherine that we saw in the anime. This is Dominatrix Catherine, and she is all about discipline. Duo still complains while Hiro is half asleep. Oh no, the aging is starting to get to this old man. They tell Hiro to get some rest while letting little shit Duo handle the rest. She recognizes he still isn't at 100%. The cryosleep is taking a toll on him. Prometheus made its way towards the Arcadia Sea. Duo gets this intel along with the fact that he may be up against Naina's merciless fairies. Duo launches in Warlock. The others are in the Shahuk 2, a submersible. Duo is met with the Queen of Hearts herself, Naina Peacecraft. The Merciless Fairies are the Mars Federation Army's 909th Special Independent Squadron. They pilot Griefs, aka Leo Type 4s. So there are mobile suits. There are 52 members and each one's call sign is a card, with Naina being the Queen of Hearts. Close enough. Welcome back, G Gundam. The two begin fighting. They haven't seen each other since the days at Schweiker Orphanage. Duo uses his scythe like a golf club and punts a beam saber. That's kinda cool. Naina keeps talking about sandwiches. They could jump real high in Mars gravity. No need for propulsion here. Meanwhile, Naina keeps saying, chicken and ham on them sandwiches. What is this banter? Duo tries to fake surrender, but it doesn't work. They start talking about Christmas when they were young. Their fighting turns more into a dance. Naina pulls out a bazooka. Duo says, time out. Can you do that? He said that over the comm. By doing that, she could track it back to Shahuk 2. The ace of spades and jack of spades go after the sub. Duo tells Dr. T they want to cut a ceasefire, but he shuts it down instantly. You're here to get a Gundam, damn it. Don't get sidetracked. The eight of hearts, diamonds, clubs, and spades also approach the Shahuk 2. This is supposed to be a reference to a Japanese card game, Daifugo. I'm not a card guy, so I never played this, so people who are more knowledgeable sound off in the comments. I guess this is a good hand. Dr. T reminds them that their goal is to get Prometheus. Little shit Duo could sense that his calculations were off and acted accordingly. Little Duo just won up Dr. T, who definitely has a reputable doctorate. I don't know why I'm going with this questionable accreditation joke, but I'm sticking with it. The Merciless Fairies seem to have transformable Mars submersibles as well. The Blackjack begins firing. Shahuk 2 fires some missiles, but it is fruitless. They are forced to surface. They have to take out the 8s first. I'm kinda keeping up with the action, but it's kind of hard to paint a picture of what's going on. How is a sub outperforming mobile suits? Also, what are these transformable submersibles? I have questions. The 8s, or 4 of a kind, move in. Oh, the Shahuk dodges. The ace of spades is still hiding underwater somewhere, which is why they aren't submerging once again. They find an opening and push through, while riding some of the current. Professor W says that the Snow White has been equipped with the 7 dwarves, which is an attachment to the Buster Rifle that resembles a crossbow. Each dwarf is a different loadout of the weapon. Red gives it heat attributes. Blue gives it ice powers. Black gives it storm attributes similar to the planet Defensor. White is lightning. Green is plants. Silver is piercing, which is high caliber rounds made of Gundanium. And gold, which is unknown, but said to be similar to the Nano Defensor. Professor W wants to go out in Snow White and snipe on the deck. They wonder what is the status on Duo. They appear to have gotten out of their mobile suits and started eating sandwiches? Duo is probably waiting for the right moment. Then Professor W remembers that the Gundam pilots are psychopaths that sever their emotions. He realizes the two are doing a thing called bonding? Huh. Never heard of it. They try to listen in on their conversation. He realizes that Duo is about to make a move, and W gets into Snow White. As the sun sets, they are able to see the Earth's full moon in the distance. This is actually an illusion by Warlock. He could hijack cameras and use AI to create illusions. T thinks, this little shit is about to betray us. 5 Mars suits approach. It is the Ace of Diamonds, the Ace of Clubs, and the 6s. Professor W can't get past Hiro's biometrics. Little Duo says, let's do this. Thousands of bats billow out of his cloak again. This is an illusion. He whips out 2 scythes. Those aren't illusions. Moving in are 3 6s. 666. I get it. They attack and take down Warlock. They begin scanning to ensure they eliminated the target. They find nothing. Duo tries to lure them in by whispering in their comms, saying, over here. Not creepy at all, but fitting. Surprise, Duo says, little did you know I had a cloak under my cloak. This is like that one time Kakashi had a mask under his mask. There are now 3 Warlocks. The 3 of a kind fires, but the Warlocks just disappear and reappear. One Warlock takes down the 6s with his scythe while they were confused by the illusion. Duo has mastered the art of luring in the enemy and stabbing them while their guard is down. Also, a mobile suit powerful enough to hijack your sensors and show a false sense of reality? How do you fight that? Pack it in. It's over. Duo was hiding behind them the whole time. Millie Peacecraft sends out an open comm. He says, want to listen to my piano? He hacks the comms to send out his performance. This distracts Duo somehow. Then Katarina comes on the comms. She says she doesn't want to fight. Katarina says, hey Peacecrafts, what about we try peace? That is when she launches in Prometheus. Illusions surround the Gundam. Prometheus is still unfinished and hidden in a cloak, but out poked a machine gun. She tells him that they may have a spy on their team. Katarina begins fighting the illusions. Oh, he also has nanomachines, so he could create illusions and nanomachine clones. But Prometheus seems to be able to handle these illusions. The two charge at one another, but the moon vanishes from the sky and Warlock is nowhere to be found. We begin with a diatribe about absolute peace, but Relina now knows that only war can end war. This is why the preventers exist. However, the system of disarmament robs the common man of being able to defend themselves, of violence amongst the civilians. The PPP program is linked to the vaccinations given to those who immigrate to Mars. They can activate it if conflict were to get too crazy. A human kill switch is a government's wet dream. The nanomachines inside the vaccines integrate with PPP. No one knows who created it, but it is known that Disnoof Neuenheim was the first to spread the vaccine. Once activated, it creates clots, which causes heart attacks and strokes. There are plenty within the Earth sphere who also have these nanomachines. Disnoof has Relina in cryosleep. If she dies, PPP will activate. In cryosleep, she can live forever. However, the human mind has the ability to pass away on its own will, even under cryo. AC-197, she goes into cryosleep. Not soon after, Hiro also went into a cryopod. Relina is awakened in MC-0022. Dorothy Catalonia is the one moving forward with Operation Mythos. It seems their intentions are to make Mars a part of the Earth's sphere. On the Shahuk 2, they lost track of the Warlock. The four of a kind are still waiting underwater. Katerina in Prometheus doesn't make a move. It remains calm and collected as she looks at her enemy and aims a cannon at the Shahuk 2. She wants them to surrender. Dr. T says, okay, we surrender, but we're not giving you the Gundams. While they are talking, Professor W is prepping the Seiben Swerg, or Seven Dwarves attachment for the Buster Rifle. He arms the red, which is the heat attribute. We did a breakdown last video of each of the Seven Dwarves loadout. He fires. The round turns into a giant firebird. Katarine fires her Gatling gun. Professor W preps the blue loadout, which is Frost Powers. Katarine realizes her brother is piloting Snow White on the deck of Shahuk 2. She feels betrayed, but she recalls back at the Winter Hospital that there was something always eating away at Katra, and he was going to find out what that was, even if it killed him. I'm a sad little emo boy and I'll never be happy, but I hope everyone else is. That's a little codependent. Katarine says, I'm codependent too. I guess it runs in the family. Both winners cry. Huh, what a weird sentence. The cloak that Prometheus wears react to the embers of the red round. Professor W then fires the blue round, getting a direct hit on Prometheus and freezing the unit. The embers turn to frost. Professor W says mission accomplished. This indeed isn't even the end of the mission. Dude's just over it. They tell Katra to get out of the Gundam so he could continue being a sad boy. But of course he passes out in the cockpit. Dr. T wants to send out Scheherazade to finish the job. Phobos gets into Scheherazade, but they don't want him to pilot it. The Gundam uses a short dagger called a Jambia over a scimitar-style sword. It is designed for short range, like really short range. Catherine tells him to get out, but Phobos says that he is no longer Phobos. He is going back to being nameless. Both of these Troas are so dramatic. He launches. The nano defense doubles as a camouflage. Phobos is cocky, but Dr. T thinks it reminds him of Hiro. But he doesn't know his emotions. He's just a clown. He just wants to see smiles. That's the weirdest justification for murder. He says that he failed to help shape Phobos. You don't have to just because you look like one another. Scheherazade attacks Prometheus and disables their main weapon. The two attack. Katarine launches chest missiles. Prometheus was too slow from the frost, allowing Phobos to cut the limbs completely off, disabling the unit. Meanwhile, Duo is still underwater. He was able to take out the four of a kind. Millie comes on the comms and tells them he isn't giving them Katarine. The Shahuk 2 is hacked. Millie was playing the piano over the comms. That must have been the vector they used for the virus. Professor T tells Duo and the nameless boy to get out of there. He and Catherine are gonna do what they do best. Self-destruct, baby! Let's do it! Before they could push the self-destruct button, Hiro stops him. He woke up from his little nap. He tells Professor T to let them capture them. Then they can head to Elysium Island. This will allow Hiro to get closer to Relina so he could kill her. A tear runs down Hiro's cheek. He's destined to complete his mission of killing Relina, but there's still some human in this psychopath. December 26, AC-196. After the death of Dekim Barton, Marimea would go with Relina. Hiroyui pulls out his gun and says, should I kill this little girl? I'll do it. Hiro fires, but there are no bullets. Then he lies and says, I will never kill anyone again. You liar. AC-197, January. Marimea is now under Lady Un's care. The Gundam pilots self-destruct their mobile suits. Troa joins the wandering circus with Catherine. Katra manages the family business. Duo goes to work for some junkers. All three return to space. Wu Fei destroys Natako, hoping to find solace in losing his wife. He sits in silence before realizing, nope, I'm still very angry. I think I'm gonna have to work through this or something, like a normal person. Sally Poe offers him a job as a preventer. February, AC-197. Noin and Zex head to Mars to begin terraformation. It still isn't ready for human life. Nova Neuenheim, Noin's father, was the one originally pushing for Mars terraformation, but for her father, it was more about expanding his own power outside of Earth's sphere. Zex was unable to destroy Epion like the Gundam pilots and kept it on Mars in the hands of Elv Onegel. His goal is to make Mars a paradise. March AC-197. Relina Darlian relinquished her post as Vice Foreign Minister and was taking care of Hiroyui. This is the only time in their lives that things weren't chaotic. She is planning on running for president of the Earth Sphere in 3 years after the current administration runs its course. She is young and people still don't think she could hold that position of power. Relina denounced the name of Peacecraft and went by Darlian. She wouldn't be able to run a campaign on the Peacecraft name, as ironic as that sounds. She looks away for just a few seconds, and Hiro vanishes. He's like Batman. She then looks at the teddy bear that Hiro gave her for her birthday. She asks the bear to watch over her. There's probably like a camera in that bear. Relina needed to hear the values of a much wider world if she is going to have any chance to win this election. Listening to the people like she once did at the Peacecraft School isn't good enough. She plans on holding a party during her birthday from April 7th to the 9th and plans on holding this event in the Sand Kingdom. The 3-day event would just so happen to cover the anniversary of the assassination of Hiroyui, the politician, as well as the anniversary of Operation Meteor. April 7th, AC 197. The preventers monitored over the birthday reception. Time for Relina to do a little curtsy. Hiroyui and Miliardo weren't present. Many from St. Gabriel's Academy were all in attendance. Also in attendance were her mother, Lady Un, and Marimea. Suddenly, soldiers pounce on the event. They have no idea who they are. One man shows himself. Relina for a moment thinks it is Miliardo, but his aura is off. This, we will learn, is intentional. They call themselves the Epion de Teros, the next government. Their demands are to release some of their comrades from imprisonment, declassify some files, and of course, a little ransom. They will detonate a nuke if they fail to comply. The preventers go into work finding the nuke. Sally Poe believes this is nothing more than political theater. Wu-Fei nods in agreement. They are trying to buy time for their real intentions. It seems they want to take over the Earth Sphere. Lady Un is currently a hostage, so it's up to them. Wu-Fei says, what if we just take over the Earth Sphere ourselves? No? Fine. Let's just go in by force. There doesn't seem to be any other option. They just need a team of 5. Sally thinks that's not enough people. She realizes he is talking about the 5 Gundam pilots. Sally goes to find Duo Maxwell. She is met with Hildy, who says he went out for cigarettes and probably isn't coming back. She went to another location provided by Wu-Fei, where she finds Duo. She tells him she has a job for them. He denies the job until he hears money is involved. Ketra is handling the family business. The corporate life is not for him. Wu-Fei goes to visit him, bursting into his office. He says, we got shit to do, let's go. He didn't hesitate, as he needed an excuse to leave. Wu-Fei and Ketra go to search for the traveling circus at the L3 colony cluster. They yell at Troa saying, let's go, we got shit to do. Troa is down, but Catherine says, yo, you're about to go on stage, what the hell? The Epion de Teros gave them 72 hours to respond. They now only have 50 hours left. April 9th, AC 197. Duo thinks Hiro will just show up. It's his thing. 8 hours remain. The preventers turn the St. Kingdom Bay into a command center. Chura goes to scout, but he wasn't able to find where the hostages were. The hostages were split into 4 different rooms. However, Relina, Marlene, and Pagan were taken underground. Pagan is the butler. That guy's still alive? This guy crashed a car in his 80s. This guy's a champ. They meet with a man who looks like Miliardo. Pagan believes it is the real Miliardo. But this is Disnoof Neuenheim. He needs her to activate a program. She shows her display, which happens to show the Norwegian forest cat, Sam, Sabrina Peacecraft's old cat, in the form of the once greatest AI ever created by a madman. All the Gundam boys meet up. That is when a cancer pops out of the water. Out of the cockpit comes Hiro. He goes, hey, am I late? Sally says, where did you get that? No mobile suits are supposed to exist. Are we slacking on our jobs? Hiro goes, yes. Yes, you are. Sally then says, this is Preventer property now. Hiro goes, that's cool. I have a VTOL system in case this happened. The Gundam Bros go to work. April 9th, AC 197, St. Kingdom Airspace, Preventer VTOL, 6:47 p.m., 5 hours until the deadline of Epion de Teros. Sally Poe contacts the terrorists and tells them that she has the ransom money, but they plan on giving the ransom in chunks via airdrop. Only 2 of the containers will actually have gold, however. This was donated by the Earth Sphere United Nation government and the Winter family. Hiro launched in the Cancer mobile suit. Ketra wonders what is stopping the Preventers from becoming a corrupted organization. They have no enemies currently, and as they grow, corruption will grow with it. Wu-Fei says that no corruption will happen on his watch.
This Epion de Terros group was able to grow from within during a supposed time of peace. What's stopping a new Oz from sprouting from this chaos? Remember, the Gundam boys were tricked into killing Field Marshal Noventa. Even the White Fangs tried to recruit Duo and his Death Scythe Hell. This is why they destroyed the Gundams, so they, or others, won't be tempted. The first ransom container drops. St. Kingdom Bay, seafloor, 7:11 p.m. This noof is waiting for the second drop. The first drop has gold, so he thinks that the Alliance is giving in to his demands. He really doesn't care about the money, however. This is all about activating the Perfect Peace program. He has a laptop with a cat on it. It is Sam. They need a Peacecraft to activate it. He was given the software by Thomas Current. He was the one who wrote the software with Jay Knoll in the past. It has never been successfully activated. Disnoof wants to use this to administer a drug to the Mars population that would give him full control. The software was locked behind a password. A Peacecraft has to put in this password, which happens to be Peacecraft X2 Hiroyui. The Zero system is the closest thing to Sam, the AI cat, so he thought he could activate Sam with the Epion/Zero system. He became mad and undergone plastic surgery to make himself look like Milliardo. Then he assassinated Elv Onagel. He even downloaded thoughts of Milliardo from the Zero system, but the Epion didn't help activate the Perfect Peace program. He almost gave up on finding Sam. While this is happening, the Preventers were attempting to restart Volcanus, a mobile doll factory. Disnoof ended up hacking them to gather intel. While doing so, he learned of the Wyvern. Duke Dermel used Sam as a reference point when making the mobile dolls. If that is the case, then it may still exist out there. He used his company, Neuenheim Konzer, to research where it may be. They learned that it is most likely hidden behind the portrait of Mardicus Peacecraft in the St. Kingdom. It is made of a special material so it can survive the St. Kingdom's many hostile takeovers. We even seen this when the painting was on fire when Zex burned it all down. This is why Disnoof took control of the castle. After getting Sam activated, the computer still wouldn't recognize this busted up plastic surgery as a real Peacecraft. Oh, that's embarrassing for you. Now you just look like a Milliardo fanboy. It looks like he is going to have to force Relina to activate Sam. However, Relina refused to help him. He wants to use the Perfect Peacecraft system to usher in true peace. Like Katra earlier, he too thinks that the Preventers will grow big and fail due to corruption. But Relina says, I lived through the main series of Gundam Wing. I no longer believe in absolute peace. Oh snap, they're having a peace-off. One thing we learn is that Relina learned of the Preventers only recently. Wait, what about Milliardo? That seems like a contradiction. I guess he would hide things, though. Disnoof thinks that the only way to peace is that if everyone is a slave. Relina believes that this is just running away from the responsibility of maintaining peace, even with the threat of a nuke destroying the St. Kingdom. She puts all her faith into Relina. St. Kingdom Castle, 3rd floor hostage room, 7:55 p.m. In this room is Dorothy and Lady Un. Her radio in her purse vibrates, which means an operation is about to go down. She tells Dorothy that she needs a distraction and tells them to divert their attention. Dorothy wonders if she should use her trusty old molestation scares. What's that? Is that like a seduction tactic? Why is it worded like that? Lady Un suggests she uses her words. She asks the guards if they ever killed a woman. She yells at the other prisoners and tells them that she should rush the 2 guards. Only like 3 of us will get shot before they are overwhelmed. Lady Un tells Dorothy to shut up and begins playing the charade with her. Southside Urban District, Team 1, 7:55 p.m. Tro and Katra are on a tall rooftop overlooking the castle. They set up a bazooka. Lady Un contacts them. They seem to have handled the guards on their end, but she tells them that Relina isn't with them. They're making moves in 250 seconds. She needs to start making moves on her end. Lady Un will handle Relina. Katra says, alright, let's do this. He fires the bazooka and hits the VTOL in the sky. St. Kingdom airspace aboard the VTOL. 7:59 p.m. Sally Poe and the VTOL go down. They shot themselves as an excuse to move in and attack. She blames this on Epion de Terros. She says negotiations are over. Sally bails out. St. Kingdom Bay, seafloor, 8 p.m. Hiro fires torpedoes and opens up a passage to the castle. Hiro has Relina on his mind. St. Kingdom Castle, rear grounds, Team 2, 8:02 p.m. Duo and Wu Fei move in on the grounds. The guards are distracted by the explosion. Wu Fei finds some guards and tells them to strip. The 2 get into their fatigues to blend in. During this mission, Wu Fei is being passive-aggressive towards Duo. At least you aren't a woman. He hates those. St. Kingdom Castle,
underground shelter, 8:15 p.m. Disnoof says that his men are incompetent. He tells Relina that the Earth Sphere has abandoned her. While going on a winded rant, Relina grabs the laptop containing Sam and throws it on the ground. The butler Pargan uses this opportunity to punch Disnoof and take his gun. But the Milliardo cosplayer says, "You fool, are you forgetting the part where I have a nuke?" Pargan has no choice but to give him his gun back. He pistol whips Pargan and knocks him out. He is mad that Sam is broken. That is when a soldier comes into the room. It isn't one of his men. It is Hiro. He points a gun at Disnoof. But Disnoof says, "Do you want to risk a nuclear blast?" Hiro calls his bluff. Disnoof realizes that he and Hiro have met before. St. Kingdom Bay on the surface. 8:20 p.m. Sally Po pops out of the water. She wasn't expecting the seas to be so cold. She thinks that maybe she should retire and is starting to have doubts. She is near a hideout where she begins scanning for the nuke. While searching, she spots an unidentified transport flying above. St. Kingdom Castle underground shelter. 8:22 p.m. Disnoof says that he was with a man named Odin back in the day. Hiro says, "Is that all you have to say?" And then he shoots him in the hand, taking out the detonator for the nuke. He also shoots him in the thigh. His flesh wounds reveal cybernetics underneath. Disnoof says that they are the same. Both are weapons. Before he could put a bullet in the back of his head, a guard comes in to help. Hiro protects Marlene and Pargan, who were the closest. That was a bad choice. In an instant, Disnoof's robot arm detaches and explodes, sending shrapnel everywhere. This gravely injures Relina. Hiro apologizes to her. Disnoof is able to run away. For the second time ever, Hiro made a mistake. The first time was killing Field Marshal Noventa. Hiro only made 2 mistakes in his life. Those are still good odds, dude. He can't get a hold of the other boys. Marlene helped Relina and told Hiro to continue the mission. He informs Sally Po and heads towards Disnoof. Baltic airspace, heavy transport, 8:41 p.m. Disnoof is heading to his custom Virgo cube that he calls Astoria. The Oz 04MD Virgo 3 or Virgo cubed has minor improvements to the Virgo 2 with no major changes. The planet defensors are a new large model with increased output, allowing it to generate powerful force fields with only 2 defensor units. Disnoof's unit has both mobile doll and manual pilot capabilities. The mobile doll AI does most of the flying even when in manual control. Other weapons include a beam cannon and 2 beam sabers. Disnoof has extra cybernetics in his mobile doll. St. Kingdom Castle, Western Spire, 8:41 p.m. Duo found the nuclear device with a timer which has over 3 hours remaining. It has a vibration sensor so he can't move it. His best bet is to hack into the device and abort the timer. He has 3 hours to figure this out. St. Kingdom Castle, 3rd floor, hostage room, 9:05 p.m. Catra and Troa meet up with Dorothy and started getting prisoners out of the castle. Catra and Dorothy seem to have some playful banter with one another. Did Dorothy fall in love with him after she stabbed him that one time? That tracks for Gundam Wing. He says that the wound she gave him still aches when it rains. Oh, he is being insufferable. He might actually like her. They get a hold of Lady Un and learn of Relina's condition, and Duo can't seem to disarm the nuke. Also, Hiro lost Disnoof. Catra, being a sad boy, becomes a sad boy again knowing Relina was hurt. He blames himself as he told Hiro to try to minimize casualties, and that got someone hurt. Hiro would have killed everyone instantly. Stupid casualties. Dorothy says, "Yes, it is your fault. You suck." It's weird that negging in this universe means true love. Marimea hears Troa's name. She seems to be okay with the fact that Troa killed her brother, the real Troa, and that someone is at least using the Barton name. Troa rejects this. "I hate the Bartons. I hate everything. I'm never using this name again." Can someone act like a normal human being for 2 seconds? This is probably why he started going by Nameless again, and soon Professor T. St. Kingdom Castle, 2nd floor infirmary, 9:27 p.m. They got Relina to Sally Po. Luckily, St. Kingdom is home to a lot of medical advancement. Sally uses nanomachines to help remove any clotting. She seems to have older nanomachines in her blood that are killing the new nanomachines, thinking it is foreign objects. Pargan wakes up from being knocked out. He mentions that when he was helping Marticus back in the day, he was injured and given old nanomachines to heal. They can transplant the old nanomachines in his blood. Pargan, you old bastard, always saving the day. I love you. Troa tells Lady Un that someone dropped off a Virgo 3 nearby. This is where Disnoof most likely fled to. Wu Fei watches with his night scope. He spots Disnoof and guards moving into the forest. Wu Fei notes that he looks like Zex Marquis. He does a flip, slides down the rooftop, and lands on the head of the Virgo 3. Flawless execution, no mistakes made. The 2 guards shoot at Wu Fei, but he dodges bullets flawlessly. He gives both of them a sweet roundhouse kick and knocks out the guards. He tells Disnoof to surrender, but he doesn't respond. Disnoof still has only one arm after losing his robot arm. The Virgo mobile doll activates. It's probably being remote controlled by Disnoof, so Wu Fei decides to attack Disnoof directly. He blocks one kick, then runs away into the forest. Wu Fei is amazed he blocked an attack. Lady Un tells him that he is using Jupiter-grade hard-vac astro-cybernetics. Taking him alive isn't going to be easy. Wu Fei says, "Nah, I think we need to kill him." He didn't decide to pursue and stood guard. He's going to need this machine. Of course, the mobile doll eventually started walking on its own. The Virgo then stops. A flashbang from the trees goes off. He hears the cockpit hatch opening. Wu Fei fires while blinded, missing every shot. Disnoof slips in the Virgo and gets away. The mobile doll flies upward, then fires onto the forest. Wu Fei was able to get a safe distance away. Trowa helped save the two guards that were in the forest that Wu Fei definitely wasn't planning on saving. Trowa could tell Wu Fei let him get away and was holding back. Sand Kingdom Castle Western Spire, 9:55 p.m. Dua has been working on deactivating the bomb for over an hour now, and he can't bypass the computer. Killing the power will set off the bomb. He focuses on the broken remote detonator and tries to reverse engineer the circuit board, but nothing makes sense to him, and it follows no engineering standards known in this universe. Catra was helping 30 minutes ago. He noticed something and rushed off. He must know something. Catra finally returns. Dua doesn't like wearing a watch as it makes him feel like chasing time. Wait, then why did you send this man to deactivate the bomb? Even Catra makes fun of him for not synchronizing time. Duo asks him if he could repair his computer. He has a laptop that contains Sam, the AI cat. The only thing they were able to extract was a list of names. Jay Knoll, Thomas Current, Hiro Yui, and then the Peacecraft sisters, Sabrina and Katarina. Everyone on the list is dead with the exception of Dr. J. Sand Kingdom Bay, 10:02 p.m. Hiro, being so awesome and amazing, is able to calibrate the Cancer's shoulder cannons to pierce through the Gundanium alloy. He will have a short window to attack the Virgo. Disnoof approaches in the Virgo and fires on the Cancer, hitting the propulsion unit. Hiro disables safety protocols to continue accelerating. Disnoof fires again with a barrage of beam blasts. Hiro has no intention of braking. He fires a missile to stop one beam. It distracts for a moment, allowing the Cancer to get a missile lock. He fires again. Disnoof tries to dodge, but one of the missiles hits the Virgo high mobility backpack. Disnoof says the words Astoria, activating the planet defensors. Hiro latches onto one of the planet defensors and dunks it underwater. Who would have thought that the planet defensors could be struck down by something as simple as water? This is cartoon logic. Hiro pulls the Virgo completely underwater. He continuously hits the same spot on the Virgo over and over, which is the only way to penetrate Gundanium armor. The beam rifle is useless underwater. He has one last torpedo. Apparently Wu Fei made a makeshift booby trap out of plastic for the Cancer. Was this booby trap set up earlier and I missed it? They make it seem like a clever moment, but it feels like it's just an ex machina. This accidentally activates, giving Hiro the perfect opportunity to shoot his last torpedo. It smashes into the cockpit of the Virgo, immobilizing the unit. Hiro says mission complete, but he is floating in the ocean. He is dead weight. Sand Kingdom, Western Spire, 10:55 p.m. Duo fixes the computer and sees the AI cat Sam. They need to find the password. They ask the computer if it knows the password, but it just meows back. Catra says that he knows the keyword, but there is a problem. He has Dr. J on a video call. Dr. J tells them the password is Peacecraft X2 Hiro Yui, but once the password deactivates the bomb, it activates the Perfect Peace program. Also, only a Peacecraft can enter the password. Dr. J tells them about Thomas Current and the Perfect Peace program. He put it into everything he touched, including military hardware and of course the Wyvern. Dr. J was the one who isolated the program and added the password as a failstop. It should have faded away, but Disnoof changed it to activate nano machines. He says not to activate it. Even so, the only person who can activate the password is now in surgery. The Sand Kingdom is going to fall. Sally calls and informs them that Relina is out of surgery. They also learn that Disnoof is killed, but Hiro is just floating out in the sea. They don't have any boats available to save him. They can't save him. This is the problem with making everyone so cool and competent. You have moments where you have to engineer incompetence. What do you mean you can't save them? Sand Kingdom Castle, second floor, makeshift infirmary, 11:27 p.m. Relina knows Dr. J is working on something called the Little Prince and Sleeping Beauty. They're vague, but it seems to hold off the Perfect Peace program for around 50 years. Dr. J says it's 50-50 on whether it will work, but it will open up new possibilities. They decide to let Relina unlock it. Guys, I don't know if I can make it through 6 more volumes of nonsensical contrivances. I need a moment. let's continue. Before she can enter the password, Hiro tries to stop her from going down this path, but this is something she is choosing to do. She types the password into Sam. The bomb is stopped and the perfect peace program is activated. Peace in the Sand Kingdom is achieved for now. They were never able to find the Virgo 3. MC0022, next winter. Duo proclaims there is no god. He then spells out what is going down on Mars, since I'm sure most of us forgot by now. Relina and the Martian Federation and Zex Marquise of the Lana Green Republic are at war with one another. The Preventers are neutral in all of this. Ketra's sister and the Winter family sides with Relina. He is saying all this while reflecting on his father, having self-doubt, and saying you need to be willing to die for peace. Duo has the Warlock, which means this is baby Duo. The Shahuk 2 was taken by the Federation. Little Duo doesn't have any interest to save them, but he wants to kill both Relina and Zex. Scheherazade tries to contact Warlock. Phobos gives a message from Professor W to Duo, but he has no interest in any of that and tells them to get lost. A tornado emerges, flinging Warlock on the cliffs of the dry seabed. It is Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, with Professor W as the pilot. He tells them that was the Schwartz. The Schwartz, or the black loadout on the Seven Dwarves system, is Storm Attributes. He reveals he took out 12 of the Merciless Fairies from Volume 5 and 6. He also took out 40 Magwinoks. Phobos and Scheherazade also make its appearance. Duo goes for Scheherazade first, but Scheherazade vanishes. Duo pulls out a second beam scythe. He swings chaotically, but he can't penetrate Scheherazade. Phobos takes off Warlock's arm. It is time for him to retreat. Scheherazade won't let him, however. Snow White cuts him off and surrounds Warlock. Duo says, "Fine, I'll help you." He's really just hungry. It allows him to rest while Professor W fixes Warlock's arm. Phobos gives him some food. He says it tastes like crab, but Phobos says it's best if you don't know. There are some awkward banter between Phobos and Little Duo. They get visitors. 3 Mars suits approach. One spade and club with the Queen of Hearts in the middle. Remember, the Mars suits are modified Leo Type 4s, aka Griefs. It is Naina Peacecraft. They are there to help them. Duo is over this pacifism nonsense, but Professor W says they are going to help the Mars Federation and fight the Virgos of the Lana Green Republic. Professor W says this is the 3rd time that a Peacecraft-led state fell. The first being AC-182 when the Sand Kingdom and King Maticus Rex fell. The second being AC-195 when it was invaded by Oz. They notice transport ships and about 40 Virgos on the battlefield. Naina goes rushing in. Nano defensors activate and missiles fire. By design, Virgos are stronger in a group. They box her in, but they ended up engaging in friendly fire when they get too close to one another. A common flaw in mobile dolls? What? That's like that scene in Futurama.
Although I don't see howitzer. Someone said howitzer!
They vote for the northern beach edge as the vantage point. The Jack of Clubs happens to be Millie Peacecraft, with the King of Spades being Katerin. They are destroying Virgos, but there are still 25 Virgos to 1. The 3 work together, though their teamwork isn't the greatest. Duo realizes this vote is all a farce, and Professor W says, "Ha ha ha, you listen to me now." Into battle we go. Duo, Naina, Phobos, Katerin, and Millie all banter on the comms while they head into battle with the Virgos. For the first time in this story, our heroes head into battle together. That's right, these little shits are indeed our heroes of the story. They focus on the planet defensors. Professor W tells everyone to get away from the water. He fires off the Vice, or white loadout of the Seven Dwarfs system. This is the lightning loadout. He fires, creating a flash over the planet defensors, allowing a plasma discharge. It takes out 20 Virgos with ease. Catra is out here being a mentor to the new team only to win the battle for himself. He actually says, "Whoops, I didn't think that would win the battle so fast." But he wouldn't have been able to use the Vice without the kids taking down the planet defensors first. Katerin gets a message from the Lana Green Republic. It is someone by the name of Stella. She wonders why she is with the Lana Green Republic. She says next time she won't go easy on her and hangs up after Duo's annoyingly trying to start more fights. Professor W says, "Dude, just help us out. Stop complaining." He asks Phobos once again what they ate earlier. He says it was Mars ammonite. These are the type of cephalopods that are found in fossils and are extinct on Earth, but apparently alive on Mars, or maybe cloned and reintroduced. He just ate a snail essentially. Dr. T and Katerin make some food for the gang. Hito was nowhere to be found. He's wearing a virtual visor. Relina and Noin join him. Hiro was looking at the Peacecraft files in the VR system. He tells Relina that she needs to see this, and once she sees it, he is finally going to kill her. Relina says okay and puts on the visor. The novel begins with the retelling of Cinderella about sacrifice between two sisters. This story is passed down by the royal family of the Sand Kingdom. AC 146, April. In a time of political apathy, Hiroyui made his debut in the political realm, shaking up the status quo. As he started to outshine the Alliance, he became a beacon of hope for the rebel colonists. He received death threats, so Hiroyui and Sabrina Peacecraft went into hiding at Sankant Kushinada's compound. Remember, Sankant offered Sabrina refuge with his family in the past, so they are still close. We covered this during Volume 5. During this time, the rebels and the Alliance fought in the Baltic and North Seas, even though the Alliance has superior numbers. The rebels knew the airs and the seas better. They agreed upon a ceasefire on 2 conditions. It must be held in the Sand Kingdom, and it must be televised globally. Katarina Peacecraft has been piloting the Wyvern for the rebels. She makes her way to the Sand Kingdom. She hasn't seen Hiro in 6 months. Katarina is in love with him, knowing that Sabrina loves him too. She would be a better partner for him, she thinks. Remember, Sabrina is officially dead after the assassination and pretending to be Katarina. Meanwhile, the real Katarina has been a rogue shadow pilot of the Wyvern. When she lands, she meets with her sister, who arrives with Sankant and the Romerfeller Foundation member, Eric Shergold. The first thing Katarina asked is where is Hiro? Sankant suggests that the two not be seen together in the future because Sabrina is officially dead. Katarina is cool with this as she thinks that her sister deserves the Peacecraft name more than her. Katarina needs to find a new name. AC 146, April 20th. Negotiations begin. Sabrina took on the Katarina name and became a leader during these meetings. The rebels don't admit defeat during these meetings and frame everything as a humanitarian act. All they want is to stop further bloodshed. The reality was that both sides couldn't afford to keep fighting. The last clause stated that the Sand Kingdom should pay reparations to the Alliance. This will run the Peacecraft family into poverty. She has no option but to give in. This would still be cheaper than fighting a war on their soil and involving civilians. Eric of the Romefeller Foundation says to sign, and they will take care of the reparations bill. She accepts all terms of the ceasefire. The war is over and the rebel forces disband, except for one. One rebel commander went rogue and began attacking a small town near the Sherwood Forest. This group called themselves Hydra. The Wyvern moved in, causing the Hydra team to flee. In Sherwood Forest is a small base of operations. Marticus Rex and some of the Robin Hood crew, along with Mike Howard and a technician named Dee Dee, are a part of their team. This is dubbed the Sherwood Resistance. AC 146, May. Sabrina meets with Eric, who paid for the Sand Kingdom reparations, but treated it as a loan. Eric says that this is more of an investment. Right now, the world wants war, and many nations are gone because of it. This allows the Sand Kingdom to survive through this war. However, at the expense of having someone else's hands in your nation's actions. After his talk with Sabrina, Eric talks to Sankant. He says, I'm so going to tap that one day. The Sherwood rebels get a new technician called Sorcy, French for witch. Ew, French words. She created new tanks that she called jack-o'-lanterns. Katarina tried to invite her out to drinks. That is when she took off her wig, revealing that she is a man. He says, I just like cross-dressing, stop hitting on me, and he walks away. This man happens to be Dr. S. It's Dr. S before he did all that space cocaine and lost his nose. The rebels have a party, an endless waltz, if you will. A lot of this writing is very cringe. AC 146, May 25th. Sabrina was always tomboyish in nature, and the pomposity of that princess life is starting to get to her. She says that she could never be the real Katarina. A masquerade awaits her as she drowns in self-loathing. However, she decides on the name Sis Marquise. Sis is the French pronunciation of 6, but to her, it actually is short for sister. The Sand Kingdom being the 5th kingdom on Earth, her name offers hope for something beyond the 5 kingdoms. Marquise comes from the Frankish word for margrave, which is a holy title above duke or count. She too dons the mask. Decades later, Miliardo takes on the name but changes it to Zex, German for 6. This is like the dice in Star Wars. I didn't need any of this backstory. The Wyvern launches with the new jack-o'-lanterns. The Alliance never intended to follow the ceasefire. The rebels use a tactic called Patton Stone Soup Tactic, which involves creating a crisis out of something small. In this case, turning a small rescue mission into a full-scale invasion. The Alliance is sending out battle tanks and EMPs. The rebels will be overwhelmed. With them is Mike Howard, Dee Dee, and Sorcery under command of Marticus Rex. Also with them is a rookie gunner named Chick Pargan. Is she related to the butler? Marticus wants to express his love for 6, but she stops him and tells him to focus on the battle at hand. The new tank team is called the Pumpkin Corps. The enemy is divided into 3 forces. The main forces, the containment unit, and 2 strike forces. And between them and the Pumpkin Corps is Lake Lerna. Mardicus wants to concentrate firepower, but many suggest that they spread out as their numbers are smaller. Mardicus is seen as being very stubborn here, even though history writes him as a cunning tactician. In the midst of the battle, the Wyvern comes in to help. She is the distraction. Katarina is cheeky and refers to her tactics as figure-skating moves, while quoting composers. The anti-air turrets fire and miss. Sis Merquise is making the Alliance waste their ammo. While she spouts off hipster nonsense in her cockpit, the rebels concentrate all fire at the western lake shoreline. The Pumpkin Corps is helping out as well. They're able to overwhelm the Alliance and win the battle. Mardicus wanted something dazzling, and he says he wanted a glamorous war. No one died on either side, and it was indeed glamorous. That was a lot of bombs for no deaths. Sis took a moment to allow herself to be Katarina. Hiro Yui is at the Kushonada family estate hanging out with Sam, the real cat, not the AI cat. Hiro asks Sankant if he is providing funding to the Sherwood rebels. The Kushonada family is indeed helping. The Sherwood team can handle the Alliance on behalf of the supposedly peaceful nation. It is a Black Ops team of the sorts. He justifies his actions by quoting the philosopher Immanuel Kant and says that sacrificing the needs of the few outweigh the needs of the many. Hiro says that Sabrina is pessimistic about space, but optimistic about time, while Katarina is the opposite. Sankant tells him to focus on his own battles. Hiro thinks he finally knows what that is. Spoiler alert, it's terrorism. Hiro's nephew, Ein, will soon go on to marry Sankant's daughter, Angelina, who are the parents of Trace. Eric summons Sabrina once again. She is crying. Her parents have mere days to live. She is blunt and asks him to marry her. She needs help running the kingdom, and she needs his strength. Sabrina admits that she does not love him, but perhaps he could learn to love him over time. Whatever, this works for Eric. He kneels in front of her, doing a proper proposal. The two kiss. AC 147, spring. It's been a year, and she is finally in love, but never expresses this to Eric. She is now queen as her parents passed on. The Sand Kingdom just thought this was a political marriage. Reparations were paid, but they still need money to rebuild. Eric's inheritance was forfeited after leaving the Sherwood family for the Peacecraft name, so he can't help. Because of this, the inheritance was passed on to a distant cousin named Bill Maxwell of the Maxwell Church. Remember, the colonies are about that socialist wealth distribution, so that money came and went fast. They're struggling, but they are united. In less than a year, they were able to rebuild relationships with the other kingdoms and grow their economy once again. There was finally peace. The Sherwood team was needed less and less. Sis Merquise takes off the mask and becomes Katarina once again. But she still wears glasses. She's in her Quattro phase. She would come and visit the St. Kingdom markets occasionally. Sabrina was 3 months pregnant. She tells Eric about the baby, but doesn't confess her love to him. There is a shuttle crash that destroyed the colony. Hiro Yui and Kantz look out at the devastation. Kantz knows the Alliance will pin this on the colony. Hiro wants to purposely get arrested. If he does everything the right way and go through the proper channels, nothing will happen. He is going to get arrested to use this as an opportunity to bring the colonists' plight to the world. AC 147, November. Sabrina's daughter is born. She decides to name her after her sister Katarina, but it's technically her name because she's taken the Katarina name? Not confusing. At the same time, Katarina and Mardicus make their way into space. The new Sherwood team is moving all operations into space. AI Sam is with Mike and the others. They plan on upgrading it for space use. The mechanics always treat Sam as part of the team. Sam seems to be jealous and territorial when it comes to Katarina. They originally wanted to reprogram it, but decided not to. The shuttle is blocked by a warship. It is the Sherwood, a space cruiser built by Mike Howard and DD. They tell them that they must leave immediately for the L1 colonies. She and Mardicus are informed that the shuttle crash 6 months ago was labeled as an act of terrorism, and Hiro was arrested and to be executed. AI Sam found out all this intel. They launch a rescue operation and change course to the moon. AC 147, December 1st. They head to the Alliance's base at the Sea of Tranquility on the moon. This was designed by the Alliance to keep an eye on the L1 and L2 colonies. The terrorists arrested were Hiro Yui, Jay Knoll, Henry Fia, and Wu Wanglong. Jay Knoll was arrested for creating remotely operated drones that are essentially upgraded wyverns and had them attack Alliance military bases. The Alliance was able to trace one of his drones and they integrated his tech into the military. They straight up stole it. Katarina once again became Sis Marquise and launched in the Wyvern. These new upgrades on the Wyvern would influence the Tall Geese. The prisoners were to be executed via firing squad. As they blindfold Hiro, he thinks of Katarina. No execution came. He is saved by Katarina. She says, no, 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 my name is Sis Marquise. They make their escape. Earlier, Sis created a diversion with her wyvern while an extraction team moves in. She eventually joins up to help. The Pumpkin Corps helps out. Jay says, hey, you're still using the wyvern fighter. Nice. Jay Knowles' drones that the Alliance stole attack the rebels as they try to make their escape. The Wyvern has a new megaparticle cannon thanks to the help of sorcery, but it takes a while to fire, making the unit immobile. It leaves her vulnerable. Jay Knoll tells her to stop. He was able to regain control of his drone units. Jay likes what this team is doing here and wants to join the rebels. AC-147, December 24th. Sabrina finally tells Eric that she loves him. AC-148, March. Duke Sunkant married a noblewoman from Liechtenstein. Eric and Sunkant seem to be at different points in their life and are at odds. However, Sunkant's brother is the chivalrous one of the family. His name is Chilia. He refused a marriage with the Catalonia family and joined the military academy. Chilia will go on to support Trace and the Specials. On March 30th, heading to Geneva, Eric and Sabrina's limo explodes. Eric died instantly protecting Sabrina, but Sabrina also died from her wounds later. The terrorists that killed them happened to be a part of the old Hydra team. The irony being here that rebels killed the Saint Kingdom leader. Baby Katarina is being watched by their housemaids and survived, but she is too young to take the throne. AC-148, April. The Sherwood team hears the news. Katarina has to return to the Saint Kingdom. They're going to be without their pilot. Henry Fia joined the ranks of the Sherwood team. He would later go on to be Professor H. Wu Wanglong was also recruited from Death Row. He becomes Master O. The engineers who would later build the Tallgeese have all come together. Katarina says goodbye to the engineers. She is going to take on the Katarina name once again, which means she has to fake being married to the late Eric. This matters because Saint Kingdom royalty can't get remarried, so she is essentially saying her farewells to Hiro. They are outside in their Astro suits. Hiro and Katarina do the Eyes on Me scene from Final Fantasy VIII. Ensign Septim and Ensign Riddleheart launch Zygon fighters to attack rebels and the Earth Sphere. These fighters are unmanned and essentially steal Jay Knowles' designs. The rebels only have 11 crafts. Jay turns his drones, the Apollon and the Heliopolis, into manned fighters. Chick Pagan pilots the Wyvern now. Their strategy is once again to distract with the Wyvern while Katarina makes her descent into Earth. Their mission was a success, and they head back to the Sherwood. Hiro and Mardicus become friends over being rejected by Katarina. AC-148, April 25th. Katarina cries when she lays eyes on baby Katarina. She will now be her mother. MC-0022, next winter. Relina takes off the glasses and says, "Never mind, I don't want Hiro to kill me anymore." We are now talking about psychopath Hiro, not politician Hiro. That is when Cyrene Wynn in Tallgeese Heaven comes in severely damaged. He says that the Lana Green forces are coming. It is the mobile fortress Babel. Duo can't forgive Zex for the death of the twins. He's referring to Stella. Took me a while to figure that one out. You expected me to remember a name that had 3 lines? MC-0022, next winter. The Lana Green Republic has a mobile fortress called Babel, across from the Elysium Sea. It is certainly inspired by the barge and other mobile fortresses before it. Millie Peacecraft gets into the cockpit of Tallgeese Heaven, which he inherited from his father. Queen of Hearts, Naina, is with Professor W and Catherine Bloom. He is informed by Professor W that Babel launched over 100 Virgo 4s. Millie launches into the night sky. He reflects on the mobile suit. It was created by the wreckage of the Tallgeese 2 that was destroyed in AC-195. Zex used Martian tech to fit what remains of the Tallgeese. One thing to note is that the pilot was designed for a left-handed person. Trace is left-handed apparently. Millie is also left-handed. In MC-0021, Zex Marquise of the Lana Green Republic declared independence from the Mars Federation. Remember, Zex is Disnoof, and Miliardo is now Cyrene Wynn. Also not confusing. Earlier, President Miliardo was assassinated. Zex and Gundam Epion took care of the Federation's Mars suits, sending unmanned Virgos to handle Zex. Cyrene Wynn used nano-defensors to neutralize the unmanned units. Millie says that true resolve is rare on Mars. The Virgos are in Triforce formation. They intend to concentrate fire in one spot. Millie pushes in and takes out 15 units. He says that his mentor was Master Chang. He understood where the mobile dolls lagged and took advantage of that. He fires off nano-defensors, which have an electromagnetic field. It integrates Snow White's Vice arrows. However, 2/3 remain untouched. That is when Warlock and Prometheus come in. It is the nameless kid and baby duo. They are running distraction to make sure their ship, the Grand Chariot, can make it over Isidis Bay. On the other side of the battle is Naina in Queen of Hearts, and Katarine in Scheherazade. It uses its Jambia to slice through units. 100 Virgos are reduced to 50 relatively quickly. They all hold the line. If Snow White were on the battlefield, this would be over already. But he can't be tracked currently, according to Professor W. A double-headed dragon appears. It is Zex in Gundam Epion. If this unit hacks the 50 Virgos on the battlefield, Zex will be unstoppable. Meanwhile, on the other side of Isidis Planitia is a hovercraft called the Void. On board is Chang Wufei with Epion Pi. As Wu Fei makes it to the battle, Kathy tells everyone to withdraw. But Master Chang says the party is just starting. This is seen through Nyena's perspective. She and the others witness the power of the mobile suit. He baits Zex to show himself. 30 Virgos remain. The two just have a standoff with one another for 5 minutes without anyone moving. It is a battle of zero systems. Both are hacking one another to gain control. Everyone returns to the Grand Chariot. Tolgi's Heaven had the most damage. Snow White is still nowhere to be found. Dr. T is watching Wu Fei's fight. On the other side of the ship, Professor W is arguing with Dorothy Catalonia. But this is a hologram AI of Dorothy. There are so many small, minor decisions that need to be made between Earth and Mars. But the delay is too much, so they decide to send AIs of the President to make these tiny decisions. This AI is nothing compared to the Zero system. Dorothy says, "Don't compare me to that cat. She's a sassy AI." She yells at them for assisting the Mars Federation as they were supposed to remain neutral. She wonders why they chose this. They think Relina is right, but right or wrong shouldn't play a role. Preventers are supposed to squash conflict before it becomes full-out civil war. If they did nothing, Relina would have been killed. Dorothy says yes, and she should have. She would have become a martyr. The AI wonders if pacifism is truly her wish. She told Dorothy that she hoped Hiro would kill her soon. That doesn't sound like total pacifism. Duo and Phobos or Nameless, I don't know anymore. They break the tension from the cold, heartless AI. Nameless says, "You're just an AI, you aren't even here." In that moment, Professor W says from this day forward, they are no longer a part of the Preventers and will work independently. Dr. T, Katerin, Catherine, Duo, and Nameless are on board. While this is all happening, Wu Fei is losing. He also seemed to be doped up, and the drugs are wearing off. Their new mission is to help Wu Fei and do an all-out assault on the ship Babel. Professor W also knows that Relina and Hiro are definitely on board Babel as we speak. 47 minutes past midnight. Professor W proclaims this will be the Martian Gettysburg. Alright, calm down, guy. Let the historians do their job. You know what? Now I hope the historians refer to this world-changing moment as Catcher's dumb plan. They don't have too much ammo to work with. This is a war of attrition and one they may not win. They plan on ramming the Babel. 33 minutes before midnight. Hiro was planning his own assault and told no one. He doesn't trust Professor W or the Martian Federation. He visited his best buddy Miliardo, who is in a coma after his assault on Relina City. Hiro aims his buster rifle at the fusion reactors on Babel. He pulls the trigger and light erupts. While reloading, AA guns fire at the Gundam. The fighting stops and Babel projects a video of Relina. They have her as a hostage. The person speaking is Stella Noventa. This is granddaughter of Marshal Noventa, whom Hiro killed. Her aunt is also Sylvia Noventa, who is also the girl that Hiro tried to give a gun to, and said, "I killed your father. Now kill me, you coward." Why is he like this? She tells him to surrender or she dies. He agrees, but he threatens to kill them all if they lay one finger on Relina. He drops down from the skies and dumps Snow White into the sea. Oh right, there is some terraforming. I forgot because this novel doesn't want to focus on that. Why is everyone aging? Time for another infiltration by Hiro disguised as a surrender. Classic. 13 minutes before midnight. Relina looks at a painting of a child that was a leader to the Lana Green Republic. Stella comes in and tells her that Hiro is coming. And can you believe it? He said he was going to kill us all. Hilarious. But Relina says, "Oh, no, he's gonna kill me and all of your men. You better get out of here. Save yourself." Stella scoffs at her, but Relina just says, "You poor girl. You're poor men." She leaves the device with Relina. 55 minutes past midnight. Wu Fei and Nataku are still fighting. It's been over an hour. 37 minutes past midnight. Hiro sneaks onto Babel's base as a soldier. He uses the Babel's computer system to send false data to Epion's Zero system to slow it down. During all of this, Hiro asks himself why he fights. 43 minutes past midnight. The device left was a Dorothy AI. The AI says, "Well, here you are once again, Relina, trying to sling that peace around. Total pacifism will get her nowhere." Dorothy realizes she is at conflict. She knows that if Relina wants to choose peace, then she needs to reject Hiro Yui and the Preventers. 59 minutes past midnight. A black mobile suit launches from Babel. It's shrouded in black wings. They expand out to reveal that this black Gundam is a Gundam Wing Zero at heart. This Black Wing Zero is similar to Black Wing from the Video MS saga, but it seems to be closer to Wing Zero, just with a black palette. However, this Gundam has 2 twin buster rifles. The pilot says that his name is Vaunt Kushonada, Trace's brothers who died by the hands of Odin Lowe. 60 minutes past midnight. The power goes out on Babel. Stella and her men surround Relina. Hiro finally makes his appearance after slaughtering half the ship. He says that he is here to kill Relina himself. Hiro takes out Stella's men. He points a gun at Stella, but Relina takes her pistol and shoots him in the chest. Hiro slowly bleeds out on the floor. MC 0022. Hiro regains consciousness to find Father Maxwell helping him. He was able to stop the bleeding from a point-blank chest wound? Okay. Hiro just notices that his hair is cut. Bro, that was like volume 2, catch up! He closes his eyes as Duo gets him out of there. Even though he is dying, he has no ill will towards Relina. AC 150, Summer. The other Hiro Yui from the past is reflecting on life and the political unrest. He is feeling disillusioned. Then he sees a 7-year-old girl walking a dog. She asks if he is lost and then gives him a Cosmo flower, which is genetically similar to a daisy on Earth. She also gave him a newspaper before taking off. There was an article on the city council needing help. It was at this moment that Hiro Yui decided to go into politics. The Sherwood Outlaws, consisting of Henry, Wu, Sorcery, Double D, and Jay Knoll, watch over Hiro. The girl and the paper were all engineered by Jay. He is pushing him towards politics. Sam is using the Zero system to disrupt communications and keep the Sherwood rebels hidden from the public. Hiro is now a city council member for Emerald City. Sam is helping his cause, though the Alliance are labeling him a thought criminal. Sankan Kushonada finds out of Hiro's meteoric rise and wonders what took him so long. MC 0022, next winter. Father Maxwell visits Hildy, who is a doctor on Babel, with a wounded Hiro Yui. Hildy rolls her eyes but ultimately helps him. While she helps Hiro, it is really awkward between the two. Talgi's heaven is being wrecked by Blackwing Zero. That is when Master Chang comes in with Epion Bai and saves him. MC 0019, next spring. The satellite FO2B fell onto the Sea of Lonagreen. It was done by hackers tied to the Martian Federation. This caused the death of 10,000 people, including the Schweiker Church and orphanage. Father Maxwell found Baby Duo, who was the only one alive, and he had to bury his friends. No one knows what happened to Hildy, and he assumed she was MIA. Baby Duo wants to get stronger and wants Father Maxwell to train him and make him his son. He accepts. He also decides to give up alcohol and cigarettes. Hildy was in the National Library when the satellite came down. She lost her memories. While undergoing treatment, she was given a memory imprint that belonged to a researcher who died. She now has advanced medical knowledge in her brain, and the Lonagreen Republic just said, let's roll with it, until she eventually retained her real memories. Now she is there by force. She helped create the Nano Defensor simply because she got someone else's memories. No big deal. AC 152, Autumn. Politician Hiro Yui meets with his sister, Hikaru Yui. Hiro declared his candidacy for mayor in Emerald City, but the Earth Alliance intervened and they elected their own mayor. He was reduced to running for deputy mayor instead. Meanwhile, on the moon, 200 Zygon fighters, which are Libras, corner the Sherwood. The Jack-o'-lantern pumpkin tanks come in and help out. Jay decided to broadcast their battle to the people, but this ultimately led to more oppression in the colonies. In the shadows, Sankan Kushonada is preventing the Romefeller Foundation from going after Hiro Yui. He also stops funding the Sherwood Forest team. The Alliance is silencing dissent, and Hiro is working on a speech to the people. Knowing one wrong word will get him arrested, he decided to speak the truth and expected this to be his final public address. His sister Hikaru suggests the urge not to wield justice as a weapon, but use it to show humanity's flaws. On the day of his speech, the Alliance shot Hikaru. This was a warning for stepping out of line. She was with her son, Ain. Instead of giving a speech, Hiro played Paganini's La Campanella, simply for his sister. MC 0022, next winter. Something approaches the Blackwing Zero. It is Professor W and Snow White. The Queen of Hearts, Warlock, Prometheus, and Scheherazade surround the Gundam. Meanwhile, young Hiro wakes up from his surgery, but he doesn't remember who he is. Hildy says to Duo, good. This means that the Lonagreen Republic wins. She wasn't ever on his side. Somewhere else, there is a traveler whose name is... Aw, cliffhanger, how dare you, book? MC 0022, next winter. This is a voice recording from the Zero System's internal memory. Hiro reflects on his first kill, Vaunt Kushonada, and his mother. We said it was Odin, but little Hiro was the one who actually pulled the trigger. He says killing never becomes easy. He followed Odin low until he died, then found Dr. J. AC 197. Relina wanted to run for the Earthsphere presidency. Hiro suggested that she use the Darlian name. Then the Disnoof incident at the Sank Kingdom occurred. Revisit our Volume 7 coverage for more on this. But this was triggered by the Perfect Peace program. This is when she went to cryo. Hiro talks about his soul shining bright when Relina's around. You dork, I'm glad she shot you. Eventually, Dr. J made another cryopod and Hiro went to sleep, wanting to be by her side. He eventually woke up in MC 0022. He keeps calling Kathy a cheap Sally Poe ripoff, and I love that he refuses to learn her name. He is told of Operation Mythos and his objective of assassinating Relina. This conflicts with his need to protect her. Hiro wants Relina to look over the Peacecraft files. After doing so, she no longer wants Hiro to kill her. Hiro must deploy once again. The Zero System thinks that Hiro's cognitive dissonance is cured. Remember, all these files are designed to make sure Hiro's psyche doesn't slip after being frozen for so long. However, something will go wrong with their memories. The mobile base Babel is named after the Tower of Babel, humanity coming together and then being punished by God as a timeless story. Noah's descendants built this. Of course, Noah too experienced divine punishment, but as man entered into space, the Tower of Babel is seen more as humanity's hubris. Humans scatter over time due to their own will and not some lost unified language. The Great Wall collapsed, the Soviet Union collapsed, and even the Earth Alliance eventually collapsed in on itself. The Lana Green Republic is the antithesis of the Mars Federation. They are about liberation through force, and they test boundaries of the Federation's forced peace. This led to the rise in the Southern Mars Confederate States. What do you think their flag looks like? Do you think they put it on everything as well? Babel begins to move. Isidus Bay. Father Maxwell tells Kathy that Hiro is still trying to save Relina. They're going to infiltrate Babel, but want to consult AI Dorothy first. Hold on. So Master Chang and Kathy are still with the Preventers, while Professor W and Dr. T abandon the Preventers to do their own thing. I have to remind myself what's happening all the time. Master Chang says that he knew Kathy's mother really well. Kathy and Father Maxwell sneak into Babel. They notice the Black Wing Zero. He hopes little Duo can handle it. The two split up and look for an aircraft. She knocks out some people and takes the craft. Kathy contacts Father, who learns that Hiro has been shot and tells her to wait. She then sees a blonde figure. It is Zex. She pulls out her gun, but Zex ignores it. This must be a hologram. She chases him. The man meets with what appears to be a woman. She thinks the woman is her mother, Sally Poe, but she is dead. Kathy gets out of the aircraft and confirms that it was her mother. Father Maxwell arrived with Hiro and Hildy, who he kidnapped and knocked out. He says, "Oh, don't worry about it. She used to be my wife, so it makes it less weird." Yeah, less weird. Still weird. Duo mentions a bug in the Zex files. Hiro then vows to protect Kathy with his life. I think he has the wrong woman. His memories are starting to scramble. Warlock, Prometheus, Scheherazade, Queen of Hearts, and Snow White surround the Blackwing Zero. Also, I said last video it has 2 twin buster rifles, but it is just 1 twin buster rifle split in half like an endless waltz. Vaughn Kushinada is doing the Sherlock thing of predicting the outcome before it happens. The Guy Ritchie Sherlock. There's too many Sherlocks. Vaughn is even able to predict what Baby Duo will say. Warlock is the first to attack. The Wing Zero moves fast enough to break the sound barrier. Instead of fighting them all, he recognizes that Professor W is the brains of the operation. He goes for Snow White. Catra uses the silver loadout of the Seven Dwarfs system. These rounds are made with Mars Gundanium alloy and coated with nanoparticles. This could pierce through regular Gundanium alloy no problem. This is the ultimate anti-mobile suit round. The more distance between Snow White and the target, the weaker the force of impact. Relina meets with the hologram version of Zex Merquise. She demands that he ends this war now. The Peacecraft tells him that she shot Hiro. He brings up the story of Hansel and Gretel and equates the gingerbread house with peace. It is a trap. Total pacifism is the witch, and the children ended up killing the witch. He says perhaps she is the one that truly isn't alive. The elite team, the Merciless Fairies, descend onto their location. Their commander happens to be Noin, who goes by Lucrezia Peacecraft now. Noin shoots the hologram of Zex and takes Relina with her. Meanwhile, Catra fires the 7 dwarves with the silver loadout. He gets a direct hit on the cockpit and takes him out instantly. Catra is also wearing a cognitive device that connects to the Zero system and gives him Hiro's resolve. Catra went crazy when he took the full force of the Zero system, but this is just enough to get that Hiro Yui psychopathy going. Catra declares himself the winner, but a voice comes on the comms that says nevermore. He says that Catra is no Hiro Yui and fires his buster rifle. Kathy gets Father Maxwell and the others out of there. Duo is trying to debug the Zex files. It causes emotional distress to Hiro and Relina. There is something missing from the files. But then Duo looks at Kathy and realizes it is Sally who is missing. Earlier, Master Chang gave Sally earrings when she transferred to Mars. She didn't mention her visions to Father Maxwell, but he knows that she saw vision. It's the earrings, and they're glowing. These are data files that sends visions into one's brain. Noin and Relina establish contact with Father Maxwell. She says to Hiro, "The fragments of my memories are slowly fading away." And Hiro responds, "Yeah man, my brain no worky too good either." Duo says, "Yeah, these two desperately need their memories back." Hildy then speaks and tells them it's missing more than just Sally Poe. She tells them it is also missing the data on Nataku, aka Meilin Long. Duo didn't even know her name. They are informed that Professor W was taken out. The Black Gundam Wing is targeting Millie and Master Chang next. Father Maxwell orders Baby Duo to take off the limiters on Warlock. Once the limiters are off, the Gundam becomes El Koenig. El Koenig is described as having green eyes with golden pupils. It has 2 scythes and bat wings on its back. Though it has bat features, it is described as looking like a wolf. El Koenig is a poem by Goethe which means Fairy King. God, I hate Goethe. It seems the Black Gundam is after Cyrene Wynn, aka the real Zex, Tall Geese Heaven, though it is now in the hands of Millie. Guys, I'm tired of everyone changing their names. They're trying to avoid detection from the Zero system. Duo projects a moon onto the Mars sky. He goes into Fenrir mode, which is its flight mode. They're conducting Operation Beauty and the Beast. Duo is moving in to fight while the others search for Snow White and Catra. Stowing away in Duo's mobile suit happens to be Katarine. Katarine helps with shooting, while Duo focuses on maneuvering. She says, "You want me to sing a song?" Duo says, "Do I look like Troa?" and tells her to be quiet. She gives him a rose and calls him the beauty and her the beast. Oh, she got them crazy eyes. She is more motivated than he is. They use the nanodefensor cloak to stay under Wing Zero's radar. Warlock's armor is weak and will be destroyed by the Buster Rifle. The tension is broken by Katarine's rumbling stomach. Vaughn's plan is to take out the Voyage and the Grand Chariot, then pick off the mobile suits individually. The Black Wing Zero heads into the water to find the Voyage. Katarine is certain that the Voyage crew will escape. They will just wait for Wing Zero to surface and then attack. The Voyage crew uses electromagnetic resonance charges to release methane hydrate or burning ice. This creates an explosion. As the Black Wing Zero approaches, they ignite the charges. It restarts Wing Zero. Once Wing Zero resurfaces, Fenrir jumps in. Katarine fires the shoulder-mounted cannon. The systems reboot finally, and Vaughn fires the Buster Rifle. Earlier, the two saw a button on Fenrir that was in Chinese characters. Duo decides to push the button. It means fly, and thou shalt surely reach the heavens. The translation is a little dramatic, but it's Gundam Wing. Everyone's a little dramatic. It sheds 10 armor panels and streamlines the flight mode. They were able to dodge the attack, but Katarine's attack was able to destroy the Buster Rifle. Katarine activates a command called All or Nothing that allows her to control the panels to protect them using a digital keyboard while playing her posh music and everything. This novel takes Pompous to a whole nother level. They move in for round 2 with Black Wing Zero. Father Maxwell gets into contact with Master Chang. The two bicker before Chang tells him that his wife's memories are in the sub-cockpit in Warlock. He says it's fine if Fenrir doesn't activate. You activated it, didn't you? Maxwell tells Duo to pull back, but he says, "I'm not gonna." Father Maxwell says, okay, cool. Hey man, that's the memories you need. But I guess there's no stakes, so we know they're gonna win. At least makes me think there's a little bit of danger. Fenrir is on the defensive, but Katarine is starting to figure out Wing Zero's attack patterns. Emergency alarms are going off in the cockpit. They have 100 seconds before they lose power. Vaughn is trying to taunt them over the comms. They are waiting for the right opening. 60 seconds. They are able to use the plates to take out Wing Zero's beam saber. Now is their chance. They move in, but the plates are hijacked by the Zero system, and it is used against them. Now's their moment of opportunity. The silver round from the 7 dwarves is still penetrating the cockpit. Fenrir grabs it and twists it open. The cockpit happens to be empty. Vaughn is remotely controlling it. Vaughn's controls work similarly to how Dorothy controlled mobile dolls at the end of the Eve Wars. They reach 0 and lose energy. Fenrir begins descending. Duo glides Fenrir downward. Katarine opens the cockpit and jumps out. Vaughn is still mocking them over the comms. "Watch out for those Vulcans!" She then jumps into Wing Zero's cockpit. She activates Wing Zero's self-destruct system and dives out. Vaughn loses contact with his unit. This is his first loss. He vows to never lose again and thinks of his brother Trace. He wonders if this is why Trace desired to be a loser. The two eject and say thanks, Maylin, but the Tall Geese Heaven comes in and says no, we need this. Katarine can tell it isn't piloted by Millie. Their mission is complete. Little Duo is amazed to find Sister Hildy with Maxwell. They all regroup with the Voyage. Now they have the memories of Long Maylin and Sally Poe. They can restore the Zex files and Hito and Relina's memories. Lana Green Republic's Babel is still unscathed. The battle has just begun. Can we wrap it up? I got things to do. Kathy Poe is going to test the perfect Zex files first. Afterwards, it is to be handed over to Hito and Relina. This file starts 2 years earlier than before. AC 186, Autumn, the L2 colony cluster. Colony V08744. Zex and Elv Omegel. Is it Elv or Elev? Anyways, they're still cadets and are prisoners. Elev cracked and told the prisoners that Zex is Miliardo Peacecraft. They take him to their commander, Artemis Sidici. Artemis Sidici is the former Anti-Alliance Forces member and the commander of the Marius plant during their battle back in Volume 2 and 3. Kance is in the shadows working with Artemis. He is always playing the number 2 to someone else who is in charge. Kance thinks that they should seek counsel with Zex. He doesn't name himself in this moment. It isn't until AC-195, when they meet again, that he says to Zex, "Forgive my late introduction." So I went to investigate this. In the dub, Kance says, "Let me introduce myself."
Allow me to introduce myself.
But in original Japanese, he doesn't hajime mashite or yoroshiku. He says,
申し遅れました。
okay, an informal way of saying, accept me into the conversation or group. It's the mo at the beginning of that sentence. Essentially, thanks for accepting me again. Or, more properly, let me reintroduce myself. One, why did the writers of Gundam Wing put that line in? What was it originally intended to be? But whatever it was, Sumizawa found this neat little Easter egg and added it here. Did the writer of Frozen Teardrop do something interesting and clever? Zex refuses to acknowledge that he is Milliardo and insists he is Zex. They are left to rot in prison. At that time, there was a colony flu outbreak. Zex assumes the space COVID will get him soon. A man with a prosthetic leg comes to his cell. His name is Ain Yui. Ain Yui was supposed to have died in AC-175 in April during the Hiro Yui speech. He calls him Milliardo and tells him to not cast aside the past. He lets him free and tells him El will soon be free as well. The colony control system is broken and it is cold. A lot of money came into the Maxwell Church, and its leader, Bill Maxwell, gave it all away. The money came from Eric Shergold, who gave away his fortune upon passing. This colony became lawless and anti-alliance groups formed. Ain wants Zex to do something for him. He asks if he wants to know the workings of the universe. They go to an abandoned school gymnasium. This has become a morgue. People come monthly to take the bodies, but it isn't enough. They move some bodies to find a hidden lair. Ain takes Zex underground to show him the Zero System. This was created by Thomas Current, who is now dead. This once went by the name Sam and served aboard the Sherwood. The supercomputer has the ability to shape the world. It only responds to the Peacecraft bloodline. Zex says the password Peacecraft X to Hiro Yui. Ain says that Zex must deliver the Zero System to his son, Trace Kushinada. The novel goes into a long-winded explanation about how the Zero System is similar to Pandora's box, in which it gives the illusion of hope, but mostly brings despair. Zex refuses to activate it, and says that mankind is not ready. He doesn't have to make a decision at this moment. Ain gives him a device that will activate Zero from anywhere. He says what would happen if you put this into a mobile suit. Ain says it would become the greatest weapon of all time. In German, the word for lonely is einsam. Ain and Sam, when combined, express their states of being. I get it, it's not that clever. AC-186, Winter. Zex and Elev are forced to watch the barge attack. They're wearing suicide suits, which explode if they do anything tricky. Trace and the Specials sent out a counteroffensive. Kance ends up getting defeated. He blames Zex for not activating the Zero System. The boy apologizes and takes on the blame. AC-187, Spring. Elev and Zex are doing labor for the rebels. They find a mining facility that the Alliance abandoned. In the mine, they find unrefined Gundanium armor. They are moved to a new base that is ran by J-Null, Double D, Sorcery, Henry Fia, and Wang Long. They begin working on mobile suits made with Gundanium armor. They will be forced to be test pilots for the rebels' new mobile suits. Elev tests what will eventually become Prometheus. Sorcery no longer cross-dresses, and no one really questions it. This becomes Dr. S, by the way, the one with the cocaine problem. Zex nor Elev know of the Gundanium armor. Zex pilots what will become El Konig, made by Double D. J-Null is trying to crack the password that needs a Peacecraft to do so. It has been 15 years since Jay locked the Perfect Peace program in Sam. He is going to have to get the help of Mardicus. Zex pilots El Konig when he runs into the Alliance testing a new Leo. It is the Leo Type 5, the Nimia. I believe this is the closest to the standard Leo that we see at the beginning of Operation Meteor. This functions in space and ground. Double D tells him not to engage with the Alliance, but Zex ignores his orders. He doesn't have any weapons and can only use his fangs. This wasn't a problem at close range. The waves are calm. Then he sees a dog running on the Sank Kingdom beach. He then sees his father. This is an illusion. He tells him that life is brief, so don't waste it. That same day in AC-182, the Sank Kingdom fell. He takes down the Leo Type 5 and uses the comms to communicate to the pilot. It happens to be Noin. It has been 182 days since he has been captured. Wait a minute, it's AC-182 and he was prisoner for 182 days? The writer probably said, I'll change that number later, and then he never changed it. Or maybe it's the translator. Noin and Zex are reunited. This dramatic reunion is more hilarious by the fact that Zex is around 9 years old, I believe. Jay tells them that they are retreating from their base at Sinus Iridium, and they are to head to the L2 colonies. Zex gives the device to Noin and tells her to give it to Trace. She refuses to be his messenger. She also doesn't want to leave him again. Also, they're just children who haven't hit puberty yet. The person who carpet-bombed Sinus Iridium is Warrant Officer Cordelia Fitzgerald. She would later meet Trace, who romanticizes her name due to a weird obsession with Anna Green Gables. After that meeting, she went by Lady Un. AC 187, April 7th. At the medical center is Lo and his son, who just goes by Junior now. He has been sick and might have the colony flu. They both need the vaccine. He doesn't want to pretend to be Odin's father, but he says that he will train him in exchange for pretending to be his son. The doctor's name that is helping him is Catherine Poe. Odin seems to know her, and she knows his career choices. She tells Catherine of Aoi's death on the barge. Odin wants Catherine to watch little Hiro while he does his next mission. Hunter Kusanada is also in the hospital. Vaughnt's dad and Trace's stepdad, who will eventually carry a new strain of the flu. I think that was covered in Volume 2. Vaughnt would also visit his mother Angelina in the psychiatric ward. Their fates will all soon converge. Cordelia learns of a rogue colony that could hit both Earth and the Moon, thus affecting the colonies. She calculates a plan, but her superior tells her that they are anti-Federation forces, and to launch a full-scale defensive attack would be a bureaucratic nightmare. The commanding officer just tells her to give up. She decides to leak the data to the rebels. It appears that the rebels are trying to make a clone of Zex Marquis to unlock the Zero system. Jay Knoll hires Odin for a mission. He wants him to use his Proto-Zero, which Jay nicknames Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. He plans on using an image trace program to copy Odin's elite sniping skills. Wu Wang Long and the Long clan infiltrate a busted-up L5 colony. Wu Long is using the L Koenig and the Z-Long mobile suit. The Oz-00MS Tallgeese Z-Long was developed by Wu Wang Long, who becomes Master O. This is similar to the Tallgeese, but it uses regular titanium armor. It doesn't have a headpiece that covers its Leo-like head. This is used to protect an L5 colony. They are informed of the colony crash. There may be a catastrophe, so Wang Long gets his daughters out of there. And the El Koenig is Hu Dui and Mei Lan. Mei Lan is Wu Fei's wife. The Alliance is finally panicking and scrambling defenses against the rogue colony. They fire the barge cannon, but it only grazes the colony, causing it to break into 3 pieces. One chunk is heading towards the residential blocks in the L1 cluster. Another chunk is in the agricultural sector of the L2. And the third is heading towards Earth. Congratulations, Earth Alliance, you made things worse. Cordelia saw this coming. Jay Knoll and Sorcery launched their new mobile suits. Namia is piloted by Zex, Prometheus is piloted by Elv, and Scheherazade is piloted by Noin. They split off into 3. The situation has changed, so Odin's new target is debris. Jay allows the use of the Dreiswerg system. I guess at this point it only has 3 dwarves. Odin asks Jay what the Zero system is. Jay just turns off his radio and ignores him. Elv is struggling with the dual camera mobile suit. Scheherazade's armor is exposed in some places and has radiation cloth shielding. Noin is going to dismantle her chunk piece by piece. Elv tries to slow down his colony chunk, but Zex wants to accelerate it. He must go inside the colony. He finds something inside he could use as propellant. The barge plans on firing a second shot. There is a moment where 2 chunks will line up, and they plan on taking it out. Someone comes on the comms and contacts Cordelia. It is Trace and his specials. 30 minutes until the barge cannon fires. Prometheus fires its cross cannon at the colony chunk. It hits some bombs he planted that causes a chain reaction. He is successful. Noin is breaking apart the colony when she cuts a cube that explodes. Her frame is exposed and has to be careful. She is hit with a giant chunk of debris and is knocked out. Zex wonders if he should use the Zero system. It would be fed into the Proto-Zero first, but they don't know if they could trust Odin. Trace shows up and gives Zex a little push. He decides to activate the Zero system. Once activated, info is instantly absorbed into Odin's brain. The Zero system tells him to snipe the barge's cannon. Proto-Zero flies out in its flight form. He has 300 seconds to fire. Odin transforms into mobile suit mode and locks onto the cannon's central core with the Dreiswerg. This is to prevent hitting Noin. He fires the cannon. Although this is a Proto-7 Dwarves, this functions more like a triple buster rifle essentially. He fires and hits the cannon. Afterwards, he safely saves Noin. Odin realizes that he is being used as a guinea pig by Jay. The Alliance and the barge team cover up the entire incident. They also want the Nemia back, but the Gundam engineers say, I don't know what you're talking about. What mobile suit? The team heads back to find that Odin bailed. He remains a wanderer. AC 187, April 18th. Junior is hanging out in the hospital when he sees Von Kusanada. He gives condolences to his parents who died. Vaughn suggests that Junior join the Oz Specials, but he refuses. Odin meets with someone representing Dakim Barton on a shuttle suggesting that he'd take on a job to assassinate Vaughn, but he doesn't want to kill children. Then Dakim shows up himself. He says that he owns the medical center and knows now for a fact that Odin is actually Junior's dad. Odin and Oi were fake married for a while. He threatens the boy's life, and Odin finally accepts the assassination. AC-187, April 20th. Catherine and Sally Poe give Hundert a month to live after contracting the virus. They tell him about cloning and transferring one's consciousness, but he doesn't want it. You could do that in this universe? However, he does suggest that they make a clone of his son, Vaughn. They also have Junior's DNA for cloning as well. Sally says one day if I want a daughter, she will use her mother's DNA to make her. So Kathy is a clone of her grandmother. No one's having sex in After Colony. It's all cloning and killing, baby. MC-0022, next winter. Kathy takes off the visor and says, "What the hell, I'm a clone?" Father Maxwell says it makes no difference to her identity, though he didn't even know about this. This colony drop was never in the original records, nor anything regarding the Zero System. A giant beam blast comes roaring in, doing minimal damage to their ship. We have shifted focus to Naina's perspective. On the Isidis Plains, the mobile fortress Babel transforms into a dodecahedron. It folded completely flat before transforming into its final form. The book even has little diagrams and everything. The beam blast is the Zwolfswerg. The Drazwerg converges energy onto a tetrahedral point which amplifies the power. So the Drazwerg isn't a Proto-7 dwarves. The Zwolfswerg is the Drazwerg on a bigger scale, which creates a giant lattice of light. So it looks like a rave kinda. But if the rave light's vaporized everything it touches, don't go to the danger rave. It is 80 times stronger than the Drazwerg. The beam blast hits Relina City. No evacuation warning. A chunk of the population is just gone. An AI image of Zex shows himself representing the Southern Mars Confederate States. Naina's team have 12 Mars suits making up the Merciless Fairies, and 700 Virgo units are stationed on the outside waiting to attack. That's 58 and 1/3 Virgos for every Merciless Fairy. Naina wonders if they could take them. Then she gets a call from Professor W, who is finally awake after fighting Vaughn Kushirada. Relina has shocked Pikachu face when she realizes total pacifism led to death. She has to surrender. Professor W tells her to wait until she recovers all of her memories first, but she surrenders anyways. The terms of the surrender include the dissolution of the Federation and to hand over Relina Peacecraft. They accept the terms. Most likely they will execute her for her war crimes. Hiro and Noin accompany her. She hopes that Hiro will be the one to do the executing. If anyone else executes her, half the population dies once PPP is activated. We know that they are delaying the perfect peace program, but did they ever set up that Hiro had to be the one to kill her? She says that he is the only one to carry it out safely, but that's vague. Hiro already read the Perfect Zex files and now knows of his past. Relina needs to restore hers as well, even if she dies. They talk about Vaughn Kushirada. Hiro knows now that the Neuenheims were responsible for the Vaughn clone. After the assassination of Vaughn and Angelina, Trace changes into the person he becomes in the anime. This event also made Neuenheim a vengeful person, which led to the MO satellite falling on Mars, which all leads to the perfect peace program. Noin shares in the guilt as she thinks she could have prevented her brother Disnoof from turning evil and becoming Zex. Remember, Zex is Disnoof Neuenheim in the presence if you forgot. During this novel, they mention the heart of space, which I believe is essentially the answers to the universe, which is vaguely mentioned by Catra in the anime. It is like a Newtype seeing through time in UC. The Zero System seems to know the heart of space. Like the universe, the Zero System just takes action. Hiro says it is weak people who take that action as gospel. It's an excuse for their actions. He refers to himself and Catra being consumed by the Zero System as examples for why humans are weak. That's right, even Hiro Yui, the greatest person in After Colony, is weak compared to the universe and the Zero System. It's hard to believe. Also, Catra's attempt at creating a form of Zero System Newtypes in this universe is shut down by Hiro in this moment as nonsense. AC-188 Spring in the L4 Colony Cluster Sector. Elev and Zex messed up on the trajectory of the MO7 satellite that struck Mars. The two thought less of humanity after that. Zaid meets with Zex and Elev, who has Scheherazade and Prometheus. This is Catra's dad. Someone activates Scheherazade. It happens to be a young Catra. He is a master pilot at a young age. Elev chases in Prometheus, but Catra forces him to fight and not hold back. Elev breaks apart the cruciform Gatling gun into 4 molten shards. It detonates, creating a huge blast. AC 188, summer. The Maxwell Church is burned to the ground. Duo returns to find Sister Helena, who dies in front of him. 245 people were killed, and this was referred to as the Maxwell Massacre. He thinks this was his fault for stealing a mobile suit. But the Maxwell Church has been a resistance hideout. Not too far away, Ainui is underground with the Zero system. A Tragos fires on the building, and it collapses in on itself. He is trapped under the rubble. The Zero system knew this attack was coming, but Ain ignored it. He thinks about Angelina before dying. The Zero system distributed itself into parts throughout the network, waiting to be awakened. AC 188, autumn. An uprising amongst the colonies began. Around this time is when Dekim Barton started to hide in the shadows. It was Ain Yui and Zero keeping Barton in check, but now he is dead. Zex and Elev have to return to Artemis Sidici for command. Zaid wants them to take Iria Winner with them to L1. There is an inter-colony student exchange ban, and he wants them to get Iria past the checkpoints. At Colony X18999, a group of Tragos are being used to conduct a coup. Septim gets word that the Specials are moving in to handle the situation. Trace launches alongside Noin and a Leo 3. We talked about the Leo Type 2, also known as Chimera, and the Leo Type 4, the Grief. But in between that was the Type 3, called the New Chimera. There isn't really any intel on this, besides having slightly improved performance over the Chimera. The Tragos are surrounded and were destroyed one by one. In the distance, Odin Lowe and Little Hiro are watching the battle. They attack two soldiers. Odin takes one of their uniforms, while Little Hiro grabs a cannon to take out the Tragos. Odin finds General Septim and aims his rifle, but a subordinate jumps in front of his commanding officer, taking the bullet. Odin runs away, but is shot in the thigh. Dekim Barton tells Kance to retreat. He happens to be the one controlling the Tragos. The two are working together. This was the first inner workings of Dekim Barton's plan for dominance over the Earth sphere. One of Trace's specials is overzealous and is knocked out. Little Hiro gets on top of the mobile suit and fires his cannon. His target is a command post in a pillbox. Trace protects the post, but he is badly injured. Little Hiro also failed his mission. Odin goes underground to find Dekim Barton, who is the mastermind behind this. Luckily, Odin still has a backup ignition switch that blows up the command post. He didn't expect Dekim to silence him, but he says, "No, this is revenge." And he shoots Odin. I must have missed this, but Dekim Barton was by Hiroyui's side when he was assassinated. Barton took revenge for Hiroyui. Jr., aka Little Hiro, finds Odin bleeding out. He tells the boy that being with him wasn't too bad, and passes away. He finds the detonator that Odin left. Odin Jr. presses the button and walks away. You're damn right Little Hiro didn't look back at the explosion. Septim had to deal with putting out the fires. While walking away, Dr. J stepped out of the shadows and says, "Hey kid, want to pilot a Gundam?" It really was that simple. MC 0022, next winter. While Relina continues looking over the files, Troa Phobos comes in with Prometheus and stops the transfer of Relina to the Confederacy. Hiro tells Noin to call in the glass coffin. This is the codename for the Snow White transfer capsule. Hiro is also a master at piloting presidential hovercrafts. Of course he is. He has to get closer to the capsule. Duo blocks their path in Scheherazade. While all this is going down, Relina continues with the files. AC 189, spring. In a cell next to Duo is Long Lao Ya. He talks to Duo about the burdens of destiny, surviving the Maxwell Massacre. He gives himself the persona, the God of Death. Cordelia is reassigned to the barge. She is investigating the rebels. General Million Lytlehart designed the giant space fortress, the Peace Million, some time back. Cordelia believes that the rebels are trying to build this old design somewhere on the lunar North Pole. She asks for a reassignment to be delayed. On the moon, Mike Howard and Double D, now going as Professor G, is building the Peace Million. Mike Howard wonders where the funding is coming from and learns that it was money from Ain Yui left in his will to specifically build the Peace Million. So technically, Ain Yui is the reason for the Peace Million's existence. Mike built the Tallgeese, and Professor G built El Koenig. They take pride in their work, but both also seem to be stubborn. Zex and Elev take Iria to the hospital on L1 to find that it was attacked. This is just like the fires that Zex saw in the same kingdom. They search around, finding any type of life. A flash of light blares through the building. It is a Leo Type 1 shining a light. It is Sally Poe, and she notices Iria. They seem to be friends. Sally had to join the military to survive in this colony. The lab was shut down after an explosion, and her mother disappeared. Dekim Barton apparently funded Catherine Poe, but they didn't destroy this hospital. It was Neuenheim Konzer. Disnoof attacked and kidnapped Catherine for cloning technology. After the kidnapping, they shifted focus on Mars terraforming. Humanity already knows of the rapid aging problem on Mars. The only way to fix this problem in AC-189 is to create a clone and harvest their organs. Did the writer just steal a plot from Michael Bay's The Island? Sally tells Iria that they were able to make 2 successful clones, Leia Barton and Odin Lowe Jr. Leia Barton is Mari Maya's mother, and we know the cloning didn't help because she passed away after her daughter's birth. Everything Catherine did was theoretical due to the ethical implications, but Decking Barton forced her hand. Neuenheim didn't get his hands on the clones, and they were kept with Barton. Zex and Elev work with Sally to try to get her mother back. Dr. J shows little Hiroyui a copy of himself. J is in possession of the little Hiro clone. He says, I don't plan on treating you like humans, and I only need 1 Gundam pilot. This is a fight to the death between you two. An explosion goes off. Long and Duo escape the prison. His 2 daughters help with the prison break. They jump out into space and are picked up by a shuttle. Duo decides to join Long on his journeys. He says good because they need to have resolve for what's to come. But at least the pay's good. Duo is starting to admire Long. MC-0022, next winter. Scheherazade and Prometheus stop Hiro in the presidential transport. Troa and Duo dismiss Hiro and don't listen to him. That is when a giant capsule drops down in between the mobile suit and Hiro. It is Snow White. Scheherazade uses the Jambias on the glass coffin. Prometheus uses the crucifix cannon. The book just says that Hiro escapes the crossfire before getting into the cockpit, but I like to think that he did a triple axel and a double backflip before perfectly landing into Snow White, all while dodging the bullets. Get on his level. He instantly preps Cybin's word, Grun. This is the Green Arrow, which is a plant-based attack. It creates vines around the target it hits, slowing the enemy down. He fires upward into the skies. A green aurora appears. What will this attack do? We'll find out later because we have to dive back into the Zex files. What a tease! AC-189. A young orphan boy is fighting as a rebel. In between battles, this no-name kid is reading The Happy Prince by Oscar Wilde. His commander, named Doomed Roberto, informs him that they are getting Leos, and No Name will get one too. The commander has an old Oscar Wilde book he could have. A few days later, he receives a Leo and Oscar Wilde's Dorian Gray. He said he got this book because of a cute nurse named Marlene Darlian. This is Marlena's adopted mother. He mentions that unfortunately she is already married, and she seems to be the woman that got away. Their Leos are specifically chimeras. He quotes Dorian Gray. Are you making me read a book while reading a book? He relates to Dorian, but unlike him, he hopes to become an adult and control his destiny. He is called into action. At the lunar poles, we follow Lieutenant Ginter and Ensign Cordelia Fitzgerald investigating a crater. Remember, this is who will become Lady Un. She has been obsessed over looking at money going in and out on the moon to see where a potential fortress, the Peace Million, could be built. She did this all while doing pilot training. Cordelia launches with 10 Leos and 5 Tragos. They make it to the crater and scan the area to find a metallic runway underneath the surface and no signs of life. They assume it is an abandoned runway and withdraw. Cordelia thinks her calculations were incorrect, but she wasn't wrong. Once they left, the engineers went back to work. It wasn't a runway, but in fact, it is actually the Peace Million. Mike Howard made it 10 times bigger than the original blueprints. She wasn't looking for something so big, and it was hidden in plain sight. Professor G helped out with thermal jamming. Underground, on the moon, Alpha and Beta begin their training. Beta is little Hiroyui, aka Odin Lowe Jr. Alpha had an advantage, but then Dr. J used the trace program and gave Alpha all of Beta's memories, including Aoi Clark's death. After that, they were entirely equal, proving to Beta that memories slow you down. Stupid dead mom in my brain. It went from training to the kids just trying to kill one another. Jay started color coordinating the boys. Alpha gets a black tank top, and Beta gets a green. Did you want a backstory on how Hiro got his tank top? It's the dice and the Millennium Falcon all over again. Jay reminds the 2 kids that they are just weapons, and if they don't like that, then they should kill him. So the kids try to kill him. Jay shocks them and says, "You fools! This is my patented shock tank top." He says they will now begin mobile suit training at the Hertzsprung Crater Spaceport. Liao Ya, Hudi, Duo, and Mei Lan eat synthetic food, which is sadly the best thing that Duo has ever eaten. Their plan is to explode General Dotson. They know he has a fear of heights and will travel by ground transport, and they will intercept. Duo wants to have the honors of pulling the trigger. Duo notices Dr. Catherine Poe being dragged and pursues. Zex and Elev are disguised and stashing their machine. They are protecting Sally and Iria and are tailing Neuenheim Konzer. They are also looking into the Barton Foundation. Everyone is converging to take Catherine. This isn't going to end pretty. Papa Long sees Catherine being dragged by Neuenheim. That is when bullets start going off. It is the Barton Foundation. They also have Leos. Gundanium mobile suits fight off the Leos. Long heard of Gundams from his friend Wu Wang Long, now Master O. He decides not to kill and shoots people in the foot. This will metaphorically shoot him in the foot. Sally climbs out of Prometheus, I believe, and gets out to grab her mother. As she runs towards her, a bullet hits Catherine. She apologizes to Sally for not being very motherly, and says that Sally is her greatest masterpiece. She dies in her arms. People have such poetic timing of deaths in this universe. They think it was a fluke, but it would require a precision hit. Long shot a man earlier. The man limps over and steals General Dotson's buggy and takes off. As he takes off, the buggy instantly blows up. Long regrets not killing people. It led to Catherine's death and prevented Dotson from exploding. He says if you spare evil, it will always return in vengeance. Duo realizes he just killed a random Barton soldier. MC0022, next winter. The light shines green, then vines surround both Scheherazade and Prometheus. How does shooting directly up fire on their mobile suits specifically? They can't cut through the vines fast enough, and they are immobilized. Hiro tells them not to interfere with Relina, or none of them will live. Noin is piloting the presidential cruiser when Vaunt Crucianata comes on the comms. He calls Noin by her first name, Lucrezia. Only Miliardo calls her that. Vaunt tells her to relinquish Hiroyui or they will attack Relina City once again. Remember, Vaunt became vice director and acting representative of the Foundation and helped create Oz. Trace assumed command after his death and lives the rest of his life burdened, feeling like a loser for not saving him. Oh, is that why it's called Glory to the Losers? Vaunt calls humans imperfect, and the perfect peace program can't exist in this imperfection. He wants to create a world where the imperfect die out. Once Mars is unified with perfection, they will declare war on Earth. He says that his brother would have wanted this. Hiro cuts in and says that he is wrong. Leaders, specifically Trace, would never push their own ideals onto others. That is the difference between Vaunt and Trace. Trace truly is the ultimate wish fulfillment of what real leaders should be. If only. Noin thinks to herself, I don't think I've heard Hiro say so many words at one time. Vaunt says we meet again to Hiro. They met when they were kids, but Hiro says they never met because he knows he is a clone. He wonders if he could prove that he isn't a spare like him. Vaunt says neither the Zero System nor the Heart of Space can predict his actions. Hiro then predicts his actions by saying Volcanus. This is Disnoof's factory. He knows that the two are working together. Taken aback, Vaunt cuts off the comms. Oh, he rage quit. This humiliation was all calculated to prevent Vaunt from knowing Snow White has the Zero System. This distraction allows Zero to figure out where Vaunt's coordinates are. They continue towards Babel. AC-189. Autumn, Elev, and Zex link up with Artemis. Iria went to Mars to track the cloning samples that Neuenheim stole. Sally Poe enlisted in the military to get revenge on the Barton Foundation, which is actually the real reason why she enlisted. Iria has the Magwanaut core to help with security. The two boys' next mission is to infiltrate the barge as supply troops and provide them with fertilizer. Most is fertilizer, but some is laced with a weaponized anesthetic. Also pretending to be agricultural workers is Duo and the Long family. Papa Long goes on a rant about not using tools as weapons. But I don't know, man. That isn't a problem for Americans. Duo asks what makes a warrior. Long says it is in the eyes. Huji mentions that she is betrothed to someone from the Chang family. Mei Lan rejects arranged marriage. Well, then you will love your future. Also, you are dead. Long gets access to a compact rocket mortar, explosive charges, and the desflurane, the anesthetic that they're using. Bro just went on a rant about not using tools as weapons, but then he conceals his weapons with tools. I don't understand your rules, Long family. They wait to strike. AC-189. The two heroes, Alpha and Beta, continue fighting each other in mobile suits, which are early model Leos. These are the early Leos Sace Clark helped build. His stepdad and the one who gave Hiro the toy Leo when he was a kid. Why did Dr. J give this to him? After Leo training, J then gives Alpha Proto Zero and Beta Wing Gundam. Like basic bitch Wing Gundam to boot, he gives them beam sabers. Beta asks about the Leo. Alpha responds by slicing the Leo in half with the beam saber. Suck it, childhood memories. Jay says that the Gundams reach a state of godhood. As gods, they shouldn't remain mindless killers. But that is their choice. Dr. Jade tosses the switch for their electronic tank tops and gives the two free will. Neither really react. At L5, Cheng Wufei attends school. He is just 14. This is where he meets Master O. He tells him that school doesn't fit him, and he should pilot a Gundam that he is making. He says, "Hey man, are you just talking to me because I'm the only other Asian guy here?" AC-190, Spring. Cordelia thinks something is up with the supply run, but she is too late. The anesthetic wafted into the air ducts, and she goes to sleep. Before passing out, she could smell it in the air and says, "Knew it." General Dotson gets into the elevator and Duo corners him, pretending to be lost. He pulls out a pistol and puts a bullet through his skull. Duo and the Long sisters make their escape into space, but Long stays behind. During Long's rant, he mentions that dragging an innocent civilian into war is worse than mass murder, so he helps. Duo has to leave him behind. The assassination of Dotson sparks the Second Lunar War. MC-0022, next winter. Noin reflects on Milliardo and the Second Lunar War. As Relina continues looking at the files, Babel comes into their view. If she doesn't surrender soon, Relina City will be destroyed. AC-190, Spring, Luxembourg. Trace keeps getting emails from someone calling themselves the Heart of Space. He ignored these emails for a while before eventually looking into them to see that it is just a math problem. It's encryption, so he tries to crack it. The only thing that he seems to be able to decipher is meow, 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 meow. Trace says, "Who are you, mysterious cat program?" This makes him go to his library to find a book written by Hiroyui in AC-171 titled Katsa Voto, or Cat's Words. It was signed by Hiroyui and was originally Sankant's copy of the book. To Trace, Hiro and Sankant were on opposite ends of the political spectrum, so he wonders what their relationship was. Of course, we know Sankant was secretly funding the rebels for a brief period. There's a section in the book regarding cat tones. He applies this to the algorithm to get a message that says, "Please connect me to 0. He then pulls out Pandora's box. It has been 3 years since Zex gave him the drive. He connects it to Oz's biggest quantum computer. The 0 system lets Trace see predictive outcomes. This is the moment that he decided to make moves for world unification. The Oz take over the Alliance, coercing the Gundam pilots to kill the Field Marshal, even Trace's own death. All calculated decisions because he chose to finally look into the 0 system. But it also shows that Zex is responsible for turning Trace into the man he eventually became. And I don't know if I like that. We say that Hiro is the perfect soldier to get on his level, but that also applies to Trace. He makes the right decisions. He doesn't need a mastermind behind the scenes, even if it is Zex. Trace instantly organized the Oz specials. However, Zex and Elif weren't in attendance. Noin, Izumi Tarnov, Broden Diaz, and Solrak Delbrook are Trace's new commanders. March 7th, AC-190. Last episode, Duo killed General Dotson. Now General Septim wants to start killing rebel colonists. Cordelia tries to calm him down. He wants to do a public execution on some rebels. The Alliance tells him this isn't allowed, but he ignores it. Septim shows Cordelia a grainy photo of Prometheus. This mobile suit is proof that the rebels are plotting something. Septim wants Cordelia to hunt this mobile suit down. Instead, Cordelia decides to call HR on Septim after collecting some evidence. Lady Un looks like she would call HR. Somewhere in between Mars and Jupiter, the Winter family is bringing the MO4 satellite to the Earth sphere. This, along with MO1, was lost during the war in AC-195. The Winters won the bid to take this. Catcher hates that his father is helping the Alliance with resources that will be used for war. He snuck on board his father's ship to try to sabotage things. Catcher is punished by working manual labor. Long Lao Yao is left behind last episode. He is one of the rebels that will be executed. Duo and the Long sisters want to get help from the rebel commander Artemis. She devises a mission which is a full frontal assault. Things will be alright if the barge doesn't show up. However, the Barton Foundation agrees to help as a distraction. This is due to a deal struck where they help with their mass-produced Aquila mobile suits. However, Dakeem Barton wants more in this deal. He wants Prometheus. Artemis agrees and tells Elif to depart with his machine. Don't take my boy away from his robot. Dr. S recruits No Name. The doomed Roberto squad was killed, and a girl betrayed him before his run-in with Dr. S. No Name helps fix up the Aquila. The WMS-01 Aquila is built with a different philosophy than the Leo. It sacrifices close combat agility for heavy concentrated firepower. It has a twin Gatling gun. This was made by Dr. S with Professor H helping with the cockpit. There's no image of this mobile suit, but it is a prototype of the Magwanac, so it is probably similar in design. Dr. S shows No Name Prometheus. The pilot seems to hate it and calls it a powder keg. This is Troa Barton, Dakeem Barton's son. No Name thinks to himself, I'm gonna steal this man's life one day. Master O tells Wu Fei about the Talgi Xilong. The master believes that nukes destroyed man's ability to fight with honor. He believes the mobile suit brings balance back to the warrior and gives them a sense of pride for what they are fighting for. He tells Wu Fei to avoid fighting with hatred. Remember that one time in the anime where he yelled at a pack of wolves? I don't think he listened to Master O's advice. Beta and Alpha fight in their new Gundams. Beta is mad that he is inferior to Alpha. He has the better Gundam and is getting frustrated. Alpha says that the Proto-Zero allows him to see the future. Beta realizes that Alpha is holding back. They are informed of large-scale war on the horizon. They need to be prepared. It's time for some live ammo training. This is their opportunity to escape. Proto-Zero has bird mode installed, and Wing doesn't. Beta suggests to Alpha that he fly away and leave him behind. So Alpha takes off and leaves Beta. AC-190, March 10th. Alpha decides to destroy the Gundanium refinery in the hopes that no one builds another Gundam. The Second Lunar War began on the same day. The full-scale operation to save the rebels is the start of the war. The assault of the rebels on the Alliance begin. They call this Operation Sagitta. The rebels attack the Sagittarius-class fortress around the Sea of Tranquility. Prometheus descends down and joins the battle. It is piloted by Chud the Barton. Each Sagittarius can carry 50 Leos, but they are funneled out into one hangar, and the Leos go down with ease. They don't destroy the land fortresses, but they retreat, successfully slowing down the ships without killing a soldier. The Alliance still doesn't take the rebels seriously even after seeing the damage. Only General Septim knows this is about to tip over to full-scale war. Cordelia is still researching behind the scenes and notices that Septim is working with the Barton Foundation. AC-190, March 13th. Duo and Meilon share a moment after he mistakes her for Hu Di. We learn that the two sisters are actually twins. Duo is saddened that they have been caught up in this war. They learn that Long's execution has moved up 2 days. They're cutting it close. Trace meets up with Septim to stop him from executing the rebels, but Septim is able to get authorization anyways. Cordelia says, Your Excellency, to Trace. He tells her not to call him that, but she says, No, Your Excellency. Ugh, she's always just been like this, I guess. She gives Trace data on the rebels that she didn't give to Septim. Trace knows that she was the operator from the colony drop 3 years ago. She says, I'm so yours, but she says it in the most professional way. Trace tells her to give him the name of every man who dies from this war. Remember at the end of the series when he goes on a rant about bearing the burden of every dead soldier? Well, it started all right here.
How could I forget them?
Oz Special Solrak scouts the Sea of Nectar where he finds an entire squad dead. It was destroyed by Beta and Wing Gundam. Solrak tells his team to retreat. While fighting, Beta thinks, Do I have mommy issues? EC-190, March 14th. Troa Barton is in command and is scared after watching a demonstration of the barge cannons. Kance thinks he is weak. Troa talks to No Name and says if he stands a chance. It is reckless, but it isn't completely a suicide mission. No Name suggests he pilot Prometheus if he thinks it is suicide. Zex, Artemis, and Eliv begin their drop mission down to the Sea of Tranquility to rescue the rebel prisoners. Zex is ready, even if it means he has to fight Trace. Duo and the Long Twins are hiding the El Conan in a transport. Oz Specials, Broden, and Solrak are in the area, and Duo and the gang avoid their radars. While they are sneaking around, Cheng Wu-Fei and the Talgi Xilong attacks the Specials. He takes down Solrak and his team. The Oz Special is humiliated. Broden's men move in afterwards. Half of Broden's Ares squad is taken out. They all eject instantly. Wu-Fei costs blood from all the Gs. He has to let Broden and his men go. Zex and Eliv are in Swartz Grief units. Artemis is in Scheherazade with 50 Nemia fighters causing a distraction. Septim leaves the barge, which means they are going to fire the barge cannon. The Specials need to stop this. Trace sends Noin and Izumi to handle it. He is personally going to handle Artemis, Zex, and Eliv. No Name is now piloting Prometheus. People note that Chud the Barton is finally competent. No Name moves in and aims the cross rifle and fires at the barge cannon. He notes he hates crosses. We get a flash forward for a brief moment where No Name is now Dr. T. He notes that he regrets getting rid of the cross rifle. This apparently is different from the crucifix cannon, and the Elkonig is the Long Twins. They smash into the prison while Duo moves in on foot. Papa Long says he wants to be executed, but Duo won't allow it. The sisters notice nothing unusual in the skies as they get the rebels free. Meanwhile, Artemis is informed that the prisoners are free. They can retreat, but they are in the thick of it. That is when Trace and Cordelia join the battle. Zex and Eliv stay behind while Artemis and the others retreat. Duo in a buggy is spotted by Broden's retreating Ares. The El Koenig tries to draw them away. Broden wants to retreat as he doesn't want to lose more men. But Broden's men don't listen to him and attack anyways. They get a direct hit on El Koenig as they get away. Mei-Lan realizes the attack killed Hu Di. She cries for her sister. Zax and Elev go up against 200 Alliance mobile suits. A pure white grief comes into the front lines. It is Trace, and he challenges Zax to a duel. This will buy time for the rebels to withdraw. No one interferes. Oh, it's a black and white grief off. The duel becomes a violent dance. Hu Di's body is dead, but her foot is still on the accelerator. Joe catches up with her after hearing Mei-Lan's screams on the radio. He caught up to a state-of-the-art machine with a transport vessel? Don't think about that too hard. After saving her, Mei-Lan says, "Don't call me that anymore. Call me Nataku. I will never sing again!" Even with your sister just dying? This is too much emotion. Whoever that brave internet sojourner that once said that you have to treat Wing like a stage play, they were right. Trace can see Zex tensing up. He finds an opening and Trace disarms Zex. But he does not kill him. He tells Zex to come back to Oz's specials and help Trace defeat the Alliance from within. He also says that Nguyen is waiting for him. Zex will accept his offer along with Elev. Trace says to Cordelia, "From this day forward, you will be called Lady Un." They bury Hu Di. Master O and Wu Fei arrive with the Talgis Zhilong. Wu Fei looks at the destroyed El Koenig and judges. Oh, he's judging. Duo thinks it should be called Warlock. God, I wish I knew this earlier. I would have just called it Warlock this whole time. Catra is doing hard labor for sneaking aboard his father's ship. He then runs into Alpha, the Hiroyui clone, now going by Black Alpha. He says, "Hey man, you want that mobile suit? It's yours." And the kid gets into a shuttle and takes off, never to be seen again. Zaid wants to dismantle the Proto-Zeta that Alpha left behind. Oz, with the help of Lady Un's research, sets up an attack. Their fleet uses the customized Leo 6 Low. The only information about this unit is that the insides are completely overhauled and is superior to the Grief. They also launch in Space Ares Golden Fleece units, a variant of the Ares. They dominate the rebels on the battlefield. Prometheus and Troa Barton was taken prisoner. They haven't built a self-destruct sequence yet. Duo and Mei-Lan go to retrieve Prometheus before the Alliance could get to it. When they get back, Wu Fei, Master O, and the Talgi Zhilong is gone. It was Long's mobile suit, but after losing Hu Di, he is a broken man and can't pilot anymore. AC-190, March 22nd. Artemis has taken control of the two ships, the Chiron and the Pholus. Duo and the Long family take Scheherazade, Prometheus, and Warlock, which is El Koenig. It is a mutiny. Dr. J comes on the comms and tells her to watch out for the Pyrenees Mountains. Waiting in the mountains is Beta and Wing Gundam. He takes out both the Chiron and the Pholus, killing Artemis. Dr. J says that Beta's parents died because of Artemis. He says, "That means nothing to me." Papa Long heads to MO4 to help dismantle the Gundams. But along the way, he is pursued by Cans. He unleashes a volley of missiles, killing Lao Ya. Trace and Lady Un walk into a meeting and suggest that they execute Troa Barton to help lower morale. General Septum objects, but Lady Un has evidence that he committed acts of treason, including having ties to the Bartons. They confine Septum until they can conduct a court-martial. They instead use Dekim Barton to negotiate a ceasefire. October 26, AC-190. Foreign Minister 12 Darlian, along with Dekim Barton and General Clarence, sign an armistice bringing an end to the Second Lunar War. Who is Clarence? MC-0022. Next winter. Relina takes off her visor. She calls herself Relina Darlian and throws away the name Peacecraft once again. Now that she has read the Perfect Zex files, they get word that Cyrene Wynn has regained consciousness. Father Maxwell meets with Lady Un, who found a way to travel secretly to Mars. She is chief aide to the Earthsphere United Nations president, which is Kathy. With him is a man wearing a hat that goes by Hiro. It is Alpha. The other Hiro clone has been alive and has been an irregular, ignoring mass surveillance all these years. I assume he is old, unlike Beta. He wants to help bring forth a revolution on Mars. Lady Un watched over Marimea after Endless Waltz. It wasn't until AC-204 that they learned that she is in fact a clone of Leia Barton. It's true, no one has sex in this universe. She was one of the clones along with Odin Lowe Jr., which created Alpha. Marimea eventually married and had her own life. The Preventers helped with Dorothy Catalonia's presidential campaign. A riot broke out, and during this, a man accidentally fired on Sally Poe, killing her. This is when a crackdown on irregulars began, along with the forced surveillance in the form of citizenship. One irregular captured was Alpha, going by Black Alpha now. Lady Un knows of his existence, it seems. She decides to use him to conduct Black Op missions for her, and he could remain an irregular. Volcanus was seized by the Romefeller Foundation. Eventually, Neuenheim Konzer got their hands on it and started moving it towards Mars over the course of 13 years. Volcanus is in between Deimos and Phobos. Vaunt Kushonada launches a black Cerberus unit, which is just a Mars suit. He links it to the Zero System, thinking his opponent will do the same. Master Chang approaches an Epion Bai and transforms it into its three-headed wyvern form. Are these even mobile suits at this point? Master Chang thinks of Melan and turns off his Zero System. We learn of the Janus Mirror, which stabilizes the Mars electromagnetic field and helped with terraforming. It also can be used to create electromagnetic storms. Dr. T, Catherine, and Professor W set charges to black out Janus, possibly causing mass deaths. But it will momentarily deactivate the Perfect Peace program. Catra gives Relina the remote detonator to allow her to make the choice. While fighting, there is a lag, and Vaunt Kushonada runs tests to see what it is. It turns out the lag is caused by Wu Fei not having the Zero System on. In reality, Wu Fei is turning it on and off, something he learned when fighting Zex. This is all a distraction from blowing up Janus. Vaunt says that he hates him for killing his brother. He says, "Do not wish to be loved. Keep loving," something Trace once said. The Grand Chariot comes in to help. Vaunt panics and launches Virgo 4s. However, the boys override their system with an old password. "You fool, you gotta change your passwords!" Professor T and the others take control of Cerberus, grab Wu Fei, and make their way into Volcanus. They broadcast Relina's tribunal from Babel with Zax Merquise residing over the court. Relina admits to her crimes, but refuses to admit that total pacifism is a false ideology. Zax tells her total pacifism is what drove many to an early grave. It is a contradiction to freedom. Relina says that debate does not require force. They strike her charge against false ideology off the record, but still sentence Relina to death and force her to sign the surrender. Hiro is to carry out the sentencing, so he instantly pulls out a gun, but he also pulls out a pen and gives it to Relina. This is the remote trigger for Janus. Push this, and many weapons go dark. But the war will continue. Before she can make a decision, Babel is attacked. It happens to be Cyrene Wind. Remember, he was taken out by Zex earlier. Damn, that was like 6 volumes ago. He is with Mars suits. He is with the Queen of Hearts, Naina, and the King of Spades, Millie. Cyrene tanks attacks while the kids attack Babel. In Relina City, Father Maxwell yells at a TV. This is like the moment in the anime where he watches his Gundam get destroyed on live television. Also, what are you doing right now? Why are you just in the city? He incites a mob. Some guys say, "Wait a minute, you're Father Maxwell. You're trash." We learn that Alpha and Father Maxwell are trying to start a riot. Alpha also has a cat that looks like Sabrina's old cat. Daryl mentions that he is an irregular too. Alpha says, "No, you're not. You were married. You think they didn't tag you then?" He knows of Father Maxwell's records and also knows that he never got a divorce, so he is still married to Hildy. Duo says, "Damn it!" Epion Bai takes down mobile dolls inside Volcanus. Vaunt realizes that Disnoof has taken full control and left him without a mobile suit. He decides that he will self-destruct Volcanus. Dr. T, Professor W, and Catherine confront Disnoof. Dr. T doesn't hesitate and shoots Disnoof right in the head. He knows this wouldn't kill him. His skin is made of Jovian alloy that we saw during the St. Kingdom incident. Professor reads the manual on Disnoof's body. Who made that manual? Catherine then takes him apart, leaving just his torso and head. He could probably survive in space, so they think about letting him drift into space for all eternity. They tell him to spill the beans. He admits to the Lana Green disaster and to faking his death to awaken Relina. They find out that there is a release code for the Perfect Peace program. We also learn that the Zero System couldn't predict Hiro. It seems that the Zero System's predictive outcomes rely on time moving forward for humans. When Hiro went into cryo, the Zero System wasn't able to predict his outcome. I would have totally forgiven this entire series if the writer in this moment just says that the Zero System can't predict Hiro because he's just so good. Deal with it. Nope. But it does look like there is some truth to the heart of space. It isn't entirely nonsense. Keeping it as vague as possible, Master Chang stops Vaunt from self-destructing. Chang tells Vaunt to live to carry out Trace's will. He is insecure about being a clone, but everyone's a clone in this universe. He says that Vaughn should rebuild Oz. Hiro tells Relina to push the trigger, but she destroys it instead. She says total pacifism, bitch, and drops the trigger like she's dropping a mic. She then signs the surrender and accepts defeat. Hiro pulls out his gun and shoots Relina in the head, killing her. He then turns around and fires on Zex, showing that he is a hologram. This is broadcast so it's shown to the whole world. Disnoof is currently Zex. But if you're wondering how Disnoof is on Volcanus and Zex is on Babel, it's because holograms. This was hinted at throughout the last 4 volumes. But I didn't mention it because I thought it would ultimately tie into the story in a more cohesive way and would make for a good discussion at the end. But no, it's just a hologram. It's just that simple and stupid. Sometimes theory crafting leads to disappointment. But I didn't expect that the Zero System is controlling it, and it is not Disnoof. I don't know, man. They learn that Relina is also a hologram. Cyrene Wynn comes on the broadcast revealing that he is Milliardo Peacecraft. He states that he was assumed dead and Relina became president, but he is alive. So he takes the presidency back and nullifies Relina's reign. They won't surrender and the war will continue on. Katerin and Scheherazade comes in to assist Millie, though Millie doesn't want her help. On the ground, Baby Duo and Warlock helps Naina. Warlock activates its Fenrir mode. Prometheus launches Snow White at Babel. Hito fires on all Virgos. He loses his cloak to finally reveal that Snow White looks like Proto-Zero. Zex prepares the Zwolf Zwerg to fire on Snow White. Prometheus uses the Cruciform Cannon, taking out more Virgos. Tallgeese Heaven is badly damaged, but he hands Hito the Gold Field, the final loadout for the Seven Dwarves system. This is an upgrade of the Nano Defensor once on the Tallgeese Heaven. It unleashes an EMP that will take out Zex, since he's just a computer apparently. Babel fires its cannon. Snow White pushes Tallgeese out of the way. Babel prepares a second shot towards Relina City. But Snow White survived and is barely hanging on, just like the end of Endless Waltz. And just like Endless Waltz, Hito fires on Babel with the Gold Field. Zex and Epion tries to stop Hito before firing. The gold arrow goes through Epion and also takes out Babel in the process. The remains of Epion crash into Hito and they both fall to the ground. Of course, Zex wasn't in the cockpit, but his Zero System is offline. Hito is on the verge of death. Relina goes to his side. They suggest to Relina to kiss him to wake him up. She kisses Hito, but he does not wake. He's fine. MC 0023, First Spring. The Martian Civil War ended with the defeat of the Southern Mars Confederate States. Milliardo remained as president for the remainder of his term. He, Noin, Billy, and Naina lived out their lives on a farm. The next president elected was James Clark Maxwell. That's Father Maxwell's real name? He and the First Lady Hildy still fight to this day and continue their hate-filled relationship. Just give it up at this point. Relina and Hito lived a peaceful life at the Winter Hospital. Relina finally gives up the Peacecraft name forever. Hito decides to give up the name Hito Yui. Like the last episode of the anime, Hito gives Relina a piece of paper. She doesn't rip it up this time. The paper says, "Will you marry me?" She agrees. And that will conclude Mobile Suit Gundam Wing Frozen Teardrop. It's over, everyone. We're finally free. The coverage for this is so long that we are going to have to do an epilogue episode to wrap everything up. But one thing I will say is that this isn't as bad as everyone makes it out to be. This just needs a good editor and needs to be cut in half. Cut all the fluff. The problem comes with the fact that Endless Waltz supposedly solves the world peace problem, and there doesn't need to be more story after that. And world peace was solved. The end. Mars now found world peace. But what happens when they terraform other planets? I guess we do it all over again. Oh my god, is that the Endless Waltz they're referencing? Now that we have finished Frozen Teardrop, we can return to our coverage of Glory to the Losers. Probably should have covered this first. There is also the Preventer 7 manga and a Code Geass crossover, but I don't think your Jibuwos can handle it. But that will do it for now, losers. Now to seek the emptiness this series has left in my heart. Oh no, I've become a dramatic Gundam Wing character. Peace. Let's start off by re-summarizing the story because, what? The story begins in Mars Century 0022 next winter. Next winter is a bad phrase. It should be northern winter and southern winter because Mars's hemispheres experience winter at different times. We first see this world through the eyes of Kathy Poe, working for the Preventers. Much of this story takes place in the past and uses the Zero virtual reality system as a framing device to allow the audience to glimpse into the past. This VR allows Hito Yui to keep his psyche from fragmenting after coming out of cryo. The first dive into the past explores the birth of Trace Kushanada. Ain Yui is dedicated to building relations between Earth and the colonies. Angelina Kushanada is a member of the Rockefeller Foundation. They have a Romeo and Juliet-like romance as the two are divided between two worlds. They eventually marry and Angelina becomes pregnant, but then she is abducted by the Rockefeller Foundation. Ein Yui never saw Angelina again. Trace is named because of the runway Angelina last saw Ein, the first of many unnecessary backstories. Angelina eventually married Hundert Catalonia. These events are considered the first tragedy of Trace. Angelina and Hundert gave birth to Vant Kushonada. By this time, Ein and Hiro Yui, the politician, died. Her mother was emotionally devastated and eventually became mentally ill. Angelina constantly tells both to seize the world, although it is mainly directed at Trace. Trace takes the military route while Vant focuses on political reform. Trace is detached from Angelina while Vant is very much connected. An insecurity builds in Vant while Trace begins his loser era. Sabrina and Katarina Peacecraft are born. One is raised on the throne, the other lives a normal life. Hiroyui meets Katarina. He becomes a political leader. She becomes a pilot for the rebels. Eventually, he was assassinated by the hands of Odin Lowe, destroying any chances of independence for a little time. Then comes the rise of mobile suits. Trace certainly had his hands in mobile suit development, but more importantly, Trace creates military systems and standards for warfare. Ares units conduct recon. Tragos units do long-range support. Leos are the primary assault. They use this tactic to destroy the enemy's formation. Before this strat, mobile suit warfare was similar to the Revolutionary War, where people just lined up in a straight line and shot. Look up the Siege of Yorktown to get a better understanding. Duels were also in vogue before these systems as well. Trace encounters Talgis and Mike Howard, who tells him that this mobile suit could take on 100 mobile suits on its own. This changes everything for Trace. He then creates the Specials. The team consists of Trace Kushonada, Zex Merquise, Lucrezia Noin, Izumi Tarnoff, Solak Delbrook, and Elev Onagel. They showed that a few high-end mobile suits and a few ace combat pilots could take forces 10 times bigger in size. The Earthsphere Alliance started to gain more political order that is heavily influenced by Western ideology. This leads to mass immigration to space, economic exploitation of the colonies, and the rise of anti-alliance rebellions. The Alliance decided to build a space wall and made the colonies pay for it. They called it the Barge. The Barge became a symbol of the Alliance's hypocrisy. The attack on Marius plant allows the workers to take control. They seize the means of production and mobile suits. Karl Marx never accounted for mobile suits. They were able to build their own army. The rebels were divided into those who wanted peace and independence, and those that were anti-alliance terrorists who wanted to continue the war. Trace uses this fracture to his advantage. Rebel leader Artemis forgot that the moon is small, and Trace's forces circle all the way around, getting the edge. The battleship Sagittarius is captured. This was known as the First Lunar War. Angelina's health declines and she can't remember Vant, but she remembers Trace. Insecurities intensify. Hiroyui's mother is Aoi Clark. She is a spy and was embedded into Sace Clark's life, who acted as Hiro's father. Sace Clark's engineering skills go unnoticed, and he joins the rebels. During an attack on the barge, Aoi and Sace Clark were killed. Hiro was left in the hands of Odin Lowe. As Angelina's health goes down, Vant becomes more authoritarian. This leads to many wanting him dead. Vant and Angelina were both assassinated by Hiroyui. This was his first kill. After his brother's death, this became Trace's dark era. With the construction of the barge comes an arms race, and the rebels use Gundanium armor to fight against the Alliance's sheer numbers. During this time, we see the Sherwood Forest rebels consisting of Marcus Rex and Katarina piloting the Wyvern. She would soon replace Sabrina as the queen of the Sank Kingdom. During this chaos, the 5 Gundam engineers joined the rebels and began making Gundams around Operation Mythos. Miliardo rejected total pacifism and became Zex. Only Elev knew of his past. The two eventually joined the rebels. This was the rise of the Lightning Count. This all culminated in the Second Lunar War. The Specials become a branch of the Rockefeller Foundation. This would later become Oz. The battle ended with Trace and Zex having a duel while the rebels flee. Trace convinces Zex to come back to the Specials and help reform from the inside. Little does Trace know that he is playing the long con that will play out in the anime, AC-197. Disnuv Neuenheim is our main protagonist in this story and is Noin's brother. He takes control of the Sank Kingdom and activates a nuke. He calls himself Zex. The boys join the Preventers to help during this operation. They eventually deactivated the nuke, but the password to deactivate the nuke activates the Perfect Peace program. This hijacks nanobots and everyone, essentially creating a genocide device. Relina is injured and PPP is activated. To delay this, she goes into cryo. Hiro follows suit. Mars was eventually terraformed and became a new Wild West. Disnuv took a satellite and crashed it into Mars. This area became the Lonogreen Republic. MC-0022. Hiro is awakened and must kill Relina. This is Operation Mythos. The next generation of Mars children become the main pilots, including Troa Phobos, Little Duo Maxwell, Naina and Millie Peacecraft. and Katerin Winter. Evil Zex takes out Milliardo, who now goes by Cyrene Wind, taking him out of the story until the end. Well, that's convenient. Hiroyui pilots Snow White, which is essentially an upgraded Proto-Zero. Zex declares war on the Martian Federation. We learn Kathy is a clone. Hiro, Vaughn, and Leia Barton also had clones created from their DNA. They fight against a Blackwing Zero piloted by clone Vaughn. They capture Relina and make Hiro execute her. She uses her tribunal as a ruse to show the world that Zex is a hologram controlled by the Zero system. The boys find a snoof and find a remote shutoff switch for PPP. Yep, it was just as easy as a shutoff switch this whole time. No convoluted algorithmic craziness, just a button. Hiro fights against evil Zex, and like Endless Waltz, Hiro goes out with a big bang that takes out Snow White as well as Zex's Epion. Hiro survives and ends up asking Relina to marry him. He didn't end up killing her, and thus there was peace once again. But for real, the end this time, right? Right? This is just a basic overview of the story, though this barely touches the surface. The biggest theme throughout this video is the struggle with the cycle of violence. Many of the old guard tried to stop the violence, but it ultimately still manifested in the younger generation. Angelina's struggle was passed on to Trace and Vaughn. Trace went on to send millions into war, and he bears the burden by remembering everyone's name. Odin Lowe was a dog of war, and so too did little Hiroyui become a tool for violence. And all of the violence caused by the Alliance hegemony ended up creating the rebels. Another theme this story struggles with still, just like in the anime and Endless Waltz, is the focus on the conflict between idealism and pragmatism. Everyone is conflicted with their own approaches to understanding peace. Hiroyui wants independence and pacifism, but does so while killing people. The Sand Kingdom embraces total pacifism, but they get conquered, and colonies demand demilitarization, all while growing their military. One thing I love about Gundam Wing is that it struggles with this human conflict problem and doesn't solve it with some form of Newtypeism. The heart of space is the closest we get. Endless Waltz solved world peace for Earth, and Frozen Teardrop solved world peace for Mars. This sets a precedent that human expansion must go through a conflict phase before ultimately coming together. Well, they said world peace. They never said universal peace, I guess. I love that we got the backstory on the Lunar Wars, Trace, and the origins of Oz. Trace took on the burden of his brother, his mother, and every soldier. He was cold in solitude, but radiates warmth when amongst his men. A man who hates chicken hawks and is at the front of the pack leading his soldiers into battle fearlessly. He plotted everything to achieve world peace, even to a point where he knew when he would die. The flowery prose used in this novel is something that doesn't work for me, not because of the overdramatization or the Shakespearean language, but because it is used in this novel to stretch every moment out. With good editing, this story could have easily been told in 600 pages. However, Katsuyuki Sumisawa wrote over 2,000 pages when translated. Sumisawa wrote for Naruto, Sailor Moon, Sayuki, and Yakitate, which if you ever wanted to know what my favorite anime is, it's the one about baking bread. Eat baguette, Tobino. What I'm saying is Sumisawa is a good writer. So what happened here? Convoluted family trees are also a little frustrating. One blind spot in this story is that we really didn't get a bridge between Mardicus the rebel and Mardicus the man Zex rejects. Although bad at times, much of the dramatic moments in this series provides a lot of unintentional comedy, so that's a pleasant surprise. Also, this series takes Genius Child Soldier to the next level. Zex is only 10. If this ever became an anime, a 24-episode series would fit this perfectly while cutting out the fluff. Would I recommend going through all 13 volumes? The answer is no. Quite frankly, the writer over-explains to a point where it insults your intelligence. Is this a lost in translation moment? Is there something about Japanese prose and writing that favors repetition? Perhaps it becomes a mantra of the sorts? However, I would recommend certain arcs from the past. I recommend reading about Trace and Vaughn's upbringing, along with the First and Second Lunar War. Sabrina and Katarina's arc was fun as well, but much of the Mars century just isn't worth it. Phobos is a derivative of Troa. Duo is a derivative of Father Maxwell. Naina is somewhat interesting, and Katarina is a derivative of Catra. Also, this book has a Kathy, a Katerin with a Q, and a Catherine. You know there are other names besides Catherine. What, no Kate? But have you read Frozen Teardrop yourself? What is your opinion on it? Do you want to see it made into an anime? Let me know in the comments. But that will do it for now, Newtypes. Remember, total pacifism totally works, until it doesn't. Peace.